How is everybody doing? How are we doing in chat? I am so terribly sorry for being so late. There's a reason for that though, right? First of all, let's get a little hype going, okay? Let's can we get a little bit of hype? Look, I need some hype here, right? Let's like Turan. Can I get some turons? Can I get some turons in chat? Look, I need this, okay? There's a reason. Some of you know the reason. Some of you have read this. You ready to run? To run? Here, let me copy how it's spelled. Oh my god, thank you, Vanessa Walsh. Let me show you how it's spelled, okay? It's spelled like that. There we go. It's Turan. Alright, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Oh wait, I love this one. This is my favorite. Yeah, everybody's happy to get a Turan. Apparently they're delicious. I've never tried one, but it sounds so yummy. Anyway, you know what's not yummy is this right here, okay? So some of you enterprising chatters have looked over to the what's going on now, and you're expecting to see something about Chud logic, but instead you're seeing YouTube strikes NCC. What does that mean to the Twitch user? To the Twitch user who never, ever uses YouTube. What does that mean, right? That might be a little bit confusing. Strikes? Is it like the Empire Strikes Back? No, it's called a community strike, all right? Now, what this is supposed to be is a violation of community guidelines. So, right, there's a whole bunch of things. If I were to take my clothes off and be naked and you know, like, right, that would be a community violation, right? If I were to, you know, be, you know, have like violent stuff or threatening stuff or bad stuff, right? These are all community violations, right? And what this is a strike, right? A strike against the channel takes the channel down for 1 week, right? So like that's understandable. If I did something bad, like I probably should, you know, have a community strike, right? Another reason you might get community strikes is for spreading medical misinformation on YouTube. That's really bad. You shouldn't do that. Just so I'm really clear to anybody listening from YouTube support, you shouldn't do that. I am not in favor of that. However, the fact that I decided to debunk certain medical information from the evil and just like known liars at Project Vertias caused me to get a community strike. So you know what that shows you? That shows you that there's not a person there watching it, right? This is not a responsibly implemented part of YouTube. This is a part of YouTube that is often abused, often you know, through people doing false strikes. Sometimes just through an automated thing where they're looking for a certain thing in their content that's not okay, and they find, let's say, somebody reacting to it, And they say, oh yeah, that's that video from Project Veritas that we took down, right? Remember? Yeah, take her down too. She's re-uploading it. Oh no, but we didn't look with our human eyes, we just looked with our computer eyes. And the computer eyes detected the video and the sound of the offending video, and the human eyes didn't get to look at it to say, but there's also a person there, and that person is pushing back against Project Veritas's nonsense. So in other words, chat, I got a community strike for medical misinformation when I was pushing back. I was doing the opposite of the medical misinformation. So this is really bad, okay? What this means is that for 1 week, I cannot stream on my YouTube channel, right? Right now, if you're watching me on YouTube, that's because you found your way to my clip channel. Aren't you smart, right? You're incredibly smart. I don't know how you found that because I haven't been promoting that at all, right? But yeah, you can go there, and hopefully if you end up in the wrong chat and you don't see me, right? If you're on No Comment Chick on YouTube, you're not gonna see me. You'll see a chat. It'll look like it's going on, but there'll be no comment chick there, and you'll have to look at the mods like posted message there saying to go over to the no comment clips channel rather than that. But yeah, so it's taken down for a week. That means no streams, no community posts, no videos, no nothing for 1 week. And I was just about to upload a bunch of really cool stuff to you, right? I might actually give that stuff to the I might actually give that stuff to the Patreon first, right? That might be like the first people that get that. Dusty Smith has been screwed by these strikes a lot. True, can't even talk about misinformation. Yeah, exactly. And there's a stipulation in YouTube's community guidelines that says that exceptions to the policy include educational, scientific, artistic material that's pushing back on that kind of stuff. So they have an exception in their guidelines. Right? This is not supposed to happen. Now, to YouTube's credit, though, right? I did make a tweet. I talked about what happened, and I also talked about the fact that there's anti-vaxxer stuff up right now on Project Veritas's channel. It seems like they might have gotten a community strike, but their videos, they've got videos that are misinformation, that are clearly misinformation, that have been up for more than a year. So this is YouTube kind of not doing its job on the front of protecting us from misinformation, but then when they end up implementing those policies, they protect us from the person debunking the information. That's kind of screwed up. But to YouTube's credit, they did reply to me on Twitter. All right, so there's somebody at YouTube support. They're going to look into it. They're going to get back to me. We don't know when this will happen. We don't know when this will be resolved. They're on the case, I guess. So thank you, YouTube. You're maybe you have some problems in terms of your moderation on site, but at least you have a responsive Twitter team that is looking into it. You know who else is looking into this, right? Well, you're going to see, right, when hopefully she retweets me, right? Somebody who's a big content creator, awesome trans content creator, somebody that I cover a whole lot, and I don't want to out her name until she actually like formally retweets me, right? Because I don't know, like I don't want to put any pressure. But yeah, I am. We got the big guns, all right? The biggest trans YouTuber that I've dealt with, right? That's who I'm talking about. Somebody whose videos we've watched very recently. Some of you might figure out who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to say her name until she actually hits that retweet button. So yeah, we're gonna be, more or less okay. I mean, the way that this stuff shakes out is that but there we go. Okay, I can say it. Jessie Gender just quote retweeted my tweet, has got 29 likes on it in 1 minute. Look, Jessie Gender is an absolute, she's an absolute force of nature on Twitter. Look at this. Yeah, she's got 30 likes already. She retweeted this 1 minute ago. So yeah, Jessie Gender says, YouTube continuously punishes trans creators for speaking out, working to deplatform us and take away our livelihoods. Meanwhile, those who spread misinformation and unwantedly sexual, this is what happened with like Matt Walsh, unwantedly sexualize the entire trans community like Matt Walsh are allowed on YouTube unchecked, unacceptable. She has retweeted me. We got the big guns here now, right? We got the really, really big guns coming in hard. I don't know why I'm like saying this. Like, I'm making it sound like Jesse Gender's like you know, got like some kind of machine. Oh wow, I got 30 likes. It took me an hour, right? Look at this. I can do the Twitter numbers that Jesse Gender does in 1 minute in 1 hour. So I'm 1/60th the Twitter presence of Jesse Gender. But yeah, so we don't worry. I'm not going to spend all day talking about this. I just wanted to let you know what's going on. Right, my YouTube channel is growing, and oh my god, yeah, definitely go follow Jesse Gender. Okay, so this is neat how this works. So we just shouted out Jesse Gender. When I hover over the heart, it turns into a broken heart. So that means that I'm already following Jesse Gender. And if I hit that again, that's bad. So if you mouse over it and you see that broken heart, don't hit it again. That means you're already following Jesse Gender. That means you're really cool, right? And yeah. So, but if you mouse over it and it like the heart fills up, then that's like, you know, you haven't followed Jesse Gender yet, and you can follow. I don't know why I'm explaining the functionality of a shout out, right? But I'm just like, I'm having one today, right? You know, like that's why I was so late to stream. Right? Normally I would have been on stream like 4 hours ago, but it literally took me this long to get my proverbial stuff together and make that tweet and let everybody know and try to do a better job on communicating, because when there's a crisis like this, I really need to communicate. So yeah, please help me spread that message. Actually, let me just copy the tweet, and I will put it into chat so that you too can, oh my god, there we go, this tweet, give it, so that you too can help me out on Twitter, help boost that, right? Because that's what we really need boosted today. We wanna see that decision get rescinded, because here's how it works, okay? So like I said, the immediate consequences of this strike is that I can't use my YouTube channel in any meaningful way for 1 week, okay? Cannot use my YouTube channel in any meaningful way for 1 week, right? The second, you know, thing that happens is that like I get like, so there's 3 strikes, right? I've got 1 of them right now. 3 strikes and you're out, just like baseball, okay? 2 strikes, I think, is somehow even worse than 1 strike, right? It's not just like, maybe it's a month or something like that, right? It's 2 strikes is even worse, right? But I've got 1 strike, right? So I don't know how quickly they're gonna have this resolved. I'm guessing I'm not gonna get much of this week back from them if they do overturn it, but it would still be really good to get it overturned, because that gives me 3 possible strikes instead of 2 possible strikes, and makes the, you know, this is weird though. Like what I'm getting here is that YouTube is making it very hard to cover controversial subject matter, even if you're doing the right thing. Even if there's no like issue with what you're covering, with your actual content, right? You're still kind of getting punished for covering stuff. You're still, so what they've done is, you know, and I think it's accidentally, I'm going to give YouTube the benefit of the doubt. I think they've accidentally made it more difficult to debunk disinformation like this, right? So overall, that's a negative. All right, so yeah, there's the tweet. Definitely juice that, and I'm going to put it in, let's put this in YouTube as well. There we go. There we go. So yeah, this is the tweet. This is what I want you to juice. This is what I need help with, right? Because I need to get my YouTube channel back. I've got a lot of content. I'm working on something right now that you might really like, involving Bad Empanada and Keffals, right? So I don't want that to have to wait a week. So the more that you can do in terms of helping me out on that front, the better, right? And until then, if you want to watch me on YouTube, like let's say you're on Twitch right now and you're like, oh god damn, I hate Twitch. Oh, this sucks. Well, you know what? Find my clip channel and you can watch me on YouTube. Aren't I generous? Aren't I generous? Yes, that's right. I am generous. I am streaming on the clip channel, even while I'm not streaming on the main channel. It's just like that channel is a lot smaller, so it doesn't naturally get as many viewers as the regular channel. But if you want to watch it on YouTube, baby, you can watch it on YouTube. You just have to be an enterprising chatter, right? Now let's get like back to the Turan, okay? That's what we're really... That's what I'm talking about. Turan! Turan! Okay, let's get on this. Okay, we're not gonna Turon the whole day, but we do have some interesting new stuff. Actually, there's a few things. Chud Logic recently had a conversation with Brianna Wu. If you don't know who Brianna Wu is I guess a software developer. Started her company just before Gamergate. She got involved in the discourse, and because of that, she was harassed and attacked. Now, I don't want to paint with too nice of a brush, because Brianna is a multi-faceted, multi-dimensional person. Got some pretty bad takes, if I'm being honest. Brianna's way too generous to people like Vaush. Honestly, I think way too generous to Chud Logic here. But they are going to argue about something, and that thing is Hogwarts Legacy. Chud doesn't think there's any point in the trans community trying to do a boycott, whereas Brianna thinks that maybe there is, right? So yeah, I don't want to look at Brianna with rose-colored glasses. Obviously, she was victimized by the Gamergaters. Obviously, she's done some good things. She's also gone into politics since then. She ran for Congress under the Democratic label and did not quite win. She tried to face a more centrist candidate. And she was going to run again, but then COVID stopped her. So she's done some stuff like that. But yeah, like I said, in terms of her involvement on Twitter, you're going to see some bad takes. I'll be honest with you, right? I am not putting my stamp of approval on Brianna Wu. However, I am always happy to see someone who actually knows how to debate take on one of these debate bozos and show them for the paper tigers that they are. Part of the reason that I'm deplatformed, chat, is because I embarrassed one of their own, right? Dylan came out looking like absolute garbage after debating me, and they were all scared. And this is an excuse. They say, no, we're not. It's not that we're not debating her, right? It's not that we're afraid of her. It's that she's a really bad person, and we're punishing her. We have to punish the bad person by not platforming her. So although we could totally kick her ass, she's somebody that we laugh at. She's ridiculous, right? She's not a good debater. We won't debate her, right? Because they're scared. Because they're scared. That is one of the biggest reasons for this attack on me. They don't want to get done like Dylan got done. And honestly, Dylan, you got done that way for two reasons. First of all, you don't give a fuck about trans people, all right? You won't do a simple fucking thing. Just acknowledge, right? Something like the Gish Gallop could be in the hands of a transphobe, could be a dangerous weapon, and is something that you will look for in the future. That's all I wanted out of you. Second thing, it's Dylan, you came unprepared. You underestimated me. You didn't work out this at all, right? You absolutely fell on your ass because you were unprepared, because you didn't take any of this stuff seriously. And honestly, you're lacking with a lot of the basic knowledge about what's going on with politics today. I felt like I was talking to somebody in a time capsule. Dylan's all obsessed with the alt-right pipeline and stuff like that. And I'm trying to be like, hey, how about the Nazgul vortex? You ever heard of that? Oh, I'm sure that's just some niche thing. Does it seem niche now? Now that Jimmy Dore has over 1 million on Twitter, over 1 million on YouTube, now that Hawes' Guerrilla Gang is on the rise, Jackson Hinkle, you don't think so? Dylan, you were so fucking wrong about that, right? And you have punished me for over a year now. We're coming up on 2 years that I have been punished, right? For speaking truth to power, because that's how Twitch politics works. Anyway, let's get on with the debate. Okay. Also, tune on.
It's very difficult to come at you with a sort of frustrated or angry energy, because the way that you talk and put yourself across.
How's our volume? Are we doing good?
Relaxed. But then you have little jabs here, jabs there. and then when it's pointed out to you, just go, well, that's just how I feel about it. But
This is what I love about Chud's video, right? Is it degrades so fast, right? It already looks like it's like video from the 80s that got all like screwed up and double exposed, and like it's amazing.
Well, like, you know,
it's amazing how digital video can degrade this fast, right? I'm
attacking,
completely amazed by it.
Your engagement is very passive.
Look, it almost looks like it's not digital at all, right? It almost looks like it's on a magnetic tape of some kind.
It's aggressive.
Wow.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating to deal with, is what I'm saying, okay? You're a very frustrating person to talk to. As pleasant as it is to talk to you, it's very frustrating to talk to you, is what I'm trying to say.
Why would you want to make this look like it was footage taken on a camcorder? That's what I don't get. Like, right, on an old school VHS camcorder.
Well, I'm sorry that you find it frustrating.
No, even you're saying sorry. You're saying sorry to me. Like, what on earth is going on?
I don't know. I don't want to speak too much about this, right? But this is like the vaporwave aesthetic, which was popular for a while, and then boomers come along and say, "Oh, you like vaporwave? Well, I was here for this, baby. Let me show you how it works." And nobody cares. Nobody cares. Vaporwave is not nostalgia for the 80s, and it's you know, it's too bad like that people don't recognize this.
Chat, you need to be on your best fucking behavior, okay?
Let's
I've got
update
all
these
eyes
panels.
on me at the moment, right? We've got the LSF people that are fucking coming for me. We've had a bit of fucking leftoid bits and pieces, okay? I'm not going to be able to pay as much attention to chat, so behave yourselves, okay? Do not get me in fucking trouble with Twitch, all right? You best behave yourselves. Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Hello,
I'm
hello.
good, thanks. How are you?
That lovely voice coming right through.
I'm fine.
Now, here's what I'm saying, okay? Like, you're gonna see, notice Brianna's tone, okay? Notice Brianna's demeanor, all right? You're gonna see a whole new strategy for debating than you're used to in the debate sphere, right? Coming from Brianna, and it all hinges on that tone, right? It all hinges on that tone. What's up, Frog Power? How is there more Keffals? Wait, what? There's too many Keffals? Are you talking about like on Twitter? How is there so many Keffals? Let's see, what we got up next is actually let's put it this way. Vaush attacks Thoughtlime. Yes. That's what we got coming up afterwards, right? My title. Are you talking about the stream title? Can we get a check on what the stream title is? That's very important. And thank you. More L's for Keffals. Yes, that is right. Yes. Okay, thank God. I was so worried that I had an old... Sometimes when streaming software doesn't work, it gives you the old title, and that's how you know it's not working. So I was like, I was about to get really worried there. I was about to get really scared. But yeah, that's right. More L's for Keffals. That I don't know. She keeps on messing with Bad Empanada, and it's not working out well, right? She's gotten her own chat is not happy, or like her own YouTube comments are not happy with her being so disingenuous against Bad Empanada, and they don't like Bad Empanada, right? There are people who they already hate Bad Empanada, all right? But it's just so we'll get to that later, right? First thing is first. This is an actual good conversation. This is so rare in Twitch politics, right? To have like a good conversation. Now, this is Chud Logic, right? We all know Chud Logic. He's got up there let's see, the two people who were unalived by Kyle Rittenhouse and Jussie Smollett in like a faux, like, you know, like with flowers. Cause yeah. So do you get what he's saying? Do you get what he's doing? Right, above and beyond anybody on the right, these are Chud's, you know, targets. Like two people who are no longer with us, and he also loves the narrative victims victimizing themselves, so that we can we don't have to blame anybody. That's great. And then secondly, we can attack the victims, because that's always cool too. So the Jussie Smollett narrative is what allows them to do that. Is what allows them to tell themselves that victims are really not victims. They're just pernicious attackers in another guise. And anyway, this is Chud logic. This is leaving the left, already left the left. Chud logic. He apparently had a conversation with Mindwaves, right, about leaving the left, which is weird, because I don't think Mindwaves was ever on the left. I don't even know what that conversation's about. We might get to that another day. I don't like YouTube's content moderation, but I like that people can retract their own chat messages. That's kind of nice. That's kind of helpful. That's great. Plot twist. They were never on the left. Boom. Boom. Got it. There's the truth right there. There's the truth, Bob, from Frog Powered Train.
Let me just
But yeah, notice Brianna's tone, okay?
Sounds good.
That's what I'm saying about, right, you might, so, I've talked before about when non-debate people come up against debate bros, and it's messy, it's bad, right? You could even look at Professor Flowers. Professor Flowers, sure has had debates in, an academic setting or something like that, right? But she was just not ready for what was going to go on, the immense bad faith and just willingness to completely lie about her from Vaush, right? So she kind of got blindsided by that, right? And then you got Brianna Wu here, who seems lovely and nice and talking to Chud logic like as a human being. This seems like maybe somebody else who might be a little naive of debate culture. Does Brianna even know what she's getting herself into? Watch and see. Watch and find out. There is a way to retract chat message as a mod. I figured it out by reading way too much in Chatterino support documentation. Nice. Meow. Hey, Buffy.
Okay, there we go. Wow.
Hey, I'm curious.
Brianna Wu. In the flesh.
Kind of curious.
How's it going? You good?
I was just about to go Peloton, and then I got that Discord message, and I'm like, you know what? I think you can't turn this opportunity down. So I'm doing well.
So
Okay,
damn, she's got a Peloton. I gotta say, I'm kind of jealous.
Cool. I know that
jealous.
my reputation precedes me. It seems that you've got some familiarity.
Oh, no
with my
mods.
work.
We need to make some mods.
So
let's make
can
some mods.
I'd love to
you.
talk about this on stream. The only thing I've ever seen from you was you going after Lav, which I fucking loved.
Okay.
Wait,
I
no,
watched
that's
all
not
of
right.
that because Lav is awful.
How do I
But we
do
can
that?
let's talk about it on stream.
That's surprising.
How do I add mods?
I wouldn't have expected you to be a fan of the Lav, insults and whatnot.
Why? She's horrible. She's horrible. She's the.
It
We'll
was so
talk about
peaceful up here, but now
What
there
are your
freaking
problems with Lav?
communist invading radicals
I think that she wraps herself in the.
because it was so peaceful up here.
Oh my
but now
god! Now there are freaking communists invading radicals. Where are these likes? Oh my god! Anarchy chat activate in yeah. Look, here's my problem. Okay, so normally when I right click people's names or I click by people's names, I get the option to mod these people. More? Do we get more? Chaos ensues. Yeah, I don't have the option. I don't know what's going on here. Look, when I right click by or when I click by Buffy's name, I got report and I got block. I don't want to do either of those things to Buffy Geek, right? Clicking the I don't know what I do. It gave me a message in the beginning. This is fine. Yeah, it is fine, but there's probably a really easy way to take care of this. There's probably a very, very easy way to take care of this. Look, I go to participants, can't do crap there either. You're gonna meow hard, just meowing out of control. So Twitch chat, you can't even see this. Pelotons eat toddlers and pets, don't they? I've never heard of that, but that sounds entirely possible, even likely, right? Why don't I have the option to do the it should give me more that why isn't it giving me? Okay, so if anybody can look that up for me.
Yeah. Robe of feminism, but it's really about her own narcissism. And I think it is so damn.
It hit me up with one of those, hey, what's up? It's me, Natalie Marie. So if you have missed it, if you're just getting here, I got banned for a week on YouTube for pushing back against lies from anti-vaxxers, right? I got banned for a week because YouTube does not know the difference between somebody debunking claims and somebody spreading those claims, right? So we're dealing with that. We've got a response from YouTube. Jesse Ginger's already retweeted me, so we're looking to go kind of viral with this, right? Am I logged in on YouTube? That's it. Thank you, Globitz. You figured it out. You figured it out exactly. Wait, am I? Switch account? Yes, yes. I think that's it. I think I just had to switch account. Oh my god. Whoa. I'm making Waluigi sounds. I'm making Waluigi sounds already here.
Challenging and
You figured it out,
transparent
Globitz.
and sad.
You figured it
And
out.
I just think she's not a very good person to come down to it.
Okay, now I can make mods, right?
That's interesting. Well, you've played a blinder here because now it's very difficult for me
Moderator.
to be like angry at you because you paid
What?
me a compliment straight away. That is a very
But
good
it's,
maneuver, and don't think I haven't noticed it, okay? Because I have.
Yeah, it's not a maneuver. It's the only videos I've seen of yours is of, I know your reputation on Twitter, which, you know, it is what it is. But
God.
I saw this video.
We
of you
got
going after
mods.
Lav,
We got
and don't
YouTube
get me wrong,
mods.
I thought you said some stuff that was crossed over into sexism, but she's a terrible person. So there it is.
It was tactical sexism, but I understand where you're coming from, okay?
100%.
Okay, cool. So I'm watching your
Okay, so you see that I wasn't kidding, all right? So I don't just because Brianna Wu is going to come off as the hero in this debate, right? Understand that Brianna Wu is not a perfect person, right? Brianna Wu's somebody that's like, yeah, tactical misogyny. Love to see it, right? Lavaloon is somebody who came out with some allegations against Hassan that really were like outing the person that was supposedly the victim. Really not a nice thing to do, right? Like, you know, like if somebody is a victim, you know, that they should be the ones to, you know, either out the claim or ask somebody to do it on their behalf, right? This was neither of these. This was Lavaloon trying to, you know, be like, oh yeah, I heard about this, you know, thing with this other person that, you know, like Hassan did something bad to. It turns out like, no, that wasn't true, right? Lavaloon was basically using this other person who came out and said, indeed, the allegations were false. So yeah, Lavaloon's not a great person. Somebody that used to do content with Dusty and Mr. Girl and Chud Logic and all the sussy bakas, including the Queen of Mean, all the sussy bakas out there used to do content with Lavaloon. Now nobody does content with Lavaloon because Lavaloon struck at Hasanabi and struck at, I think, Destiny, right? I think Lavaloon is just like majorly on the outs with all these sussy bakas. So they're off in their own, like, I'm not buying it, but I'm morbidly curious about it. So that's what Brianna was talking about. Is like, I loved your coverage of Lavaloon. That was so great. And indeed, Lavaloon is a bad person, right? But she's like, oh yeah, the you know, a little bit sexist, you know. But then Chud Logic is like, oh yeah, the tactical sexism, like just like Vaush did with J.K. Rowling's, and you're like, you know, you're kind of getting like love it from Brianna Wu. So like I said, not great takes on everything, not necessarily a great person, definitely somebody who's goes way too easy on people like Vaush, or like absolutely sucks up to Vaush, right? So not a great person. But in this debate, you know, just watch.
kind of discussion. I think the thing is we've obviously got a disagreement about this whole thing.
We can disagree.
I think the biggest issue that I've got in terms of how you're describing it is this idea that it's people kind of just asking. They're just nicely asking to boycott the game. And I agree that there's certainly people on the other side that are kind of excessive in how they're saying they're going to buy 1 billion copies of the game. But I think there's a real like ground.
Okay, so here's what Chud's oh my god, should we take a look at this? Should we investigate this a little deeper? Let's take a look. Let's see what we can see. Well, that's the wrong. Glad I looked at that first. Where is that window? There we go. Sorry, I just have to like optimize the window before I show it to you. And stretch. Okay, there we go. And boom. Let's take a look and see what we see here. This is a, what, J.K. Rowling tweet? No, it's a Brianna Wu tweet. Okay. So Chud's okay. So here's the back and forth, right? Chud is saying that the problem with your argument about the Hogwarts Legacy boycott is that you're characterizing it as people are just asking nicely. And in fact, they're not asking nicely, right? So Chud's gonna tone police trans people, saying, please don't buy J.K. Rowling's weird anti-Semitic game, right? And this is a game, let me just, for anybody who doesn't know, the setting of this Hogwarts game is that you are a wizard putting down a goblin rebellion, right? Putting down a goblin rebellion because the goblins have got it in their minds that they're gonna, like... It's so messed up. And if you know about the goblins in Hogwarts, they are full of anti-Semitic tropes, right? They are one walking set of anti-Semitic tropes, right? And so, like, the game is, let us put these, let us put down this rebellion from these, a race of beings that are being mistreated in the game, and Rowling is apparently totally okay with, right? So it's one of the most yikes, in fact, if not the most yikes. Even Jon Stewart pointed out that her portrayal of the goblins was like this anti-Semitic trope and stuff like that. But that is the fucking game. That is the game that you're playing. If you're playing Hogwarts Legacy, you are a wizard helping to put down the goblins rebellion, right? So like trans people are saying, please, I know you've been waiting for a good Hogwarts game, and maybe this fits the bill in some people's mind, because like all the other Hogwarts games have been weird and not great. But like, could you please not give like money to these enterprises? Could you please not support this stuff, right? J.K. Rowling's what she's doing with our power, she's hurting trans people, right? Please, for sake, do not give her more power. That's what trans people are asking. Some of them are asking it nicely, like Jessie Gender. You could say like Jessie Gender's like request was not like a harsh one or anything like that. It was a very it's a very toned down one. But some people are a little bit up in arms. Some people are a little bit upset. Some people are a little bit surprised and aghast at the fact that this is that this is still that people have to be told, like, right, not to buy the game from the turf who is where the game is like just basically anti-Semitism in a fantastic universe. People need their treats. That is why we were doomed. So right, here's what Brianna Wu says: F around and find out. This is why it's really important for decent people to boycott Hogwarts Legacy. I have a lot of friends in game media, but I will be cutting ties with anyone. So here's Chud Logic saying, you're not just asking nicely. You're saying that you're bad people. You're not a decent person if you're playing this game, and I'm gonna cut ties with you if you promote this, right?
Beating that's occurring that goes beyond just nice.
So this is what he's calling a browbeating.
Asking nicely. It's kind of like, you're transphobic if you buy the game.
Sure.
You're a bad person if you buy the game. I think you yourself have said that you would look down on someone that buys the game.
Please do not support the upcoming Hogwarts Legacy game. Friends,
why do you think that Chud found this particular TikToker, right? Do you see the Gamergate aesthetics of Chud? That's why this interview is kind of ironic. I don't know if Brianna Wu realizes how much like Chud Logic is the just like you got the Hogwarts Legacy video game. Chud Logic is kind of the Gamergate legacy streamer on Twitch, for lack of a better term. He has the Gamergate audience. He has the Gamergate takes. But don't worry, folks. He's just asking question. Is he trans? Oh no. So, but like, look, he's got, you saw how he starts off his stream. He's got his computer screen, and he's got like Jussie Smollett and the two people who were unalived by Dylan, not Dylan. I mixed up my shooters, damn. But two people who were unalived by Kyle Rittenhouse, right? That's how he starts off the stream. These people are a joke to him, right? He's laughing about the deaths of the people unalived by Rittenhouse, right? That's the kind of guy Chud is, right? So you can see that this guy, where do you think he's from? Is he from like, you know, San Francisco? Is he from Portland, right? You know what I'm saying? This is what, because you could find a ton. You could find, you know, TikToks from trans people, TikToks from like all kinds of people. You could probably find somebody with a Southern accent being like, please don't buy this Hogwarts Legacy. It's kind of anti-Semitic and it's not nice. And like, it's not nice to trans people when you support a turf like Jake. You could probably find that too, right? But what does Chud Logic zero in on? The person that he could be like, oh, look at this soy boy here. You know, this is Chud Logic. This is who he is, right?
Cohorts, the whole lot.
Understand.
I'm asking you very sincerely, please, do
Oh,
not
no.
stream it. Don't make
German language media is less unhinged about trans people.
YouTube videos
That's
about
good.
it. Don't buy it, and don't bloody pre-order it. The reason being is that you may not be aware that by supporting this title...
Look, he's
you
in
are
an organic grocery store. Look at this soy jack. He's probably on his way to buy some soy. Oh.
essentially
like
aligning
my Chud
yourself
Logic.
with some really heinous transphobic values.
So
I think my
He's like, oh, it's really hated. Like, do you see that? You see what you gotta see who this guy is, right? Do you understand? Do you understand why he picks the videos that he picks to show? Oh my God! Now I gotta cut him a little bit of slack right here. Let's be real. I know a little too much about Chud Logic and his operations, and I just realized that the reason that is in the video is not because Chud showed it in his stream. That is something that DK added, right? But Chud's the one who hires DK, right? So Chud, on some level, you are responsible. I'm not gonna white nervosa you about DK, but yeah, no, he's got that editor for a reason, right? And I don't know, maybe that editor has something on Chud. Who fucking knows? We don't know what the deal is with Chud and his editor, but we do know that the previous client of Chud's editor was getting 100% of the YouTube money from that person, right? So, and has talked about, you know, getting dirt on people. So I don't know. Is there something sus going on with Chud and his editor? I can't tell for sure. The dude is hella right wing. The dude is absolutely ridiculous. Talks like a absolute like comic book villain, like an anime villain, right? You know, that is how Chud's editor rolls, but you know, we don't know for sure if he's got like something on Chud Logic that's allowing him to stay in that role past the time that he should. But regardless, he's still in that role. White Nervosa, I guess, has gone on vacation, and it looks like nothing's gonna be you know, like nothing bad is gonna happen, you know, in as a result of White Nervosa's attempt to deplatform Chud and or his editor. They're like meatballs but made from soy.
exact statement is it was a test.
Not saying it's great, but we haven't reached Turf Island derangement syndrome levels. True.
It was a character test
point.
and some.
Oh my God, we gotta look at every single one of these, right? Do we have to look at everything? I think we do. There's Brianna Wu. My position on Hogwarts Legacy is clear. So now you can see, like I said, Chud has left the left, okay? Chud is done with leftoids. But the editor is legitimately right-wing, right? So, do you see what Chud is doing? Do you see the audience that Chud is courting? And even bringing Brianna on for a confrontational interview. He found one of the victims of Gamergate. He found one of the victims of Gamergate and got her to come on to his, you know, to his stream to debate, right? This is what his editor loves. This is what his community loves, right? This is Chud's community now, right? Basically, people that are like, oh yeah, get Brianna Wu, get the victim of Gamergate. You found your way, Gothic Azrael. You are awesome. You are awesome. Yes. So for anybody that's just coming in here, I got banned on YouTube for doing what? For exposing Project Veritas's anti-vax lies, right? Pushing back on disinformation about, you know, medical, serious medical threats, serious public health threats, right? I got banned. They didn't take a lot of those videos off that were disinformation that Project Veritas still has up, but they did take this no comment chick down for 1 week. So, you know, until I hear back from YouTube, we are down and out for 1 week, and hopefully we'll be back as soon as possible. YouTube has responded. They on Twitter, they said that they're looking into my issues. And also Jesse Gender retweeted us. So, you know, we do have people on our side working, you know, day and night trying to get this resolved. And I think I think all that is beautiful. Speaking of all that is beautiful, I haven't even taken the chance to put on my my lovely piece of hair bling yet. Let's do that, right? I meant to. I'm gonna put this in. But yeah, as you can see, I'm fairly fired up today. Fairly fired up. And I hope you are too, right? Because we got a lot of content to get through. And hopefully sometime soon I'll get my YouTube channel back, right? Until then, I can't upload, I can't stream, I can't do anything. So Gothic Azrael, you are awesome for finding your way through the woods, over the hills, over the, fields and over the hills and far away. I don't know, like all kinds of prepositional phrases, right? You found your way through in order to reach the comment, the clip channel, right? Because that's where we're streaming today, unfortunately.
People were about to fail that test. And I stand by that statement. I do think that's the case. If you've had your...
Hogwarts Legacy isn't a game, it's a character test. And a lot of people are about to fail it. 1.2 million views, so not doing too bad for herself on Twitter.
consciousness raised and you're aware of the issues. Something I talked about on stream is, I was at Disney World a few weeks ago, and I went down the elevators, and there were some, like just children basically dressed up as Harry Potter. They were clearly going to go over to Universal for the day. Are they involved in any of this stuff? I'm sure they're not even aware of it. I don't care if they play Hogwarts Legacy, but if you say you're an ally of the trans community, you have your consciousness raised, you know about these issues. I do think it's a character test in my view.
But I guess then the issue becomes, like, what actual substantive harm is being caused by purchasing this licensed game?
Okay.
So if we heard all the arguments about Hogwarts, anybody want to like just lay out some of the arguments, right? Some people say that you're not just hurting J.K. Rowling by not playing the game, you're hurting the team. The devs did nothing wrong. They just got to sign this project and, right? And so here's the deal. Like the devs have already been paid. The devs have already been paid. And if there were to be a negative effect overall on the game, right? And as in it didn't sell as well because people are so conscious and they care about trans people so much. And that causes the game to sell less well. Yeah, they get paid wages, but they've also already been paid, right? So they're good, right? So the other thought is that maybe that's going to make the team look worse, right? They're not going to do as well in sales, and the team's not going to get hired again because they're going to be like, oh yeah, that's that team that had that Harry Potter game where the sales. No, they'll be like, that's the dev team that had the Harry Potter game that got boycotted. All right. So if that actually happens, now listen, that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, chat, there is not overwhelming support for trans people in the United States of America. I hate to break your hearts. I hate if I'm disillusioning somebody, the scales are coming off from your eyes, right? But trans people do not have overwhelming support, right? From the people that are our allies who care about us, the response is underwhelming, right? Some of those same people are like, yeah, but I really want to play the game. Oh, but this is the first time that there's been a good Harry Potter game, and I'm like, oh, right? So the response isn't overwhelming. It's not going to be, the boycott is not going to hurt overall. Some other people use the fact that the boycott can't hurt J.K. Rowling as a reason to, be against it, right? There's all kinds of arguments that are made, that like this doesn't really cause that much harm. It's just a licensing thing. She's gotten paid her licensing fee. She's not maybe making like residual. What, I don't even know. Is she? Is she though? Like so there's all kinds of arguments that like that's not really that harmful, and it's like right. And you've even got like Xander Hall saying like, listen, I'm not gonna buy the game, but I'm going to stream it on stream, right? So what that's, without me dry snitching what Xander Hall intends to do, I think you can figure it out, right? I think you can figure out that he's going to come across a copy of that game in a different way than like a financial transaction, right? But he still feels like he could play it on stream, which, is going to get other people to buy it, right? So even when somebody like says that, like, okay, I'm not going to buy the game, right? You know, we're like, it's not, there's not like an overwhelming level of support. This is not a situation where the game sales are going to be hurt. If anything, there's more like right wingers being like, oh, you don't like it when I play this game? Well, I'm going to buy 5 copies of the game then. Well, I'm going to buy 10 copies of the game then, right? You know, so there's a lot of there's a lot of like, right, so you're not in a situation where, you know, there's any sort of danger to the dev team or anything like that. A lot of these, you know, excuses are just that, they're just excuses.
So before we get to that, you know, I just, can we go through and review for any group fighting for their civil rights, you know, whether that's you know, gay people, black people, trans people, there are a certain number of tools that you have. You know, so I grew up in Mississippi. One of the tools that black people use to kind of get over white supremacy in Mississippi is they all lived very close together, and they really worked in towns to basically make sure other black people were elected. This is where Stacey Abrams comes from. There are really enough trans people around to make that a viable tactic. Okay, what else do you have? You can vote. But the one party we have, the Democratic Party, really doesn't do much on trans issues, right? They'll do lip service to it, but they're not really putting bills forward. So that's not really a viable option. You could donate a lot of money. You could build your own civil rights organizations. You know, Jewish people have done this. Black people have done this. Gay men.
So everybody, there's the Twitter thread. If you can, help me blast this out. This is the Twitter thread letting people know what happened to me, that my channel got taken from me for a week on YouTube unfairly for exposing the lies of Project Vertias. I was treated as if I was spreading those lies, right? This is a really big problem. This is the second time this has happened to me on YouTube, right? I've gotten, you know, a warning before that was over covering January 6th, right? Over trying to just every time I tried to expose lies that are being put forward that are doing real damage, like it seems like I get hit with some kind of moderation action. But from YouTube, whereas you know, other actual right wing channels that are pushing it forward, that are actually you know, affirmatively making these bogus claims, they don't always get pushed back on, right? So that's a little sus.
And have done this.
So yeah, please help me encourage YouTube to do the right thing, right? Because when they see overwhelming support, that's when they do something.
A lot of the trans people I know are kind of broke. That's not an option available to them. So I think, unfortunately, it really gives the trans community a very limited set of tools to push back and fight for that agenda. And I think, unfortunately, one of the biggest ones is social media. So I think that this boycott is one of the few places where there's any kind of ability to fight back against you know, the 200 anti-trans bills that have been proposed in the last year and a half in the United States.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is that there aren't effective political tools in your view that can actually be utilized. So we're going to do something that, in my opinion, is pretty useless, which is just bleat on social media about our issues.
So I agree with you. This is a bad fight, a bad framing, and you know, if I could wave my magic wand, it's not a fight I think I would choose to have. I'm a political professional. I run a, you know, national super PAC for progressive people. You know, we worked for $250,000 in the Nina Turner race, right? This is, I can just tell you as a professional, this is a bad fight to have. It's also not one the trans community chose.
So if you don't understand what she's talking about, right? So Brianna Wu, like I said before, she got famous during Gamergate. She was a software dev, right? Who after people like Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn were attacked in Gamergate, Brianna Wu spoke up for them, right? So she became a victim of the harassment as well, right? So that's what she did way back in the day, you know, tens of years ago or so. And then more recently in 2018, she's run for office. She ran for office in 2018, ran against an establishment Democrat as a more progressive kind of Democrat, right? and she lost, and she was going to run again in 2020, but COVID, she withdrew because of because of the pandemic that was going on, which is kind of understandable, right? She is involved in some of the, like, I believe the Young Turks efforts to get a more progressive lineup of legislators, and that's what she's talking about in terms of like helping out Nina Turner in her race, which I don't think she won. Yeah,
Supposed to have. Like J.K.
Unfortunately.
Rowling is the aggressor here. She started this. And I think she's really put the trans community in a really unfortunate situation where there's not a good play. I think this is the best bad play available for trans people.
we need a Turon like stream alert. I feel like we need that as a stream alert.
Well, in that case, why not just go after J.K. Rowling herself, as people do on social media? Why, wrote this kind of game into it when I think her only contribution is that she's had the license purchased to make the game in the first place.
Like, here's what's frustrating about this debate, okay? The way that Chud's framing this is that the thing to do would be to not, so it's not... Jessie Gender made this point in her video, right? Everybody's framing this as that the exceptional thing to do would be to not play the game. That naturally the game's just going to get played, right? And it's kind of like the opposite, right? You got to buy a game, you got to install it, and you got to play it, right? That's the doing something, right? What trans people are asking our allies to do is not to do something, is not to go out of your way, is not a doing, but rather a not doing, right? A simple not doing of like, hey, the turf that you yourself say is an absolute piece of garbage and you don't like, and you support trans people, when she's like lying about us, could you maybe not give her money? Or, if we're going to say like, well, she's not directly getting money, could you maybe not like help her brand continue to be big? Because everything that you do to like build her brand, everything that you do to prop her up, and yes, playing this game, buying this game, making this game more prominent, talking positively about this game is doing that, right? Everything that you do that gives her more power is power she's going to use against us. So could you please not? That's all trans people are asking. They're not asking you to go out of your way. You don't have to drive like 5 miles somewhere and get some special like trans ally kit or something like that. We're just asking you, could you maybe not buy the anti-Semitic, video game made by the turf, right? From the turf's, like intellectual property. Could you maybe not buy the like let's stop the Goblin Rebellion like anti-Semitic trope video game? Could you not? Right? And it doesn't seem like it should be that hard, and yet, like, this is what we get from people. This is the kind of garbage we get from people.
We are going after J.K. Rowling.
In a very roundabout way. Like, it's not like the same as going after her on Twitter or something like that. It's, well, you've licensed this game, so we're not going to buy the game because you're going to potentially get some royalties.
In a very roundabout way. What the are you talking about? Potentially get some royalties? No. Right? You are maintaining her brand. You are building her brand. When you buy that game, that is the doing. That is the act. We're asking you not to take the act, right? Not rather that like this is a roundabout way, right? No, it's a very obvious way that you will be supporting the turf that you say is harmful, that you say is bad, supporting the game that the franchise that you've noticed maybe realized is anti-Semitic and has like all kinds of other problems with it, right? We're just asking you not to do it. Has someone made? Oh, he's gonna do that. He's gonna do that. You're one step ahead of him, scientist.
It's a very roundabout way of attacking her.
I think, and I genuinely hear what you're saying there. I think I have a bigger view here, and if you'll just let me explain it, I don't need you to agree with it, but this is my thinking on this. I think J.K. Rowling is a symbol, and I think that there is a pragmatic play to be made here, where if you are choosing to associate yourself with a symbol, making people pay a certain political cost, I think that it's not a fight I would like to have. I just think it's a move that you can do. So I think the next time Warner Brothers decides what games they're going to make or license, I think they're going to have a hard think about working with Harry Potter again. I think game developers, many of whom are trans, are going to have second thoughts about working at WB. I think it's going to be harder for them to recruit people. I think streamers are going to have a think about, streaming this game live. And if they do stream it, they're going to have to, if they present themselves as allies to trans people, I think they're going to have to, at least make some concessions there.
I think you're overstating. I think that the boycott has backfired. I think that, it's brought more attention to the game, if anything. And I just don't think it's going to have this negative impact that you're saying it's going to. So I think this is, shooting themselves in the foot in some ways, this kind of online trans community has, by making such a big deal about this. And kind of
I don't
people.
disagree with you there.
Oh my god, thank you, Yolkio. Thank you for the bits. What? Oh no, here we go. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, thank you for the 2,000 bits. I didn't even see because you did like 1,000 and 1,000. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the sound that gets played. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Is that the sound? Oh my god. I haven't heard that particular sound in a long time, and if you're a long-time NCC follower, you'll remember that. That was in some of my videos way back in the day.
Could completely backfire.
Also some other interesting places.
I think, I really try not to talk about Gamergate because it's just is not one want to be known.
Oh, Yokio says, sorry to hear about your strike.
But,
Meow.
for me, Gamergate was very similar in the sense it was a losing battle to get involved with, right? But women had kind of been in this situation in the game industry for 30 years where we just kind of let sexism wash over and we're not saying anything about the working conditions that we faced. Every single woman I know that was involved in game.
I can't believe that's the sound for bits.
Paid an extremely heavy price. I don't work in the game industry anymore. But if you look at the outcome of having that very caustic fight, if you look at IGN, there are many more women reporters today. If you look at GameSpot,
but hang on a second.
There are more women reporters. Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, do you think you can ever escape the shadow of Gamergate? Like, that's what you're known for, isn't it?
I think it's...
That's a weird question to ask, right? Hey, chat, do you think I can ever escape, like, the shadow of, like, Dylan Burns? Like, I fucking hope so. I think I've got a lot more to say than Dylan Burns does. I think I've got a lot more, like, intentionality to fight for trans people than Dylan Burns does, right? I would hope that I would escape the shadow of Dylan Burns easily and leave his ass in the dust, right? I would hope so. I would hope at the very least that, that's like, that doesn't seem too much to
always going to be something,
for.
On my Wikipedia, I think I can make a decision of how much I make it part of my public persona.
Do you think I can escape the fact that I'm like one of the most harassed people on Twitch? I don't know. We'll find out, I guess.
That makes sense.
That's a weird question to ask. It's almost like you want to shove her back in that box of like, oh yeah, you're just one of those victims of Gamergate, and Gamergate was many, many years ago. And it's, yeah, exactly, Yokio, exactly, right? It's almost like he wants to put Gamergate back in 2014, 2015, whenever it was like actually, the original Gamergate was happening, and neglect the fact that it's still going on. Neglect the fact that this stuff regularly happens to women, regularly happens to trans people, right? Like this same kind of garbage, right? In fact, if you look back to Gamergate, they were doing the same things to like Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn that they're doing to me, right? Yeah, no, it's never stopped. It's never stopped.
Do you like I'm working on different problems these days, if that makes sense to you?
Yeah, okay.
And I mean, like, just so you have a little context, right? I mean, you can look at where Brianna Wu is at. You remember she talked about her Peloton earlier. She's doing okay, right? She's gonna be all right. If people have resources, then that does offer some level of protection, right? It's like the people that don't have those resources that we should really be worried about, right? So she's gonna be all right, but just understand there's a ton of victims of Gamergate, and not all of them were so lucky. I'm sure Brianna understands that, right?
I mean,
But I mean, yeah. Just
Also, Brianna, if you end up watching this, I would love to have you on and have a conversation with you. Right? You seem like a great guest, and you know about a lot of things that I'm very curious about and don't know. I'm not a gamer myself. I'm very interested in the phenomenon of Gamergate, and as well as kind of being a female game dev in a male-dominated industry and running for office. So yeah, if you see this,
come back to the point. It was a very difficult fight, but it did have positive impacts in the game industry. Look at the number of games these days that have women protagonists. Look at the number of women that are being hired at studios. We're not going up the ranks as quickly as we should, but there's more of a...
You can redeem yourself for being a Vaushite by also becoming a no comment chick fan as well, right?
an effort out there to diversify game studios, which is good in my
Well, if
view.
that's the case, let's have a Gamergate 2, and we'll have more positive impacts off the back of it, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that.
And you hear how these people talk about Gamergate. This is both Chud and Xanderhall, right? Well, let's have another Gamergate. Do you know what he's saying there? He's not just mentioning that out of, like, he's not, like, so she's talking about, like, although Gamergate, like, was, an event that got a lot of people harassed, there was a lot of, there was a lot of bad things that happened because of Gamergate. The overall effect, looking back at the time, is that, like, now we've won some of those battles. So although, Chud and Brianna are acknowledging that just like this Hogwarts legacy thing, the optics of the Gamergate situation were not, ideal. This was not a fight that women wanted to have, and yet we were forced to have it. And as a result, in the long term, things are way better. There's been more attention paid to this stuff, right? So and Chud's first question is like, well, let's have another one, right? But what he's really saying is it's like shit like this. It's these SJW woke excesses that are causing the Gamergate. He's literally blaming the victims, right? He's literally saying it's stuff like this that's going to get that dynamic to happen again. And it's not a problem of the people doing it. It's a problem of the people causing it. These leftoids, they're causing Gamergate to happen all again. And I'm going to be so sad if that happens because I'm totally against that. But, I'm just like, here, get the popcorn. Get the popcorn, right? Yo, this guy's hard to take seriously, isn't he?
But, it's not like feminists started Gamergate either. You kind of reacted to a really horrible situation, right? So, I got involved with it because my friends were getting bullied out of jobs.
Sure, I don't want to sidetrack into like have a massive meta conversation about Gamergate.
Yes, great.
I think though that, I'm not like a Gamergate guy. I was never like, I thought it was a bit cringe, some of the stuff that was happening. However, I do think that there was fundamentally a core point on the other side of the argument that's often missed. And I think there's some people that did have a level of concern with, ethics and those extremities. But I'm sure you'd admit there's some people that did have a concern of the ethical questions of games journalism and, pay for play reviews and stuff like that, right?
There's actually a friend of mine who's a mod on the Gamergate subreddit on Kotaku in Action. He and I have had many conversations on the phone. He's somebody that went into journalism for a career. He genuinely did want to talk about ethics in game journalism. And I know him well enough to do that. He's not a feminist. He's not really sympathetic for, my point of view. But he's a good person. So I wholly agree with that.
Almost 10,000 views. Almost 10,000 views on the Twitter thread. So yeah, thank you to everybody who boosted that.
Sure. So I just want to go back to a question I asked earlier because I didn't really feel you answered it. So what specific harm is caused by purchasing the Harry Potter game?
So I think that trans people have asked.
Now, do you see this? Do you see this trick? You've seen this before, right? What specific harm is caused? This is a trick. This is a logical, rhetorical trick, right? So harm is a minimally splendored thing, right? And in some cases, like falling off a bike could cause you to skin your knee. Ouch, right? That's directly, there's no doubt about that. It's not like, well, you know, it was partly the bike and partly the you know what I mean? That it was mostly cloudy that day. You know, like there's not a multiple contributing factors. Maybe there's multiple contributing factors to you falling off the bike, but you skinning your knee was a consequence of falling off the bike. That's very easy to interpret, very easy to see causality, right? But sometimes causality is a little different in that you can't see what, you know, like for instance, a Trump speech. Right? Did this contribute to this instance of stochastic violence? Probably. But can you show a direct relationship? Can you show like this person heard Donald Trump say these words and they took this action, right? It's harder to do. It's a lot harder to do. And when you're talking about something like Gamergate, or you're talking about something like, you know, transphobia, then it's absolutely, you cannot trace like it's like, this is the harm that comes directly from this, you know, JK Rowling puts out this game and then this happens and this happens and this happens. You're not going to find it, right? Because it's diffuse. It's all over the place. It's marbled into the whole situation, right? Just like you're not going to pull out like a whole clump of fat from meat, like that's marbled, right? Because the fat is in every little bit of the meat. The harm is in every little bit of the consequences, right? And some things are caused by this, and some things are caused by that, and like it's a trick. He's being so bad faith. Yes, Yokio, he's being incredibly bad faith by trying to act like I don't see the harm. And in order for you to get me to believe that there is any harm going on, you need to show me the one-for-one relationship between this happening here and this harm coming out the other side, right? And if you can't do that, then you're full of shit, right? That is absolute garbage rhetoric, right? Like, these are debate bros. They're supposed to be good at debating. They're supposed to be logical people. But instead, what they're good at is optics, right? Optics and nothing else, right? And this is fine. When they're coming up against, like, a video essayist like Professor Flowers or somebody like that, right? You know, they can absolutely roll right over you. They can roll right over you because you don't know how this game works. You don't know, you're not used to the optics game in the context of a stream, and you can absolutely get rolled all the way over. Now, we've been seeing something different happen lately, and we saw it last week when Vaush debated against Brianna Wu. We had Vaush, a debate bro, supposed to be really good at debates, supposed to be really good at logic, supposed to be really good at all this stuff, going up against a trained lawyer, a trial lawyer in Brianna Wu, somebody who's worked for Bernie, somebody who's worked in politics, somebody who knows optics better than Vaush does. And look what happened. Look what happened. She absolutely ate Vaush and left no crumbs, okay? She absolutely ate him up, right? It was brutal. It was brutal, but it was beautiful to see because usually the shoe's on the other foot. Usually the shoe's on the other foot and it's us getting our asses kicked. Now, I don't want to like empathize too much with Brianna Joy Gray, right? I'm going to get my Briannas mixed up if I'm not careful here. That was Brianna Joy Gray going up against Vaush, right? And obviously there's a lot that oh, Chad Alpha, you found your way to YouTube as well. Thank you. I'm so happy to see that some enterprising chatters from YouTube have found their way, despite the fact that I'm banned. I am de facto banned on YouTube for at least a week, while they get their shit together and try to figure out the difference between somebody spreading Project Veritas's lies and somebody pushing back against those lies, right? That's what's going on right now. We've got a massive thread on Twitter. Jesse Gender has retweeted us, right? So people are finding out, people are realizing it, and YouTube has now responded. YouTube says they're going to look into it. So we'll see what happens with that. Hopefully, I will get my YouTube back in not too long of a time, mainly because I want to upload some videos to there. But you know, I guess we could stream on the clip channel. Just spread the word. Vaush is a moron, though. Yeah, Vaush is actually coming up next, right? We got Vaush coming up next. But yeah, Vaush is not a good debater. Vaush is not, you know, a systematic thinker. As many people on Vaush's subreddit are pointing out, Vaush didn't do his research. Vaush underestimated somebody that is so much better than him at debate. Maybe because she's a woman. Hey, maybe because she's a black woman. I don't know, but I've heard that Vaush has had some interesting issues with black women in the past. But whatever reason it was, right? Vaush did not give, you know, his normal performance in that debate, and people noticed, right? This is another example of that, right? You're gonna see somebody that's media trained in Brianna Wu, right? And understand both Briannas, right? Obviously, I don't agree with there's a lot of things I don't agree with Brianna Joy Gray about. There's a lot of things I don't agree with Brianna Wu about. Okay, so they're not perfect people, and in fact, they're not really like, people I'm like super fans of, but it is nice to see, people with media training, people with the ability to actually debate, showing these fake debate bros what for. I love to see it. Magic City Murals, thank you for the follow. Meow. Vaush losing to Bree was not on my 2023 bingo list. Smart compared to his childlike audience. Oh my god. Hey, don't insult children like that. I don't know exactly which flap of what butterfly wing added to the tornado. Wait, are you talking about this butterfly wing? Yeah, exactly. You got it, Chat Alpha. That's exactly what I was trying to get across, right? Causality is sometimes kind of a complex thing, but it doesn't mean it's not real. Imagine the intellect that looks at Vaush and thinks he's smart. True. Didn't Vaush say he doesn't need to research anymore? I think he has said that. Welcome to the stream, Woody. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Okay, yeah, so if you don't know, I got strike for content strike for on YouTube for pushing back against Project Veritas's anti-vax lies, right? YouTube apparently can't tell the difference between somebody debunking those lies and somebody putting those forward, right? And I'm obviously, debunking them. Like I don't, anybody with half a, anybody that knows, what me and my stream and my community are about could tell you that easily, but somehow YouTube couldn't figure it out. Hopefully they'll figure it out now. That thread is up near 100 likes. We got about 10,000 views on it. People are starting to take notice, and thank you so much to Jesse Gender for giving that clutch quote retweet. Anyway, I am so on my game today.
I think that they've asked the wider gaming community to stand with them.
Do you notice that, chat?
Dark moment, and I think the decision
you picked
to
a good
not stand with them in this moment.
You picked a good day to watch.
Basically weakens any kind of sense of solidarity in the gaming industry with the trans community, who, again, I think we would agree is under a unique level of legislative attack right now. So basically, it is saying, I think it's...
Tanner Martin, that's a really good question. No YouTube, because I got a community strike. Yeah. I pushed back on Project Veritas's anti-vax lies, and YouTube punished me for that, right? So, there's a thread on Twitter about it now. Hopefully people are going to realize YouTube support has recognized that they might have made a mistake. They're looking into it. Hopefully I'll have my channel back. But yeah, for right now, for a week, I can't use my YouTube channel at all.
The stance of the gaming industry saying we don't stand with trans people. I think that is the damage.
So the harm is people are going to be upset.
No, I think that it weakens the...
Also, if you really want to watch on YouTube, I am streaming on my No Comment Clips channel. So if you want to go over to that channel, maybe we could put the link in chat for anybody who... into Twitch for anybody who wants to go watch over there. Like whatever platform you're more comfortable watching on. If you like YouTube, watch me on the Clips channel. If you like Twitch, watch me on Twitch. Whatever is indeed clever. Just like me.
I think there's psychological harm for trans people.
And people being upset. That's being upset, isn't it? That's not.
No, it's not. I mean, so that's exactly like saying, if somebody in like Mississippi, I grew up in Mississippi, right? There's a really great sense in Mississippi that.
Oh yeah, Jody's pointing out that part of Vaush's community doesn't even agree with him, and they're noticing that he's slipping. They're not. It's not lost on them.
It's like saying you're under attack and that's just all that it's about. Like it's about more than that, right? It's not about being upset. It's about feeling that your power is diminishing, right? There's a very real feeling of that.
Okay, I'm struggling to see this as
it's kind of boring to watch.
Essentially, people's feelings being hurt.
Well, look, I'm going to try to keep it exciting for you, right? It's actually, so Chud said much the same thing. He was expecting a more contentious, rockerous debate, and he really wanted that, right? Brianna Wu, understand, is one of the victims of Gamergate, right? And Chud Logic's audience, underneath it all, if you scratch the paint, you're going to find Gamergate under there too, right? That's who those people are, even to the extent that maybe Chud's not like that. His audience definitely is, right? So, you know, that's who we're dealing with. And the reason that they love this, the reason that the editor loves this, you know, Chud Logic's weird right-wing Tradcath editor, DK, right, loves this stuff, is because they're going after an enemy of Gamergate, right? So there is part of the community that remembers the taste of SJW, and it's back on the menu thanks to Chud Logic, right? Thanks to him leaving the left. These leftoids have made me lose my mind, and now I'm going to be a bit of a rightoid instead, and right? But you know, I mean, it's just the grift. It's just the grift every day for Chud Logic. Like, do the DeSantis troopers need to slap pink triangles on us and haul us off to yeah, right? That's like before these man children wake up. I'm surprised Brianna Wu is accepting to talk to anybody after the Gamergate stuff. Well, here's the thing about Brianna Wu that you might not know. Brianna Wu is a little bit of a Vaush fan, right? She's a fan of Vaush and some of the other people in the Vaush network. And in fact, it turns out she's a little bit of a fan of Chud Logic. She liked Chud Logic giving Lavaloon the what for. Now, obviously, I'm not going to defend Lavaloon, right? There, you know, Lavaloon is I can't even get into like what all's wrong with Lavaloon. But yeah, she said it was a little bit of misogyny there, and he's like, oh yeah, the tactical misogyny, and she's just kind of still, you know, high-fiving him over that, right? So Brianna, I don't want to misrepresent, like, you know, Brianna Wu has got the right take on this issue, right? But obviously is you know, somewhat flawed as a take haver.
Think that if we're gonna, you know, say to people, I think less of you for purchasing the game.
How long until he says female or even femoid?
We ought to be able to point to a more substantive harm that's being caused for engaging in, you know, that particular action. And I just don't feel that there's enough there. I think saying, hey, I'm not going to buy the game because J.K. Rowling's a transphobe and I don't want to support that is okay. But I feel like there's this real browbeating that's occurring that just isn't justified, particularly when you seem unable to point to anything substantive, you know, or material.
I feel that the amount.
I feel like I've gotten this kind of argument so much. So if you looked at the SDL thread, that's what SDL was asking me for. Can you give me a substantive example? And it's like, dude, I'm trying to stream. You want to come on and talk to me on stream? No, he's too much of a coward. SDL is too much of a coward, right, to come and talk to me on stream. But SDL, like, knowing that I'm on stream, SDL sits there and like demands that I like fucking pay attention to his ass on Twitter, right? And you know, you get that, you know, like, right? And then you got I'm trying to remember, this has happened elsewhere too. Like, just a standard debate bro argument. Can you point to one substantive thing in a multifaceted, multifactorial phenomenon that causes that and make a direct link between A and B? No, I can't. By the very nature of what we're talking about, that is impossible. But thank you for exploiting your audience's ignorance. Anyway, he's British. It's pronounced female. Female? Is it female? Even if J.K. Rowling's wasn't a turf, the game is just generic RPG with the crafting and skill trees. They make 50. Oh yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Yeah, it's basically a clone of a lot of other games, other titles. What else did I miss in chat? Chud is unbelievably dense and arrogant. Holy fucking shit, he's literally just every cishet white guy rolled into one fucking dude. Rolled into one fucking dude. And I gotta stop saying that word.
Power that transgender people have is not something that is unimportant, right? I think this solidarity with the transgender community, I think that translates into people voting. I think that translates into who gets hired in the game industry. I think that translates.
Oh yeah, YouTube. I forgot to say, it's more important than ever that you like this stream. That's crucial. If we're gonna get any viewership on that stream, I'm gonna need all of you liking and and all of you chatting
to, you know,
let YouTube know that this is a banger stream and they need to promote it.
People
right?
out there see trans people thriving and being heard, and those concerns being treated seriously. That means that, you know, younger kids that may feel gender dysphoria, they're going to feel more brave about, finding out who they are and pursuing that with a medical professional. I don't think this is a minor thing. I think this is extremely important.
Meow.
And this is all over some
Oh my God, Chazardus, you found us
people
too.
deciding not to buy a video
I'm
game.
so
I think
happy
people are
that
gonna
much of
look to
my
this and step forward as a
so much of my YouTube audience has found its way over to the No Comment Clips channel. Yeah, make sure to give that a subscription too. We might be streaming on that for the next week. Who knows, right? I'm hopefully going to get my channel back. YouTube has been alerted. They know that there's a thread about this on Twitter now. We've gotten over 10,000 views on that thread, right? Almost like 100 likes on that thread, right? Thanks to Justy Gender and others for signal boosting us on that. So, you know, hopefully that'll get taken care of. But if it doesn't, make sure to leave a sub, you know, for on the clip channel. I might be using this more often. Who knows? Like, right, we might switch things up and do the, you know, VODs on one channel, the videos on another channel. Who knows?
trans person and all this stuff. It just sounds a bit delusional.
It's a secret stream for
I
now.
think
now.
that if you have the gaming community,
Look, it's going to be a secret stream until the word gets out, right?
standing with a community, I think that does have consequences. You know, I was playing the newest Call of Duty, for instance, and one of the things I do is my husband isn't good enough to play online, so I will often play private matches against bots with him. One of the things I noticed with this version of Call of Duty with bots is they have the kill logos at the bottom. And part of them are gay pride flags and part of them are trans pride flags, right? They specifically coded it so that
Okay, so can somebody like explain the kill logos? What does that mean?
was the flags of some of the bots. It's a minor gesture, but it's I can tell you as a game designer what is behind that. It's thinking we're trying to signal to the community that you know, if someone kills you and they have this gamer tag, like don't get mad, this is just a normal thing. These people are part of our community. It's just normalizing and making people feel welcome. In the case of Call of Duty, that's good business, right? Like the more people you sell games to, the bigger your pie is.
I mean, sure, but then you're introducing a cynicism on the part of the business in doing that. But then
Sure.
you're also suggesting that they're doing it for the right reasons. It
I
seems
think
you were
it's
saying
both. I think it's both. I think
Right,
that the
okay.
game developers that work there genuinely feel that way. I mean, I know trans friends that work on the Call of Duty team, but I think there's a business case as well. It's you know, aligned incentives basically.
Yeah, I mean, I am much more cynically minded than you, and I would just have assumed that, you know, it's the business kind of decision to put that sort of thing in there to appeal to that demographic. Like, for example, in one of the Call of Duties, he had, like, you know, it could be male, female, and non-binary.
Sure.
And that seemed to be, you know, either a
I
gesture
gotta tell
towards that
you,
community,
dude.
or it's bait. It's bait for these you know, YouTubers that then make tons of content about, oh, it's gone
Right.
woke now, right?
When you get hit in most FPS games, it shows you how you got Okay, so I know what you're talking about. So like if you get unalived in a video game, literally in a video game is what we're talking about. Then you in an FPS game, you'll see the maybe from the person that unalived you's perspective, like what happened. And I guess there's a tag on that screen along with that name. So she's talking about bots, right? She's talking about, like, you know, bots in her husband's not good enough to play like multiplayer. So she plays, like, I guess a local game with him using bots, right? And those bots have some of those bots have a call sign or a tag, a flag or something that's like a LGBT flag. And, you know, she's saying that is to sort of normalize this, that, like, you know, this is like, right, because in the actual multiplayer game, you know, like, you're gonna have, do people have these flags in the multiplayer game? Is that what this is about?
So, okay. So I did for a second, I'm going to admit, for Cold War.
If you die in COD, you see a tag and a flag of the player that killed you. I see. And it's funny if Chuds complain about seeing the pride flags, because that means that they are not very good at the game. If you get killed by the AI, you're not very good at the game. In other words, last thing my enemies will see is the trans pride flag in a video game.
I was like, I
In a
don't think we
video
were
game.
talking about non-binary stuff during the Reagan administration.
Hmm.
But I can tell you genuinely, as a former game developer, I know people on these teams. This is how it works. Games reflect the opinions of the people that make them, right? So you've definitely got people that identify as non-binary on that team, and they're having a design meeting, and they're saying, I would like to see this represented. Look at women in Forza. I know you probably didn't notice this, but for Forza Forever, you could only drive as a male avatar. And then I think it was in Forza Horizon 3, I believe, they added women drivers, right? That didn't happen serendipitously. There was a woman on the team that said, hey, this would be cool. We could include everyone else here. And it hurts no one. It just expands the pie. So I think you're being far too cynical there.
Sure. I just,
Okay, now this one I gotta split the difference, all right? I think that Brianna Wu obviously knows more about the gaming industry, a lot more about gaming, a lot more about the gaming industry. Could probably beat Chud at Call of Duty or many other games, maybe even Apex Legends, which I've heard is Chud's favorite game. Chud, if you ever wanna play some Apex Legends, let me know. You're gonna have to carry me though. You're gonna absolutely have to carry me because I suck at FPSs unless they are ink and squid involved FPSs, and then I'm really good. But yeah, she seems to know more than Chud about these things, and she's saying that, like, these teams are gonna contain trans people. The video games industry is one industry where trans people do indeed have a foothold, right? And she's talking about a female developer at Forza who, because she was there, was able to suggest possibly having women drivers. Imagine in 2023 having a woman driver in a, oh my gosh, that's really forward thinking. Not really, but if you have somebody represented on the team, you're more likely to have that kind of representation in the game. You're going to have that sensibility involved. Then somebody's going to maybe make a suggestion, whereas they wouldn't have otherwise. Man, game devs aren't necessarily the best players. Okay, well, I don't know. She sounds like she can play. She's definitely better than her husband. So, and I don't know how good Chud is. I get, from all I've heard, Chud is not particularly good at video games. Not particularly bad either. Please help Irene spread the word. Yes, please help Irene spread the word. I'm so glad they added women drivers. I love watching Chelsea Manning play Forza.
It seems like pretty blatant commodification of like minority identity.
So Chud's arguing that because there's something in it for the company besides just doing the right thing, that they shouldn't just do the right thing. Right? Do you see what he's saying? If you can't do the right thing for the right reason, then just don't do the right thing at all. Because if you're doing the right thing, even if there's an argument to be made that partly you're doing it for the right reason, the fact that you've got any sort of incentive to do the right thing for the wrong reason, oh, that's just gauche. That's just incredibly gauche. How gauche do you want to be? Well, more gauche than you, Chud. By the way, gauche means left.
It seems pretty explicitly to be that.
Why? He didn't actually say gauche. I'm strawmanning the fuck out of Chud logic here. Who knew?
Well, because I just don't see, the idea that there's a trans person working there and they say, I want this to be included, and they include it for that reason. I just am very cynical about that series of events occurring.
Again, Chud, you cannot conceive of things happening for multiple reasons. Let's say that it got suggested by a trans person who was working there, and it got accepted because they realized they'd make money off of this. They ran the numbers in their head. They did the conceptual math, and they decided this is a moneymaker, right? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with it being for more than one reason?
And I think it's
what evidence do you have that backs up that position? I mean, I've just told you that I think it's unquestionable there are a lot of trans people that make video games.
Well, hang on, you said women's rights, and you're saying this is unquestionable. Right? I mean, I
feel like a lot of, what you see from Twitch poll is the use of like leftist talking points against the left, right? And in a lot of ways, it just feels like enemy propaganda or something, right? It's really strange because they don't actually understand the concepts that they're using to argue against us with them. But like his whole idea that yeah, it's a leftist talking point that sometimes the quote unquote woke stuff that ends up in video games, in other words, like there being some representation, isn't done for any like altruistic reason. It's done specifically because it's a moneymaker, right? That's a leftist talking point. Rather, whereas like a liberal talking point would be, isn't it great that these companies are being so inclusive? They're really great. They're great companies. Capitalism is great. Everything's great. It's fine. Everything is fine while the house is burning down, right? That's the liberal take on it. So it's almost like that what Chud is saying, well, is like, wait, you like corporations doing woke stuff? What are you, a lib? What are you? What are you, an IDW flunky? Like, what are you, Chud? Like, honestly, what the fuck? How would you describe it? Like, I would love, like, since you've left the left, I would love for you to give an explanation, a description on exactly what your viewpoint is, who you tend to agree with most of all, right? Where you see yourself in the political spectrum. Capitalism go burr.
Sure that trans people.
But they love turning lefty arguments around on us, right? And it's so disingenuous.
Work at these companies.
Gaming is surprisingly polarized in that sense, yeah?
But that doesn't necessarily mean that they have a
capitalism fixes bigotry, that's
big
right.
say in what happens, and that the things that they want to happen aren't then invoked in a cynical, commodification focused way, right?
I think it's aligned incentives. I think that I don't think it's cynical. My experience in the game industry with a lot of the white dudes that work there is I think most people would agree that the game industry is a place that has some real issues with sexism. My experience has been that most of the men there want to do the right thing. They're just not really sure how sometimes. And if someone brings you a good plan, I think if it doesn't hurt other mission objectives, I think more often than not, they're likely to implement that. So
oh, good point, Tanner Martin. Very open, like you, for instance, as an example of how gaming is so polarized, or the games industry. Very open LGBTQ people working on teams with people who are pretty conservative leaning, or even incels. They want to do the right thing. They just suck at it. But it's the NB and trans developers adding the stuff so that it's not commodifying. It's representation, right? I mean, it's both, right? And like that's what Chud seems to. It's strange how many sort of black and like the what is it, false dichotomy fallacy, is that what it's called? How often you see that come up, and I don't know if it's that they really that's how poor their thinking is, or if they're just trying to get one over on us, right? It's hard to tell. But like at least I can think in a nuanced, Chud, and that, by the way, that's what that word means if you want to use it so much, right? In a nuanced manner, in order to see, the idea of consequences and actions being multifactorial. Like, is that hard to conceive of? Is that like, does that blow your mind? I'm sorry, but yes, sometimes things can be multifactorial, right?
But if it hurts mission objectives,
sure.
So there could be things that are suggested that would be the right, correct, progressive thing to do, and they're not going to do it because it would harm the product or harm the company, right?
Right.
So they're only going to implement the things that are going to benefit them, making it a cynical commodification decision rather than doing the right thing.
Or it may be too technically expensive from an.
I remember when I could be a non-binary war hero and commit war crimes for Nixon, I felt represented by the and commodified at the same time. Yeah.
Engineering perspective, to rewrite something or redo something. I think that's something occasionally the progressive community will ask for a change, and I'll be thinking about as a game developer point of view. I'll be like, oh, I think you don't understand how much work that would be.
It just seems like the company is implementing things when it suits them for a progressive kind of line, but then if it's too much effort or too
God damn it, Chud, where's the nuance? Where's the nuance?
much money, they're going to say no. So functionally, it exhibits as a cynical move to.
That's how every game feature is made. That's how everything in a game is decided. It's
And he's later in this spot, I swear to God, he's going to argue no ethical consumption under capitalism, right? It's weird how compartmentalized a debate bozo's thinking can be, isn't it?
what are your priorities? How much buy-in can you get from the team? I mean, it's the engineering cost. That's everything. I mean, when I was a game developer, one of the first things I learned is you set bronze, gold, and silver tiers. And, you know, the
Hearing someone who doesn't work in the gaming industry try to argue with a person from the industry is pretty cringe.
bronze things are the things you must have
And
to ship.
here's, like, let me just scroll down first, just a split second, okay? You're so passive-aggressive, frustrating talk with Brianna Wu, right? So Chud's frustrated by the passive aggressiveness of Brianna Wu. Okay, but like, look, this talk is frustrating because you're just kind of not prepared to have it, right? Like, you come off in this debate as like very much a person on a massive ass pull, right? Where none of what you're saying, none of what you're putting forward is very well thought out. Definitely none of it's nuanced, right? But I can't tell, Chud, are you just that bad faith that you want to get one over on us, right? And you understand it's a false dichotomy that you're presenting? Or is your, you know, did you just like not have your coffee today or something, right? I can't tell. I don't want to interpret, I don't want to overinterpret this. And I don't want to be bad faith myself and you know, assuming the worst, you know, possibility that Chud just, you know, doesn't know what he's talking about and can't handle complex thoughts. I don't know.
the game. Then if you can get to silver, those are those like things at the bottom. Gold are the things, it would be really nice. This would be some great polish. Like a good example, the fish that are in Commander Shepard's.
So are these mission objectives? Is that, like, he said the word mission objectives before. I thought of that as like a in-game sort of thing, like, you know, that you have missions in games and there might be objectives to those. But I think that what she's talking about is like priorities. Like, let's say that they have certain things that they want to see in the game, they want to implement in the game, right? And some of them are really easy, so they make them bronze. Those are like low-hanging fruit. Some of them are a little harder, they make them silver. Those are a little higher up. And then some of them are like, you know, oh, this would be so cool. This would be so cool, but it's a lot of research and a lot of resources and a lot of work to even get that working, right? So we're gonna put that in gold. And we're only gonna get to this if we get all the, you know, silver and the bronze like taken care of, right? So, like, I mean, that, you know, that makes sense, but I don't know if that's the same thing as what Chud was talking about with mission objectives, but yeah, like, she's just saying that there are certain things, like, for instance, implementing, like, being able to be non-binary in a video game, or, you know, if it's a video game, like, you know, without, you know, where you can't be even, you know, female, you know, implementing that, right? You know, just adding these kind of things, that's some bronze. That's gotta be some low-hanging fruit, right? Whereas she's saying there's some things that you'd really like, but you just don't realize they're a ton of work, right? Which are the gold ones, and those ones likely are not going to get, you know, taken care of. But some of these things that she's talking about, like, right, that you know, do have a positive effect, are just, you know, that simple.
Cabin in Mount.
I have a nuanced take. Boycotts are mostly symbolic and don't lead to material changes in a market system. A huge number of gamers not buying or even playing the game in support of trans people would have an immense symbolic value. A symbolic boycott of the game would give people hope in a time where we are getting genocided. Like, you can tell that he's been trying to be right instead of trying to learn. Yeah.
It's a fact. You know, that's not something you need to ship that game. It's just a nice environmental detail, right? So I just think it's like one of those nice spices that makes a game a little bit better.
But these companies are just putting in the easiest to implement ideas that cost them essentially nothing. And if there's anything substantive that would needed to be done, you know, it would take development time, money.
I mean, that is just what she said, and like,
I cannot imagine that they are going to, you know, spend time and effort to implement that. It's just going to be the easy stuff that placates these employees and allows them to present it as more of a progressive product, right? That's what it seems
Can you
like.
give me an example of what something that would be a really
She turned that around on him.
expensive feature to implement? What would something like that be for you?
Well, the thing is, you're the person that's saying there's these trans people that are suggesting these ideas. So,
Sure.
I mean, I don't know what they're asking for, but there's, it seems that they're asking for like a little flag, and they'll implement the flag, and they'll ask for, the non-binary identity, and implement the non-binary identity because that's simple and it's easy.
Yeah.
I mean, is there more that they're asking for? Because that seems very little to actually include in a game.
I think that really kind of, I think that's kind of the point here. It doesn't take much to make the trans community happy in a game.
So the
and feel
trans community
included.
is happy with having a non-binary identity in the Call of Duty game.
I can't speak to that. I'm not the person to ask
Okay.
about non-binary stuff, but I think that generally speaking, having trans representation in games is good. I don't know, how do trans people feel about, say, Poison in Street Fighter? I know there was a whole discussion about her being sexualized, but or Bridget, like in Guilty Gear.
Guilty Gear.
I don't know.
I tell you, okay, I mean, even though it feels like you're trying to get me to explain your position, I do have an idea of what you could do. You could
Sure.
have a main character in a AAA video game title that is trans, okay? And that is
Sure.
core to the story, that is core to everything. So, thinking of
So it's weird, right? Because these are the same people that'll tell you that your goals in, a liberatory movement like trans rights are too high in the sky, and you need to concentrate on stuff that's more like ground level, right? This is the same kind of stuff that you'll get from people like Chud Logic, right? Same kind of stuff. But now he's demanding that, like, if you really want to make any difference whatsoever, here's the bar. Trans main character in a AAA game. Not your character can be trans, but your character is trans, right? And, like, would I love to see that? Absolutely. 100%, right? I would love to see that, right? But it's not, it's not the only goal that's worth pursuing. And I don't think it's something like the other thing that the other fallacy that Chud is sort of employing is the idea that we got to shoot for one or the other, right? That if you want, something like, no, I don't know, like, what is he really saying that like adding non-binary as a possibility in a video game is something that you shouldn't do because the like cost to it in terms of the, getting harassment and pissing off the right wing and stoking backlash, more gamergates is like that like these things are so low yield that they're not worth the risk. Is that what he's saying? It's really hard to tell, but what's clear is that he hasn't really thought out his argument at all, and it's pretty incoherent. And you can see him getting frustrated here with Brianna Wu. Oh my god, thank you, Buffy Geek. Thank you for giving Joni a tier 1 sub. Projects, wait, let me see. That is incorrect. Like, you can tell he's trying to be right. And so, yeah. Projects will put features in a game because a person who wants to work on it and they are an important member of the team. It's like a complicated decision. Hey, what's up, Darkman? Darknut. I almost called you like Darkwing for some reason. Anyway, meow indeed. Meow indeed. So if you're just joining us, you've joined us on a special day, right? I'm streaming to Twitch and also to the Clip channel. Why the Clip channel? Glad you asked, right? It's because YouTube has banned me for 7 days by giving my channel a community strike, right? What did I get the strike for? For debunking Project Veritas's anti-vax nonsense, right? Clearly a mistake. Now, I appealed this decision and was denied. On my appeal, right? So they said it's permanent. That's a strike for you, lady. You don't spread misinformation in the future, right? It's clearly not. To anybody that looks at it, it's clearly not. Luckily, I tweeted about it and I got a retweet from one Jesse Gender, and Jesse Gender is absolutely huge on Twitter. So Jesse's, got all kinds of eyes on what I'm doing. People are aware of what's going on with me on YouTube, and YouTube support took notice. And they said they'd be looking into it, right? So we got some firepower on our side, right? Like, I don't know what it was, but yeah, YouTube actually paid attention to my complaint on Twitter, so that's good. We're in the middle of Chud Logic versus Brianna Wu. Just watching Chud get, you can see kind of, this is the perfect thumbnail for it, right? Because Chud is kind of frustrated over here, and Brianna's just chilling. Brianna's absolutely a chill beast, right? Just chilling with oh my god, I need a cup of coffee now. You made me want coffee. Good job, Brianna Wu. Good job, Brianna. Now I want coffee too. But yeah, that's what's going on. Chud would like to get Brianna triggered. Chud would like to show his audience a triggered SJW in full soy jack, right? But that's not what Chud is getting, because Brianna, as Joni just said, is just vibing. And yeah, it's really frustrating to Chud.
Something like Apex Legends, they've just introduced Catalyst, which is a trans.
See, I told you he loves Apex Legends.
Character, but it is extremely to the sideline.
Don't you have to play that game a whole lot to get Catalyst? Is that right?
It's extra lore. There's a couple of voice lines that reference it, but it isn't central to their character, and the gameplay doesn't, in any way sort of rotate around that identity. So, I cannot imagine a AAA game publisher is going to authorize or allow a trans character in a AAA game, right?
So in the case of that, this is a game type that is not very story based. It's it's a team based game, right? Like your loadout and your character's abilities are front and center. That sounds like exactly the way it should be done. I mean, I couldn't tell you the backstory for any character in that game, right?
That's true. I mean, I don't know. I haven't played Apex that much, but I didn't get the feeling that it was like a super character focused thing. Then again, wait, is there like a single player? Maybe I need to play Apex single player. In fact, maybe I'd actually get good if I did. Should I get good?
I would say I think the game industry overall, this isn't really exclusive to trans people. I think it's also true for gay people and women. That I think there's a real problem with writing marginalized characters in a way that feels true. And is done well. I think, as you say, sometimes it's done in a way that feels like pandering, or at least it does to me. And I think that's a side effect of the diversity problem in the game industry. Just because it's so many white dudes there, it's white men trying to write something that isn't their experience. It just doesn't come off as very believable. So I agree with you. I think it can be pandering at times.
Okay. Sure. So going back to kind of the original thing, I guess, because like I say, I feel like we're still, around the edges on it, but I still don't feel, apart from this idea that people are going to feel hurt by gamers not standing by their side, I guess I just don't see a reason to.
I just wanted to say, Twitch, I am so hurt by you gamers not standing by my side. I am so utterly shocked and surprised that you don't value trans liberation at the same level that I do. I'm utterly crushed, Twitch.
To browbeat or morally condemn someone or say you think less of them for buying this game, because I just don't think there's a direct harm that's being caused. I just don't see it. I guess I
I
don't know.
think that's where our difference of opinion is. Like in your view, if I'm saying this correctly, you don't think that basically the solidarity and giving political cachet to the trans community in gaming, I think that has value, and it sounds like you don't think there is value there.
Well, no,
I
wait,
think
hang
that's
on.
a fine
You
disagreement.
you
Sure.
are saying
Yeah.
that in a very interesting way. I'm not.
Sure.
The way that the way you phrase that makes it
Sure.
sound a very specific way. All I'm saying is,
Do you know what that is? That is like somebody being mad about getting shot in Apex, okay? That was a completely cheap kill. I can't believe you spawned. You know what I mean? That sounds like some cope. Do you feel the cope? Do you feel the cope bubbling up from Chud logic, right? Like he was some kind of fizzy lifting drink? Do you feel that? Do you feel that pure cope? There's a material harm being caused by buying the game. A boycott won't prevent that sufficiently. On the other hand, there would be value to people showing solidarity. Yeah, and like the thing is, like all these, you know, like you got all these people complaining about the fact that trans people are making this ask. And they swear up and down that they're trans allies. But like something as simple as like Jesse Gender put it, nobody's asking you to do anything, right? This is a request to not do something that it feels like, you know, ideally you'd know yourself not to do. Ideally by now you would know the Hogwarts story well enough to not want to get involved in a game where the mission of the game is suppression of a goblin rebellion, right? There's so many reasons. There's so many reasons not to want to play this game. But I mean, if some people need another reason, then yes, you know, Brianna Wu and other trans allies are standing up and, you know, saying something and asking, making the ask, right? And like some people are making the ask, you know, angrily because they are angry that this ask even really has to be made. And some people are making it in a much more calm way. But regardless of somebody's tone, that doesn't take away from the fact that this is a very reasonable ask. Nobody's asking you to do something. Nobody's asking you to go out of your way. We're just asking you to be a good person and to think about where you're putting your money. And if you're putting your money into the anti-Semitic wizard game by the turf, then maybe you need to get your priorities straight. Just an idea. That's all.
I don't think the decision about whether or not you buy this game should have weight on your moral character, right? I think
This weirds me out, okay? So I've seen this before. Debate bros, they get so mad about an implication that something might reflect negatively on their moral character, right? And they will call you all kinds of Puritan for suggesting that maybe that they might be doing something that's less than moral. It feels like this is what really drives them wild, right? This is what triggers them, right? This is what gets their goat. And once, you know, you get their goat, you are the goat at getting that goat, and they're going to let you know. They're going to let you know how much of the goat you really are.
you can ask for a boycott.
And not in a good way. Like the would be the negative goat, the woat, worst of all time. Anyway, they don't like you. They really don't appreciate it, and they're gonna like come after you, right? This is what gets like people harassed half of the time, right? Is something that gets interpreted like what did I offer Dylan other than maybe something that might have been interpreted as a moral condemnation? What did I really offer Dylan other than that, right? This is what provoked. What did Polly get in trouble for with Keffals? What was Keffals mad about? Polly implying that there might be something at some point that Finster had done that wasn't great. Oh my god. You know? Like, right? You're seeing this over and over again. They call us triggered. They call us snowflakes. And look at them fall apart. Look at them fall apart in the light of the truth. I'm sorry. but I don't feel like there's that much of like a moral, judgment implied. I think people are just putting things in they're just speaking true words, right? To quote someone. But yeah, they're just saying what's happening, right? They're not really adding like a moral judgment. You're the one that's recognizing by somebody putting things in terms that point out the truth as a moral condemnation, because somewhere deep within you, you know that you're doing something kind of wrong, right? And it doesn't make you Hitler, okay? It doesn't make you some kind of like outstanding, comic book, or like real world like villain, right? It's not like that much of a condemnation. But to say otherwise would be to bite my tongue rather than speak the truth. And I'm sorry, but that's one request, that's one ask that I won't let you make of me any longer, okay? I'm not apologizing for existing anymore. Got that?
Good. You can say, hey, I don't really like this game. This is why I don't think you should buy it, and that's fine. It's the issue of saying you think less of someone, or, making them feel bad for making that decision.
Them feel bad. What about your feelings, Chud? Facts don't care about your feelings, you snowflake. You absolute snowflake.
Issue that I have, right?
Sure. I hear you there. I understand what you're saying.
Rare form today.
Let me put a hypothetical out there to
Okay,
you. So
okay.
let's say we're living in an alternate universe here.
Okay.
And Harvey Weinstein did not go to jail for any of the things that he did. And he was still
Oh my God, do
trouble.
you see what she's doing? Let me propose a hypothetical, okay? Let me just walk down this chain of logic with me, if you will. Let's propose a little, like, this is...
Charge of Miramax.
You love to see debate bros get debate broed. It's hilarious.
And a new Miramax film came forward, and survivors of sexual abuse were asking you to boycott that film.
You love to see their own tactics turned against them. Pigfart's legacy can rot in the landfill. Trans people are more important than Harry Potter. Thank you, Amanda Panda Sensei. Meow. Meow.
Do you think that would be a moral failing for someone to not stand
I can answer this
with
easily.
that community
I buy
there?
20
Yeah,
tickets.
Sure. You would. Okay. For me, I would hear that,
Giga Chad.
and I would respect it, and I would stand with that community.
Here's the issue that I've got with all of this, okay? Fundamentally too.
This
Right.
guy.
We do not want to get into the position where we're assessing the morals of the people
Oh
that
my
make the shit or have a
God.
role
Wait.
in doing what.
What? Wait, is he saying what I think he's saying? Like, he doesn't mean this. Like, there's no way. He does not mean this, okay? Is he just, like, legitimately saying, like, invoking morals, it's incredibly gauche, and no one should do it. We shouldn't get ourselves into the situation where we're invoking, attributing a morality to one action or another. I mean, that's just, incredible Puritans, like, right? What is up with that? No, Chud, you don't believe that. You don't mean that. You're gonna be insulting somebody's morals very soon, and it might be mine, for all I know. I have done a little bit of content on you. We'll see. We'll see whose morals you're gonna impugn next, but I guarantee you, it's not nobody. All right? You're not living up to your own, expectation of others. And that's generally not a sign of a good person, okay? Now, I don't want to make assumptions, all right? Because we don't know what is in Chud Logic's heart. But, I'm guessing not much, okay? If I'm going to be real.
What we enjoy. Because
I'm
we'll
guessing not much.
never be able to enjoy or engage with anything, because there's always going to be people you could find at the highest levels of these companies that are going to have pernicious views that you're not going to agree with. And
Yeah. Okay.
you know,
So wait. So like, what is this? Is the argument I think it is? Like, look, you've got a lot of companies out there. They've all got some sussy businessmen doing bad things at the top level up there. Somewhere in the top floor of some skyscraper, there's some businessman being like, heh 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 heh, right? Not good things that they are planning there, right? You know, right? And so because that's true, because almost anywhere you look, you could find like a businessman who is like, you know, sexually harassed people, or who is, you know, taken advantage of employees in other ways, who is, you know, not been completely forthright on their taxes, right? Yeah, sure, that's true. So because of that, you know, we just gotta say that there is no ethics in, or there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, and I'm gonna buy 20 tickets to that new Harvey Weinstein movie. So yeah, that was the proposition. Was in a situation where nothing had ever happened to Harvey Weinstein as far as Me Too. He was still in place, but people kind of knew, you knew, like, would it be, you know, what would you do? Would you buy the tickets to the Harvey Weinstein movie? Would you boycott the Harvey Weinstein movie? Would you tell other people that they should boycott the Harvey Weinstein movie? And Chud says, give me 20 tickets, please, right? He's going to buy 20 tickets for this, just to show you how much he doesn't care about, like, ethical considerations in a capitalist system where you could say that there are unknown ethical considerations to many of the things that we do. But this is a known one. That's the difference, right? That's the difference. We don't know what's behind door number 3, okay? But we do know, like, the situation here. And buying, you know, like, after knowing about what Harvey Weinstein did, buying a ticket to his next movie, that's, yeah, you just can't, like, that's, like, and again, this is not a situation where you're being asked to do something. You're being asked to go out of your way, right? Like, you're buying a ticket to a Harvey Weinstein movie, that is the action. Right? The inaction would be not buying it, right? So the fact that that's too much of an ask is a huge tell with this guy.
this is like the reason that the ethical consumption of no ethical consumption of capitalism is a thing, because partly the reason for that is you don't have control over supply chains and you don't have control over the ideologies of the people.
I'm too amused by this.
So do you not think that by this logic, we're going to be having to assess...
Chud is making the Vaush argument. No ethical consumption under capitalism means all consumption is equal. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's where I recognize that argument from. That is true. Kind of the old school COD Modern Warfare 2 boycott went nowhere, and presumably there were no out and out turfs and such.
What people at the head positions of these companies have done wrong, and therefore we can't support them.
Think so. Going into my analogy, I hear what you're saying. I think if you took my analogy,
it's literally easier not to be a jerk. Buying the Hogwarts game takes time, effort, and money. Yeah, same thing with the Harvey Weinstein tickets. Like, why? Like, he's like acting like he's gonna do it as a principle. Like, this was the last time I did like a video about Chud logic, right? You know, put out a video on YouTube. It was about his take on Louis C.K. And, you know, it was kind of similar. It was like he wasn't putting it in the sense of like, you know, like I refuse to boycott, but that like that even talking about like Louis C.K., you know, doing more comedy shows after the scandal on social media was like this huge mistake, because the attention economy says that you're just helping, you know, Louis C.K. out, right? And the weird thing is, like, you know, he's hovering around these other positions. And one of them is that maybe what Louis C.K. did wasn't all that bad, and he was just a victim of cancel culture, right? I had to remind Chud that Louis C.K. actually trapped 2 women in his room and forced them to watch him go to town on himself in the doorway. Okay? Yeah, it's like there's a little bit more than like, this isn't cancel culture, Chud. Like, this is like human decency. What the fuck, right? What the fuck? But that's the kind of mind he has. These are the kind of thoughts that he thinks. This is the kind of guy that Chud is, right? And I feel like he's a great object lesson. So Chud, I hope you don't mind. You know, I feel like I've done a lot less videos on you than I could have. But yeah, once again, you have been showing up lately, though, right? You have been quite the object lesson lately. So thank you for that. Thank you for providing me just like the perfect React content. Like, I couldn't have asked for more.
To the nth degree, and you said, I'm going to boycott every single film where anyone working on it has ever had a sexual misconduct allegation. I agree with you. That would be a crazy position to take.
Exactly, Buffy. Exactly,
it would be
Yokio.
very extreme, and I would not suggest
Yeah,
that.
Sarah.
What my contention is here is, just like Harvey Weinstein is a symbol of sexual assault and abuse and these rotten power dynamics.
Oh no, are you okay, young black economist? Or, like, that's those are some sussy bakas indeed. Those are some sussy bakas over there, right? Be careful. There was a picture of a Steam group dedicated to boycotting Modern Warfare 2, and almost every person in the world was shown playing Modern Warfare 2.
Dynamics that exist in the workplace for women. I think J.K. Rowling has unfortunately risen to that level as a symbol. And I
Do you think
it's
J.K. Rowling has done as much harm as Harvey Weinstein?
I think that as a symbol, she is to like, this is
Oh
to
my
A,
god, are you really gonna ask me to compare these two things? Right? Like, talk about, like, you know, A, like apples to oranges, and B, like, what is like the purpose exactly? Both things are really bad. Is that a hard thing to... Is that a hard pill to swallow? Is that a hard truth to swallow? They're both really bad, okay? I don't really care who's worse. Why do you care so much?
as A is to B. I think she
Harvey
is,
Weinstein raped people,
Like, you're
right?
asking me to be like, you know, you got 100 oranges on this side and you got 120 apples on this side. Which is sweeter? And I'm like, I don't know. They're both pretty sweet. You know, you're gonna make some juice out of those oranges, some juice out of those apples. That's gonna be some sweet juice on both sides, okay? It's gonna be a little tempered by the sourness on the orange, but like, overall, you know that if something is sweet, even in the presence of sourness, that is pretty freaking sweet, all right? So you got some sweet fruit right there. And Harvey Weinstein versus J.K. Rowling is kind of the opposite of that sweet fruit. That's some very that's bad stuff, right? They're both really bad, right? Like, J.K. Rowling's is one of these TERFs that absolutely makes common cause with the far right. So not only does she, like, you know, she's not just some liberal fucking lady that, like, hates trans people, right? Which is bad enough. Bad enough if it was. She is somebody that has literally, because of her hatred for trans people, gone down the alt-right rabbit hole. The alt-right pipeline, whatever kind of device it is, the alt-right garbage disposal, right? With the rest of the TERFs, right? That's who they are. They are a conservative movement in this day and age, although they like still bear the name, you know, feminist somehow, right? I haven't figured out how that works, but yeah, they don't seem like feminists at the moment, right? Engage with the hypothetical. Yes, is this the trolley problem? It kind of is. Yeah, this is kind of like the same idea, but like in a case where like it doesn't matter because you're not in a dichotomous like situation of flipping the switch, right? That's a dichotomy. That trolley problem illustrates a dichotomy, okay? So that's where it's applicable. But you will see these sussy bakas use the trolley experiment, you know, way outside of that scope, right? Way outside of situations that are that black and white, which most things aren't, right? It's a, you know, it's a limited, you know, that's a classic historical, like, you know, thought problem, which does apply in certain situations, but not in a lot of others. The fact that you keep going back to that well makes me think that that well isn't very deep. All right, don't make me think that you're not very deep.
He's literally...
I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying it's the symbol of sexual assault. If you're asking me to pick someone that's the person that stands for that the most. It's Harvey Weinstein. I'm saying in the world today, if you're thinking who is the poster child for transphobia, I think it's J.K. Rowling. That doesn't mean she's done the most harm. I just think she's the most widely known public figure, the kind of person.
So she's talking like from a symbolic, aspect, I guess. Yes, watching new Polanski films is wrong, and the actors who act in them deserve pushback. Nobody has monopoly on how to commit harm. First of all, they are apples and oranges, and second of all, yes, yes.
I guess the other issue I've got with this too is you're talking about the Miramax thing.
Sure.
Do you think that people select or know to that level that they're going to know this is a Miramax film? Because normally it's about direct. Yeah. So there could be a situation, much like the Nestle thing. Well, they've got some disagreements there, but you could be in the theater and it's a Miramax film you didn't realize, and I think you could easily consume that content without knowing that, right?
Yeah.
So
if you have, as I said earlier, if you haven't had your consciousness raised on this situation, I don't have a problem with that, right? It's the people that understand it. The point of a boycott is to get political power, right? Is to get solidarity. I think it's to try rally the troops, basically. And as I said earlier, I think the trans community has so few tools available to them. Like, if you said to me today, like, Brianna, what would be your preferred way to get political power for trans people in the United States? It would not be this boycott. I would love to see someone raise, a few $100 million and build a true transgender civil rights organization
Gotta check Twitter.
in the United States. Trans people have lambda legal, and that's just about it. You really need to be building something at the scale of HRC to be able to push back on these bills. And this is not the preferred way to fight.
That is the Human Rights Commission, not Hillary Rodham Clinton, just to be clear.
Right. I just don't see there being enough interest by cis people to fund something like that.
I mean, it just goes back to kind of my perspective earlier, which is it feels like we don't have access to these tools which we know are more effective. So we're going to engage in something which, in my opinion, not only is ineffective, but also might be detrimental, self-detrimental. Like, do you think that there's a positive impression on the calls for boycotting that have come out of like the online trans community?
I think that, Keffals had a video out a while ago that I really, really, really agreed with. And she was talking.
I wonder what video we're talking about. Was it the Bad Empanada? No, just kidding.
Tender queers online. And I think that
tender queers, everybody take a drink. I'm going to get some water to drink. And if you need water to drink, I'm definitely not, telling you have to drink alcohol unless you're into that already, right? I'm just drinking water. Let's do this. Let's get water together, okay? Everybody go get water or get up and stretch. Because I've been streaming for a little while now. I'm gonna get some water. Oh my god, that water is good. That is some fresh water, yes. Yes, fresh and clear. Little coffee tasting because it was in my coffee mug, but that's okay.
At the trans...
Look, he's getting an energy drink. Damn. I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. I could use some energy drinks.
Community on Twitter.
If anybody wants to buy me energy drinks, that would really rock. I cannot afford them at this point.
Very frequently a poor spokesperson for trans issues. Now, the reason I think that is I think a lot of trans people are living in trauma.
That's what streaming will be like in the future. Instead of getting money from subs, you'll basically just get credit on a soda machine, that's in your house, and like every time to get a soda, you'll have a pay soda machine in your house, and you'll be like, please unlock the energy drink for me, chat. Could you please? I really need the energy drink to be more awake and aware. And
right, they're in the middle of transition. They're poor. They're younger. I think if you look and know people that are 10 years out from transition, they don't act that way, right? So I think that the trans community on Twitter has been a very poor vehicle to express these opinions.
Wait,
Part of why
because of the Tinder queers though? Well, I'm trying to figure out what's the. I haven't had the heart to watch Keffals' video on Tinder queers. Okay, like it just like the term itself makes me cringe. Right, everything about that makes me cringe. Oh, the Tinder queers over here. Let me tell you about the Tinder queers. Oh my god. Seriously, is it not bad enough that we have woke scolds? Is Brianna Wu's trans? I have no knowledge that she would be it's a terrible term. It's reactionary.
I'm here today is I'm trying to be a more thoughtful, reasonable, even-tempered proponent of this view. And I think that's sorely lacking. And I think that one of the very first priorities of the trans movement really should be setting up some sort of apparatus to...
You're hearing Tinder queers like the app. Oh my god. See, that would be like calling out like a whole bunch of people. Oh my gosh, that would be really... No comment chicks making the... Or wait, no, I'm not the one calling out the Tinder queers, okay? For the record, I stand by the Tinder queers. I, for one, welcome our new Tinder queer overlords, okay? Whether it be Tinder the app queers or Tinder with the E, like, I'm Tinder. Oh my god, Shakespeare! Thank you for the raid! Look at that explosion of emotes. Meow! You made that happen. How was your stream? Meow, 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 meow. Welcome to the stream. Meow, 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 meow. I just got banned from YouTube. Meow, 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 for a whole week. Meow, 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 meow. But maybe Jessie Gender will help me. I mean, she's trying. She is trying, right? Like, that's all she can do, right? She's retweeted us. That thread's kind of blowing up. Do you want me to give you a copy of that thread to have and to hold right now to see what's going on, right? Because you might not know about this, but yeah, my YouTube channel got taken down for pushing back against Project Vertias's weird anti-vax BS, right? I was pushing back against medical misinformation, and I got accused of passing. Oh my god, do everything you can with that tweet, right? Like, I mean, I need all the help I can get. Spread that wide, far and wide, over the hills and far away. To grandmother's house we go? I don't know. The horse knows the way to carry the sleigh through the white and drifting snow. Yeah, over the river and through the woods. Oh, how the wind does blow! It stings the nose and bites your toes as over the bridge we go. What the... Okay, that was a... Yes, there we go. There, I'll take a bow for that performance. That's amazing. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with today. We are dealing with YouTube being ridiculous, okay? And now, just so you know, YouTube support has reached out to me, and they have said that they've seen my Twitter thread, they are aware of my presence, and they are looking into it, right? They're going to look into it, no guarantees, right? I might be out for a week. I might be out for less of the week. But regardless, okay, this week, it's not like I'm not doing anything on YouTube. I am streaming on the Clips channel. That's part of the reason that we have it, and I should be using it more. And, you know, we're going to do some streams for the Clips channel. You're eating well, right? If you're on the Clips channel, right? If you're not on the Clips channel yet, wait till that, you know, do we have the link? Maybe we should be spreading the link, right? Because if you like to watch it in YouTube, I'm going to let you watch it in YouTube, okay? I'm going to let you watch it in Twitter. Twitter? What am I talking about? Twitch. I'm going to let you watch it in YouTube. I'm going to let you watch it in either of these places that you are more comfortable in, right? Because I know some people like YouTube and some people like Twitch. And so whatever floats your boat, that floats my boat as well. My boat is a multi-factorial floater. Did I have to say floater? I think I did. Twitter is hard, and I have been on it for like 2 days. Yeah, Twitter is a very difficult video game. That's true. That's true. I need to play it more, and so I get more points.
You let the media ask questions to them, to put out white papers, to, to basically have a public face, because Twitter is not serving anyone well.
The problem I've got, because, I feel like
The
sometimes
woke skulls will protect our tender queer kings and queens. Yes.
you're saying something in a calm way, but the message behind it, I don't know if you realize like how egregious it sounds, but you're saying like you would think less of someone for
There's an egregious message somewhere in the completely understandable thing that you just said.
buying a
Yeah?
game. Like that is a moral condemnation of the person, right?
Shakespeare, Shakespeare. Oh my god, I almost mispronounced your name by pronouncing it correctly. Let me know. Did I see? I don't know. Like, Oh, there you are. Hi, meow. We did. Oh, there we go. We did discover the truth about Atlantis. Yeah, I was looking for that. I was like, did I just like miss that message? We did. Shakespeare says we did discover the truth about Atlantis and how the music of the 18th century was invented by Giga Chad. Oh my god, Giga Chad, just like there's more and more stuff about Giga Chad every day. NCC on Cozy. Oh my gosh, that's right. From getting banned from YouTube. I guess that means I gotta go to Cozy. No, thank you. No, we do have the Clips channel, right? For a time just like this. And if I'm playing games, maybe the games channel will get some love from my streaming stream. My streamy stream.
I think that that's a hard question. I think one of my weaknesses as a
Sig Cypher, thank you for the follow.
person, and
There
I
are
think
your
this
emotes.
comes from
You like?
I think it comes from two factors. I think I came from a very conservative family, and I think I didn't become a liberal until I was in my 20s. And I also think that for me, one of the
I didn't stop being a liberal until I didn't become a leftist till I was in my 20s.
I've been sober for 20 years, and one of the reasons I was able to get sober is I kind of fall into some black and white thinking sometimes. It's like you're either clean or you're not. You're doing the right thing, you're not. You're working out today or you're not. And I would fully admit this is something I know about myself, that I do
Better believe it, Adadak.
occasionally fall into that kind of black and white thinking, which
You've gone
is
back
where
to that well
tweet came
again.
from. Yeah, if you want to have a discussion, then maybe there's a more nuanced position to take there. I'm open to that. But I do believe at the end of the day, you are the decisions you make. You are the standards that you hold yourself to.
Oh my god, she's so inspiring. Please girl boss me, Brianna.
I try to hold myself to high standards.
You are the decisions that you make. You make me feel so empowered. Damn.
And frequently fail in my life.
Like, where can I sign up for your MLM? Please, like, take my money, right?
And I would hope for many people out there,
Make me your affiliate, Brianna.
when it comes to standing with the trans community, they would want to hold themselves to high standards too.
I think there's just I just don't perceive people's consumption within reason. I mean, if they've got a bunch of slaves at the house, obviously that's different. But
Yeah, sure, that's different.
I just don't think
Okay.
one's consumption
Okay.
choices say that much about them, because they're
Okay.
so far removed from the production. I mean, the concept itself of
Harrison Ford accepted an award for Polanski while he was out of the country fleeing SA charges. The woke skull. Yes.
they purchased
Thoughtslime is streets ahead of
rights from
Vaush.
someone who's like a bad person. Like, people are so far removed from that conception,
Sure.
And even if they've got some insight into it, I just don't see how you can say you think less of someone. You can disagree with them. You can say, I don't think you should buy the game. I disagree with you, obviously. Especially when also you've got this position about the Nestle boycott. Nestle have inarguably done more harm than J.K. Rowling has in the world. And you're saying, well, it would be too hard to avoid Nestle products.
So DK, have you got any tweets for us on this one?
So, why bother
I
with
think
that?
I didn't say why bother with that. I try to avoid it when I can. I'm saying I think there's a difference in buying a luxury good and trying to avoid buying, feed formula for your baby. I think
But
those are
other
two
companies
different-
make formula,
Sure.
though. You can easily avoid it if you want to, right?
Sure. I mean, again, I try to personally. It's not about that. It's about their use of water rights and some of the things they've done on that.
It just seemed like in the panel you seemed.
I can avoid JKR products very easily. I can, yeah, that's not even a good comparison. I can think bad thoughts about the orphan crushing machine operator.
Quite dismissive of the idea of like avoiding Nestle products. But yeah, okay.
I hope I didn't come off as dismissive with that. You know, I consider Erudite a friend, and I would never.
So there's more. See, like, I want to like you, Brianna. I really want to like you, right? But you make it so hard. I'm sorry. Look, I'm a woke scold, okay? So don't bother with me. You probably shouldn't even come on, okay? Even if you saw the thing earlier and you were like, oh yeah, I'll totally go on and look at her. She seems like a cool chick, and you know, she's not a super meanie butt. No, that's true. I'm not a super meanie butt. We probably do disagree on some things, and like, you know, some certain, like, you know, streamers that you like and maybe I'm not such a fan of, but that's okay. You know, you can work those things out. That's why you have a conversation, right? The way Harry Potter was crammed down my throat growing up made my little rebel ass avoid it. Wow, okay. Let me just make a baby formal in my lab really quick, right? A problematic fave.
Sure. Minimize her point of view on that.
Well, I mean, like, I'm a problematic fave for some, right? It depends on what communities you hang out in. Like, if you're in Wix community, I'm probably a pretty problematic fave, right?
Sarah's friend, so I just want to respectfully disagree here. I think the Nestle situation is
Don't respectfully disagree.
drastically different from multiple.
Okay, so he's watching Brianna, Wick. I can't tell who the rest of these people are. I can't even tell. Let me see. Let me look at these folks up closer. I can't tell. Lonerbox is on there. Not sure who else is on there. No, like, that should be a streamer name. Not sure who else. Please, somebody take that not sure who else streamer name and make a giant career out of it. Okay?
Reasons.
Go hard.
Nestle, there's the water rights issue. There's the transnational issue. There's the fact that, you know, they have a monopoly over so many consumer goods. It makes it truly difficult to escape Nestle, no matter.
No, it doesn't. Not at all.
Okay. And I hope you can hear me here. I genuinely hear where you're coming from. It doesn't sound ill-reasoned.
I was hoping we'd get to see the tweet.
Think you have ill intent here.
If there was one. Maybe there wasn't.
I mean, I really do hear where you're saying. I think there's a valid argument for it. And just because I don't share it doesn't mean I think you're a bad person for feeling that way.
Okay. Wait, it's the same tweet, but this time a different thing is highlighted. F around and find out. This is why it's really important for decent people to boycott Hogwarts. Does that contradict what she said or something? Like that?
Of ill intent here. I mean, I really do hear where you're saying. I think there's a valid argument.
There are like 3 megacorps that make all the food in America. True.
For it.
And like, it's like when people tried to boycott Coke Industries, and it turns out that like they make so much stuff. It's almost impossible to. I think if I was a little younger, I might have gotten into it. Oh, Harry Potter, yeah.
Just because I don't share it doesn't mean I think you're a bad person for feeling that way.
Just because I don't share what? Share your...
Of ill intent here. I mean, I really do hear where you're saying. I think there's a valid argument for it. And just because I don't share it doesn't mean I think you're a bad person for feeling that way. You know.
Okay, so they're pointing out, yeah. So we disagree, but I don't think you're a bad person for feeling that way. I understand where you're coming from, right? You know what? If you take her at her words, and maybe this is just me being neurodivergent AF, right? But these words directly mean this is why it's really important. Okay, it's really important for decent people to boycott Hogwarts Legacy. This means decent people should boycott Hogwarts Legacy. What the conclusion that you cannot draw from this despite the fact that DK's trying to impose this on us, is the idea that you lose the consideration as a decent person when you don't fulfill this boycotting Hogwarts legacy, right? That's not what she said. For decent people, so if you're a decent person, right? Because if you're not, if you don't care about, J.K. Rowling's like transphobia, then forget about it. You're not going to listen anyway, right? I'm not talking to you. But if you're for the decent people out there, right? For the people who do care, it's really important for you to boycott this. It's really important for you to boycott this. How does that imply that you're a bad person if you don't? They are strawmanning the out of every argument they come into contact with. And that's like the only way that they can pass themselves off as ever having like taken the, not taken a complete L, let alone taken a W, right? That's the only way that they're able to continue their mythology as the permanent winners.
One of the things I learned running for Congress is
it doesn't mean other people not boycotting are indecent. They could also be clueless.
It really changed my personality because I went from
kings, queens, and emperors,
someone whose politics were mostly stated online to having to go out there and talk in the real world to people. Yeah, I estimate I had like over 30,000 conversations with strangers as I was running for office. It really, really, really made me aware that people of good faith can look at situations and come to different conclusions on things. And it gave me personally a lot more, I'm a lot more willing to kind of agree to disagree with some of my more conservative people.
Yo, they're getting so much mileage out of that tweet, but I will be cutting ties with anyone who promotes this. Wait a minute. Okay, so Proposition 1, decent people should boycott Hogwarts. Right? Proposition 2, if you promote Hogwarts legacy, right? I'm cutting ties with you, right? Now, so cutting ties, that's a lot sharper tone than should, right? That's cutting ties. That sounds pretty permanent, right? Or at least, that's pretty severe, you could say. Cutting ties is, by nature going to be severe, but that's a different proposition. Promotes this. You're not promoting it by refusing to boycott or refusing to care, refusing to listen or disagreeing and saying, I'm going to play it anyway. That's not promoting it. Right? Promoting it is would be in the face of this rampant transphobic wave that's going on right now. For you to be like, hey, buy the turf game. Buy the turf game. Buy the turf game. The one with the anti-Semitic underplot, right? Yeah, that one. Buy that game. Buy that game. The anti-Semitic turf game, buy it, right? Yeah, that's an asshole. That's an asshole who does that, right? So I don't think there's really as much contradiction as DK seems to see here. I don't know.
In my life over
it's
some
not
things.
The same.
Yeah, I think that's something all of it.
I read Harry Potter because my nephew liked it. I hope he sees how JK has become terrible and pretends like his to placate me and my sister.
This could do a lot better at.
Okay, yeah, no.
Why am I having cravings? Do you know what sounds really good? Is salty Chex Mix.
Buttering me up. I'm not sure what you'd be
I'm not buttering
to
you
be
up.
honest.
I'm not.
But
hey, you want to find something to scream about? We can do that, but I don't.
Well, actually, there is one thing I wanted to...
I mean, I don't know if she's buttering him up, but yeah, she's she led with hey, I'm a big fan of yours, love your Lavaloon content, right? Yeah, maybe. Is she being inappropriate though? There seems there's an implication. You know what I get from that chat saying that? Okay, now that's just one chatter. Let's not overinterpret it, okay? But it sounds to me like they think that Brianna Wu has something to hide. They think that Brianna Wu is the bad one, and that if she gets away from this without a serious finger wagging from Chud Logic, then, you know, a bad thing has happened, right? You let her get away. You let her go, right? She's Brianna Wu. You got to prove that you really left the left and show that you won't accept these Gamergate targets, right? That's what the chat wants, right? And Chud, like, to his credit, all right? This is a little bit of credit I'll give you, Chud. You're not as bad as your chat. They are definitely the tail that is wagging you at this moment, right? You're not doing this because you feel this way, as much as you're doing this because it is the lane that you've carved out and it makes money, and that's how you make your decisions. So I will grant you that, but it's not really like a, you know, much of a compliment if you think about it, right?
Highlight. You were very
Doesn't really portray you in a great light, does it?
praiseful of my coverage of Lav. But if I recall correctly, there was a little tweet in response to a streamer known as Xanderhall that was more critical of my character and my content.
Okay, replying to Xanderhall, hand to God, first time I watched his work, I thought he was a hilarious parody. Like I was watching an Andy Kaufman routine. No, that's actually him. Wait, I mean, did you see it? Do you see it, though? I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I never thought he was being, like, entirely fake. There is something, you know, fake about, you know, something a little fake about it now, but, like, I don't think it's that fake. I honestly think a lot of this stuff he just doesn't care about that much, right? Excuse me, Chud, the correct pronunciation is Xander Lol.
Do you recall sending that tweet?
I do not. Please remind me.
I think it was something along the lines, I can't remember the name of the person you compared me to, but you compared me to someone, and it seemed to be like a criticism of the kind of content that I was doing.
I swear on I'm being really honest here. I mostly know your reputation on Twitter.
Wait, you compared me to someone? Okay, so what is being said, so in case anybody doesn't know, what is being said by comparing him to Andy Kaufman, right? What's being said is that he is putting on a persona as Andy Kaufman used to do. Like, Andy Kaufman apparently in real life was, you know, a very you know, humble, sweet man. And when, although I don't know, there were some weird scandals, right? But like, he did characters who would be the opposite of that, right? Like a wrestling character who was weirdly, you know, misogynist and seemed to relish the idea of beating up women in the wrestling ring. You know, then also like an asshole lounge singer, right? Who was just like completely insulting to everyone that he interacted with, right? So this is this is the comparison that's being made, saying that he's putting on an act. He doesn't really mean what he says. He sounds like a caricature, right? He sounds like a joke. He sounds like a meme persona. That's what she's saying.
Let's be honest, your username is a little kind of puts you in a category. And most recently, I watched all of your lab videos.
Well, here's the deal. To somebody like me, who I believe I've used the term Chud Logic, unironically, before Chud Logic even existed as a content creator, right? I remember, you know, not as a streamer, right, but in chats and stuff like that, I can remember using that term. Like, that is Chud Logic, right? That is Chud Logic that you're using. Now, I'm not saying that I think that Chud Logic got the idea for his name from me, but I do know that he kind of came up, like, hanging out with some of the same people as me. So, I mean, I guess it's possible. Did I invent Chud Logic? Maybe. I definitely invented another Logic streamer who will not be named. Right. But yeah, I come up with really good streamer names, right? I think I came up with one earlier today, and I hope one of you is signing up as that account to become that streamer and make your big fortune, and then you can give No Comment Check a shout out when you're like 1,000 times bigger than me, right? Because that's a great name. That you're gonna succeed with that name. But anyway, Andy Kaufman was an anti-comedian. You might remember him from Taxi. Yeah, that was probably his most famous role, right? There was also a what was it, Jim Carrey movie made about him.
Absolutely loved her getting church justice arts. So that's honestly the main.
It's a trap?
impression I
Lay it
have
on
of
the
you.
table. What's your impression of me?
You seem.
Well, okay, here's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like a long time ago she'd seen him in a different context, right? So what I was trying to say, sorry, I like got too many wordy words, right? What I was really trying to say is that I know that Chud logic is like a joke, right? And the joke is that he's not really a chud, right? So the gag is that's why he had a conservative like his avatar was like a like really actually what would you call it? like almost like a royalist, like a monarchist, I think, from France, right? Was the person that his persona was taken from. They took that person, they colored them green, they gave them green eyes, voila, chud logic, right? And the joke was that he's not a chud, he's a leftist, right? And he was for a while, to the point where it made Xanderhall mad that Chud would not let Xanderhall like attack the person that had accusations against him when Xanderhall was on Chud's stream in order to debate Corvidae, right? So yeah, Chud was very much, all intensive purposes, on the left, and not, the super edgy left either, right? But there, I mean, like, I kind of knew, right? Chud is actually, the strange thing is, like, it seems like his takes, his views are very much formed by those he's done content with, those he has connections to, right? And he's just in a really bad neighborhood for being a leftist, right? Nobody wants a leftist. Everybody wants a leaving the leftist, right? And that's the role that he's filling now, right? Andy Kaufman was the definition of kayfabe outside of the knowledge of kayfabe. I think that Andy Kaufman also wrestled. Xander lol? Xander what? Xander huh?
Seem like someone who.
But yeah, she doesn't get that. She doesn't get that, like, his name is ironic, right? I think that she said, like, that painted you in a certain light. So she took that seriously, like, that he was saying, yay, chuds, go, like, unironically, calling himself a chud. That wasn't originally the intent. The irony is that over time, you're coming closer and closer to that, right? A real chud is a MAGA chud, and he's not exactly that. But yeah, he is chuddier than he used to be.
I think you have a very specific point of view that, generally speaking, is sympathetic to kind of the status quo of things. And but I think you're thoughtful about the way that you put those ideas out there. And
she's definitely not Billboard Chris. What happened is she saw one video of Chud Logic being reactionary or something, and she was like, oh yeah, Chud Logic, that's who you are, like, took it seriously. And then the next time she saw him shaking down Lavaloon, and she was like, well, Lavaloon is a piece of shit anyway. So
like I said, it's not always wrong. With Lav, I thought you were dead on with most of the things she said.
So wait. Chud, do you really have a problem with the fact that Brianna Wu has a nuanced view of you? Is that your issue here? I hate to use your own words, your own memes against you, but where's the nuance? Where's the nuance in that? Really? Like, you can't understand that she likes some things that you do and doesn't like other things that you do, like, right? She's got to be like a ride or die, or she's got to be a hater.
It feels
again. What's up with these false dichotomies?
Like, in this conversation, you're
What's
going
up
out of
with
your
this?
way to be very kind of intellectually generous and
And you're
kind,
mad
I
about
would even
this.
say.
You're mad
But
about this.
When I wasn't
This
looking
is my real
before,
personality, man. I'm not bullshitting.
And it displeases you.
but when I
This
wasn't
is
looking
really
before,
how
you were
I am.
typing, this Chud guy, I tell you, I
When
don't
I wasn't looking before, but now that I'm looking,
know,
oh
it
my
just feels a
God.
bit, you know, like you're trying to
We caught you, you feminists. We caught you. You showed your true nature.
placate me in some way. That's what it feels
No,
like.
no, I'm trying to
We caught you.
I'm trying to be an adult
Busted, not fucking writing Chud 24/7.
in
Busted.
the conversation.
God
Okay.
damn.
For this,
God.
because, like, as I said, I think it's been a lot of screaming online, and I don't think it's been helpful for anything.
Oh my
Well,
God. Yeah,
I'm
so
gonna
that's
be
not
honest,
her
I was hoping
speed.
we could have a more fractious conversation. I'm disappointed. I'm sure that
I'm disappointed.
Gamergate
You were too good faith. You were too nice. You were too polite. What the fuck?
type friends I've got, like short, fat, time.
This is the opposite of what people like me got, like in engaging with Chud logic, right? This is the opposite, criticism that he's going to give to like poly people, right?
Are going to be very disappointed in this interaction. So yeah, you haven't really given me an opportunity to kick off.
They wanted some SJW blood.
I'll just look like
Maybe
a
it's
schizo if
possible
I
we
do.
just don't disagree that widely on this issue, man. I mean, we agree it's a non-optimal battlefield for the trans community to fight on. I strongly agree with that. I think our difference of opinion is over. Like, we agree that this may or may not be effective. I think that we agree that it's impossible to.
Ian DJ Cooper, yes. Yes. He's such a baby brain, dude. Yes, no, you're right, Ian DJ Cooper. He is friends with Short Fat Otaku. In fact, I recently watched Short Fat Otaku has covered the White Nervosa thing now, right? And I feel pretty vindicated in one way, right? In that some a bigger YouTube streamer who actually did research is kind of you can, like, I've told you a lot of stuff about White Nervosa, but I mean, you don't necessarily know me, and a lot of people don't, and me just opining on some organization like that might be just some small streamer chick with a an opinion and not really something to put a lot of stock into. But it turns out that I'm a lot of the things I said about them were confirmed. Now, Short Fat Otaku is a chud, is legit a right winger, right? And is a friend of Chud Logic's, and not the only one, not the only right wing friend that Chud has. To be real, right?
Avoid any kind of consumer consumption of things that are problematic. I think our contention is I think,
and to be fair, it seems to me like the impetus of his beef with White Nervosa and Vaush is that they're leftists, right? Whereas Chud, he's left the left, so he's okay. He's okay because he's left the left. But I remember having a Twitter discussion with SFO about socialism back when I argued with people on Twitter. That's a wow.
It's over the course of action that we are choosing to do with the information. I think we agree on the fundamentals here.
Well, I don't have an issue with a boycott in and of itself. You can boycott
Right. anything
at any point, at any time, right? I think it's the way that it's invoked and done is very important. And, I just think very fundamentally, I don't like the idea of browbeating people for making the wrong consumption choices. I think there's a better way to go about it. And I think the way it's been engaged in is kind of turn people off and, shooting yourself in the foot situation, I guess, is my final position on it.
And I think I'll say it again. I agree with you that trans Twitter is the worst possible spokesperson for trans issues.
There are failings of trans Twitter, but I feel like they're not what Brianna thinks they are.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember when gay people in the 90s really started to professionalize and get serious about civil rights. And the HRC took a huge role in that. They were massive. And what did they do?
Like, when we talk about trans Twitter, we're really talking about like white trans Twitter. And yeah, the problems are the way that it gatekeeps POC out of like trans spaces online, right? I mean, those are more like online with the problems with trans Twitter. It's not that it's like super woke scoldy or something. Trans Twitter can be annoying, but that's just, oh yeah, every Twitter. True, true. Short Fat Otaku followed me for a while, but he got banned at some point. I never followed him back. Consumption go burr.
They got gay men to donate large amounts of money to build a
So
professional
we're talking about the Human Rights Commission, the HRC.
political organization that was out there pushing back on anti-gay legislation, and they raised money.
Yeah, you're right. It does seem like she's got a problem with trans people being too radical on Twitter. SFO is trash, and that video shows he's trash. But it's good to expose White Leaf. I mean, this is the thing, is now it's clown versus clown. And I gotta say, it's wonderful, right? And like, I mean, there's not...
They started donating.
There's not really like a lot of stake in it when it's clown versus clown, right? It's fun. It's a more fun story than like, when Vaush is like harassing some black woman off the internet, right?
To the right politicians, and they held award shows for the politicians that stood by the community, and they professionalized.
It's nice when they have a go at each other instead, right?
That push for civil rights. And I'm here to tell you, like, this Twitter bullshit is not going to win any battles that are important.
Okay.
I don't see many people they're trying to professionalize and move in that direction in the trans community. And I think until you...
I mean, I'm trying to get my Twitter to be more professional.
it's just going to be this hell that we're in.
Speaking of
Okay.
which...
Speaking of Twitter bullshit, when you said that watching my work, you thought it was a parody, a hilarious parody,
Yes!
and like you're watching an Andy Kaufman routine,
I feel it's like it's a succulent meal.
what do you mean by that exactly?
I mean exactly that. I was watching something you were saying, and I thought you were pretending to be this right-winger dude. And I was like, oh, no, you really are. That's who you are. That was exactly it. I thought you were a Brit pretending to be American.
Wait,
Sorry.
No, hang on a minute. What did you mean by the Andy Kaufman routine pretending to be a right winger? I'm not a right winger, by the way, just to be clear.
I know. But
Okay.
you sometimes align with some politics that I think are a bit reactionary.
Okay. Like what?
So one of the things you said on the live stream is very confidently, you said there were 3 videos I remember you made about this. And one of them you were like, oh, well, people can accuse me of being misogynist. I kind of like that actually, or something.
Human Rights Campaign. Thank you, Chud Alpha. There is a joke here, but I won't make it.
To that effect. And I was like, oh, one of those guys. And I thought at first you were pretending to be, I thought you were a Brit that was doing an American impression in that second.
Okay, look, whilst you're here, I'll explain this all to you. It's very simple,
Sure.
okay?
Go for it.
So I've become frustrated with kind of like trite expressions of obvious progressive sentiments, okay?
Sure.
So, I feel like it's kind of pointless to repeat racism bad, sexism bad, and stuff like that. But then
wait, you're gonna abandon issues because you're bored with them? Because it's like it doesn't provide you any like intellectual like challenge to like consider these things morally, so therefore like the statements that don't need to be made?
say opinions that maybe don't quite fit within the progressive framework. People
Brianna, look at the man. He's reactionary. Eat
will
the
get very
rich.
angry with you. So my perspective is leaning into it is the most effective way to deal with that, rather than have to worry about people bleating at you about doing a wrong think over this particular issue or something like that.
Sure. I think that social media as a whole has been a very big trap for people. I don't think tweeting is activism generally, and I think that it's
I mean, it's just a weird thing for him to say that, like, I have become bored with the trite expressions of progressive viewpoints, and therefore I'm gonna, like, unironically become a chud. Like, I don't get it, right?
taken what used to be like going out and canvassing and donating and knocking on doors and trying to get people elected and speaking at the state house in favor of bills. I think it's taken all that energy into something that's generally performative
Like ratioing.
online.
Ratioing
Yeah.
probably isn't very effective, is it?
I don't. I think it feels good. It could be good for building up a brand, and I think it can be good for putting out public messaging.
If you want to talk about Keffals, just talk about Keffals. Like, wait, what? Is he afraid of Keffals on Twitter? I don't know.
On issues, but I think overall it has been a quicksand for a generation.
Okay. So I'm going to
So
be honest.
I would agree with you on a lot of that.
It feels like the energy of that tweet has dissipated in this conversation, and now.
Could it possibly be? I just wasn't that familiar with your work, and now that I'm talking to you, you don't seem like that bad a person. I'm sure after I get off this stream, I'm gonna get a million tweets from people going, "How dare you go on Chud Logic stream? Don't you know he did X, Y,
You know though how the woke skulls are, and the tender queers. Yeah, they'll definitely get at you.
and Z?
They'll be DMing you.
Show me some clips you did. They're terrible, and I'll come to the conclusion you're a terrible person then. So, how about we just put a pin on it until that happens?
I mean, didn't something like that happen with Destiny?
Yeah.
What?
You know, did you ever speak to him on stream?
You know, I reached out to Destiny multiple times saying I'll speak to you about anything. I'm happy to
Okay.
do it. I've actually watched quite a bit of Destiny.
Well, I've got to be honest. I've heard Destiny's debating another person called Rob Knorr, conservative. So, you know, I think he's dodging people on both sides of the aisle at the moment. But yeah, I mean, that would be an interesting conversation.
Wait, what's he saying about Rob Knorr? So if you don't know, Rob Knorr was the conservative, was the chud, was the transphobe involved in the whole Dylan Burns affair, right? This was the reason that I had Dylan on to debate me, and you know that's where that's where everything happened, right? But yeah, that was Rob Knorr. So wait, what? Destiny's talking to Rob Knorr. Okay. Like, am I surprised? Am I supposed to be surprised? Rob Knorr is probably not one of the top tier, like, reactionaries that Destiny's talked to, right? Destiny's done content with Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes, right? Destiny does not, like, I don't feel like him talking it. I don't understand why bringing up Rob Knorr is going to be, and obviously Brianna Wu does not know who Rob Knorr is. Why would she? Rob Knorr debate strategy is finding the source and then reading parts of it very, very fast. Yeah, he's a speed reader.
I'm sure people would like to see.
He's a speed reader and he's a gish galloper. He lives his whole life on on fast time.
Destiny is an interesting person because he's clearly got an immense level of talent. Like, the reason I watch his show, it's like he's certainly entertaining, right? But I also think that a decade of streaming and being online this much has warped his instincts into just kind of being an anime villain at times. Like, he just acts like a child sometimes.
I mean, you're not wrong.
And it's entertaining to watch, but like, there's a really good person there trying to get out, and they just can't because the format of this is just designed to bring out
He is incredibly charitable.
all of his worst instincts, I feel.
Incredibly charitable.
Well, I get a lot of stick for sometimes defending
Wait.
Destiny, so I'm going to
Stick as opposed to carrot.
avoid doing that in this conversation. And Destiny can defend himself in a live conversation with you if he so
I don't
wishes
feel like
to.
I'm attacking him.
If he has the guts to take on the onslaught that is Brianna Wu.
saying I think there's good there. I think he's
Okay.
Big
can get
live alert. True. Yeah. Saint Brianna.
by being a jerk sometimes.
This is the thing, right? I think that
Yeah.
sometimes
Destiny debated Rob Noor multiple times. Yeah, I don't see why that would be surprising, right? Destiny debating Rob Noor is like the most normal thing you could have.
because you state something calmly, it feels like it's not an attack. But calling someone childish
Also, hi, Fink Shi.
is attacking someone, right?
Sure. Well, it's how I really feel. I mean, sorry.
I mean, look, it's fine if that's how you really feel.
Sure.
But I think that sometimes, you're like the other thing as well, like I said earlier.
I don't know, Chad. What do you think? Is calling somebody childish like attacking them? If you told me, right, that I'm trying to think, is there somebody that if they said I was childish, I'd be mad? That's what I'm trying to figure out, right? He's getting really upset by the fact that she's not becoming the SJW caricature. She is kind of being, killing him with kindness here. In a video game, of course. In a video game. In a dating sim, actually. No, not a dating sim. Okay, I'm not going to put that on her. But, like, right, she is, she's definitely owning him.
To me, it's a more
in her own way.
Condemnation just to say you think less of someone for engaging, in a certain act. But you seem to, I don't know if you changed your mind on that, but, you seem to.
I think it's fair to
dismiss
quibble
that.
with that. I think it's fair to quibble with that. And yeah, as I said, I can kind of, I've told this story about myself before. This is genuinely true. So when I was growing up in Mississippi, I'll never forget this. We were having a big, I think it was Thanksgiving dinner. All my relatives are around, and someone Jewish had moved into my neighborhood. And one of I'm so young, I don't even know what a Jewish person is. Like, I'm literally that young. And someone starts going into all this nonsense about having someone this Jewish in the neighborhood. And I remember sitting there and I'm looking at the adults, and no one says anything in that moment. And I can just tell it's wrong what's going on. And the adults didn't say anything. And that's a pattern I saw over and over in Mississippi growing up, like basically terrible racist things happening and just people sitting it out. When to me, it's a very moral decision to stand up and do what's right in that situation. It's just how I'm built psychologically. I'm not saying it's right always.
You've got a lot of stories, haven't you? You've got a lot of
do.
stories about things.
I do.
Okay.
No! You got a lot of stories, don't you? You're a little too pleasant. You're a little too nice. What is your, this is
There's
hilarious.
one thing that you're
bad?
missing, though. No, there's just one thing that you're missing.
Yes.
Who asked?
Trying to get my point across effectively.
Okay.
I feel like he might as well have said, wait, and who's a Vaush fan? I hope you don't mean me. Destiny debate, yeah, Chud is getting triggered. Oh yeah, Brianna. Brianna is the Vaush fan. That's true. That is true.
Okay, look.
You've got a lot of stories. How dare you have lived experience to be able to articulate? Yeah, right?
I just feel like.
But who asked? Like, that's almost like what? That's like a nana. Like, right? What's up with that nana?
It's very difficult to come at you with a sort of frustrated or angry energy because the way that you talk and put yourself across, it's very calm, very relaxed.
And these are complaints.
But then you have little jabs here, jabs there. And then when it's pointed out to you.
So wait, is your problem that she doesn't do politics as like all or nothing as you do? Is that really it? Is that really, like, that's really the thing? Is that, like, you made your criticisms in a very polite way, I'll have you know, which made it very hard for me to portray you as being, like, you know, unhinged, angry, any of the SJW stereotypes that I usually go to. I wasn't able to do that, and I'm not happy. I'm not happy that you were so damn polite to me. What have you, Brianna, to say for yourself? At long last.
You just go, well, that's just how I feel about it. But you are like,
You're just all like, well, that's just how I feel about it. You're supposed to come at me and poke my eyes out and pull my, like, beard, you know, and I don't know what do you expect, Chud? What do you expect?
you know, attacking, but just doing it in a calm way, right?
It's a very calm attack,
I feel
yes.
like you're doing the
yes.
same thing to some degree.
Yes.
So,
Well, yeah, because, you know, this is getting very meta, but obviously,
Good observation, Chud. You retreated to the meta of the debate. What do I mean by that, okay? I mean, you are now debating about how the debate is going. That's pretty meta, if you ask me. That's pretty meta, okay? And I feel like you're the one that took it there. You're like, you're wanting to make how the debate is going and her demeanor, right? Part of the debate. And your argument is that she was too polite, and it's very inconvenient for you to attack someone who is so polite.
you know, I want to get a bit spicy with you, right?
I
But
just
it's
wanted to get a
difficult
bit spicy. Where's the nuance,
because
though?
if
God damn.
I'm angry or shout at you, I look crazy because of how
I'm not allowed to fucking treat you like I want to because you're being too
calm you
polite.
are. It's
Yes,
very, like,
there we go.
Your engagement is very passive
Here
aggressive,
we go.
and I'm trying to find opportunity.
That's the only thing he could say. That's the only thing he could possibly say. You're being passive aggressive. Like, there is more viciousness to your viewpoint than you are letting on to. And I will not have it, Missy. I will not have it. I'm sorry.
To be
I will not allow it.
aggressive, right?
okay. Well,
It's frustrating.
like I
It's
said,
frustrating to deal with, is what I'm saying, okay? You're a very frustrating person to talk to. As pleasant as it is to talk to you, it's very frustrating to talk to you, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I'm sorry that you find it frustrating.
Okay.
Even
I've
that,
enjoyed
you're
this.
saying sorry. You're saying sorry to me. Like, what on earth is going on? Jesus Christ.
What on earth is going on indeed?
Is this
Do you
the
want me to
future that
start
liberals
screaming?
want?
You know what, Chud Logic? You are the worst person on earth. I can't stand you. You're a misogynist. You're a transphobe. Clip that and ship it. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do here.
Well, it's I don't know. You know, obviously, I had in the back of my mind this tweet, and having read it now, but then when the way you explain it is so calm, and oh well, I thought this at the
How dare someone use manners?
time when that tweet was a dig
Yeah.
at me, right?
You said a bad thing about me, and then you wouldn't abuse me on my own stream.
I'm sorry.
What were you thinking?
What? But now you're okay. Now you're
Really?
apologizing again.
Really?
This is
No,
what I
I
mean.
really, I try to have productive relationships with people, generally speaking. I have no interest in a public fight with you.
Okay.
And I certainly never thought I'd be on stream talking to you about that tweet. I probably wouldn't have sent it. You know, there it is. If that upset you, I genuinely am sorry.
Okay.
It's
But that's okay.
Like, all she said is that you have an over-the-top personality. Chud, can you not see that? First impression, hot take. Chud has a very over-the-top personality. I wonder if he's the same guy in regular life, right? Is that really, like, an insulting question? Is there really any offense there at all? How can I get a better Twitter link to you? Wait, what does that mean? Oh, get a Twitter link. Join the Discord and put it into the streaming suggestions. Is that what you mean? Get a Twitter link to me. I think, yeah, that's what yeah.
Now, there it is again. You're saying...
I'm hungry, chat. I'm so hungry. Oh, wow.
I'm sure. If that upset you...
I've been subsisting on cauliflower, garbanzo beans, and pumpkin seeds for the past day or two.
Right? It's not a case of being upset. It's a case of you said something...
Which is actually pretty yummy.
...here about me, and then when you come on stream, it's the calmest...
You followed me on Twitter. Thank you, Amanda Panda Sensei. Meow.
...explanation, and I'm sorry. I didn't know your work that well.
I will follow back.
But it's true. I mean, this is how I really feel, man.
Okay. Okay, well.
It's a good place to leave it.
Yeah, we can leave it there. You know, obviously, I'm not planning to, like, monitor what you're doing, okay, just to be clear. But if there's any tweets about me, I'll be watching. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for coming on. Is there anything else you want to say? Any messaging you want to get out there?
No, I'm good to go. I'm going to go get on my Peloton and get my Sunday started.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on.
Chud
and
is
who knows, we might speak again sometime.
Sounds good. Talk soon.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Man, that was such a
Oh, did you? Oh, wait. So here's something, like, right? There's no comment chick. Okay, so there's two ways you can follow me, right? And I haven't decided what I'm going to do with these different... Yo, I don't want to look for Project Vertias. That's what's open on my Twitter tab. Oh my god. I'll have to get to that later, right? But yeah, wait, like, you can also follow me at Irene Geller. If you want to see where the most of the action is, it's at Irene Geller. There's also No Comment Chick, at No Comment Chick, right? Those are both ways to follow me and to get stuff. I need to work it out to where, like, I do one thing on one account and another thing on another account, because that's how dual accounts work the best. And it does make sense to keep two accounts going, right?
Conversation.
Yes, you followed Irene Geller.
Because you're a coward. How am I a coward? What on earth is that fucking comment? What the fuck am I supposed to do? If I start fucking shouting at her, I look insane. I look crazy. You've got to match the energy of the person that you're talking to.
Okay, now that was funny. That was funny. You saw that interaction, right? They were not happy. And that's what I mean. The little bit of credit that I give Chud is that he's not as much of a Chud as his chat. His chat are the Chuds, and that's the tail that wags the Chud dog. So, not that I'm calling Chud Logic a dog, but every dog must have his day. There's a lot of sayings about dogs. Anyway, this is this is just one that doesn't really need to be said. After all, it's just it's kind of sad. Not terribly sad, because he doesn't really have that much of a moral compass to begin with, but yeah, he's getting wagged. He's getting wagged, that's all. Alright, that is Chud Logic. So next week, speaking of somebody who's definitely not being wagged, we have Vaush. So Vaush Thoughtslime, right? Now, you might recognize this pairing. Hopefully not from any sort of, like, deviant arts, person or artist, right? But, yeah, like, I'm sure that exists too, but maybe you recognize these from an old VOD by Vaush that no longer exists, right? The infamous quote-unquote meltdown stream. The Thoughtslime meltdown. It was known by these names, and we have watched it. We have watched a bit of the Vaush, just absolute, like, most painful stream he has ever done, most, like, offensive mask-off stream that Vaush has ever done. It was after Thoughtslime blocked Vaush, so I guess the beef between these two has been going on for a while, but I don't get the feeling that Thoughtslime is saying a lot about Vaush these days. However, it would seem that Vaush has some things to say about Thoughtslime. And here they are. Okay? Here they are. In no particular order. No. Some particular order. Yeah, let's go.
And Markinator with the $5. Have you heard what Thoughtslime says here about?
People remember the lore. You're cursed by knowledge. I can have a short weasel time. A weasel time. A weasel time. A weasel time. A weasel time. Weasel time. Next segment? Oh my god, we should do weasel time. Chat, you don't even know about the weasel time, right? I need to send that out. I was about to put that out in like a community post. And I was going to do it last night, actually, to let you know behind the scenes what's going on, what we got planned. And there's a weasel. There's a weasel in the works, right? There's a little bit of weasel going on. And you're going to be glad to find out what the weasel's up to. But this is the weasel that we're dealing with right now, okay?
About the left helping men? Oh no.
This weasel right here.
Now, while I was making
Oh, hold on. Ay.
this
They all respected his grind.
Now, while I was making this video, a question
Can we have a weasel palette cleanser? Does chat want a palette cleanser? Or should we save it for after this?
kind of made the rounds on leftist internet. The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, that's a very misguided question.
Does that hashtag get used? Probably not. I think like this is a joke. Can we make a poll? Yeah, polls are great.
Question, in my opinion. Broadly speaking, the goal of the left should be to spread power to the most people possible. And so it should always be kind of harder to get...
Wait. Spread power? Before we spread power, we need numbers, right? I don't know what that means. Like, we want... Like, any political movement should be supported by the greatest number of people possible.
Vaush, I think what he's trying to say is, like, there shouldn't be a hierarchy of power within the movement. Right? Because how are you going to ask society to change its hierarchical structure if you're going to operate under, you know, a misogynistic structure, right? And Vaush, on the other hand, lately has been suggesting that we need to put up with that misogynistic structure a little bit better, right? Because it could drive away the guys who would otherwise be Jordan Peterson fans or Tater Tots or, you know, any other number Sneeko fans, right? We're losing these boys. And they could be good leftists. They could be good comrades. If only we'd let them by stop acting like feminists and start talking about men's issues. And what an oppressed, marginalized group men have become in this day where feminism has gone too far. No, like the thing is he's not saying all that, okay? But it's in there. It's definitely in there, okay? It's definitely not present, is what I'm trying to say. And you know, he's really walking a line on this, right? Trying to see how far he can push it without that mask falling off again. Let's see. Let's let him cook. Let him cook. Let him
get people who already have unfair amounts of power on board. That's inconvenient, but it's also kind of unavoidable without diluting the goals we seek to achieve. It is never in the self-interest of the powerful to aid the powerless. That's the reason there are...
This is like a really common lefty sentiment, but I really wish they would think about it for like just a little while. If they genuinely believe this, then like why was the most successful civil rights protester in American history at like making an active effort to appeal to white people, MLK? And like why have like you know, like successful changes to status quo and power. The argument would be like, okay, so gay people don't need to appeal to straight people, trans people not to cis people, black people not to straight. And it's like, well, no, obviously in reality, like there are two ways you can win in a social setting, right? It's you either convince your opposition or you dominate them, like in power, you know? So either gay people do Jan 6, storm the Capitol, and introduce...
This reminds me of the Trans Rittenhouse. Do you remember the Trans Rittenhouse? This was a Lonerbox take, right? Like Lonerbox was saying, Lonerbox's excuse for not wanting to do anything about the trans genocide currently in progress, including acknowledge it, was the idea that if things really are this bad, then a trans Rittenhouse is 100% appropriate. But that like, basically trying to propose that as do you think it's this serious? If you think it's so serious, you got to go out and do violence, right? And the whole time, Polly's like, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. Like, no, I'm not saying that. No, stop putting those words in my mouth. But that was Lonerbox's, argument was, if it's really that bad, then you must endorse violence in a way that's, contrary to what you're allowed to say, like, on a platform. And if you won't say it, well, that's just more proof that you endorse that violent claim. You don't. So the fact that you're not going to be, thrown into this TOS trap must mean that you really are about some violence. You're just holding that, I don't know, right? Ridiculous take, but you're hearing that come from Vaush now. It's not just Lonerbox, all right? There are so many people in the Vaush Clout Network who rightly criticized Lonerbox for that take, including President Sunday, including, I think, maybe even Chariot, TGT, all these people, right? Demon Mama, right? All these people were like, yeah, President Sunday's take is effed, is bad, right? Polly was right. But, see how long that lasted, right? See how long that lasted.
Like a gay junta where they kill all straight people or some bullshit. Or like, more realistically and more desirably, you try to convince the people who are in power over you that they need not be, that equality is okay. We've done this before, right? It's like an ongoing process, but you do need to bring people over on this,
Are powerful and powerless people in the first place.
But yeah, did you hear that? There's like two options, right? You gotta, yeah, he said, Jan 6, right? And the other option is, the other option is that you, make a deal with those in power, right? And symbolically bend the knee, right? Are we dealing with another false dichotomy by chance? Like, I feel like today is a very easy day, because all I have to do to diagnose these arguments is be like, false dichotomy, false dichotomy, false dichotomy, like, right? It's like as if you were able to win boxing matches, multiple boxing matches, in one day with just your jab. That's what it feels like. That I've literally got one hand tied behind my back, and I'm just knocking them out of the park here, right? Absolutely destroying.
And men, by and large, are
these debate bozos. The MLK card is used so much the paper is falling apart.
more powerful than women.
Wait, how long does this go on? Also, keep in mind that men being more social...
Yeah, we've reached the book-burning stage of fascism. Donald Trump just gave a fascist speech, right? Promising to basically, like, outlaw, like, in all but, every way, like, trans people in the United States, right? This is scary stuff.
...powerful than women does not translate to
every
guy feeling like he's part of a superior social class than women. For instance, if you're a guy and you're in high school, you might actually feel the opposite in a lot of cases.
Thank you, Joni.
Because we're talking about how people experience these issues, not how they actually manifest.
There are, of course, exceptions. There are intersections of other forms of oppression that can make individual people's stories different than the general trend. But, like, men...
Did anything happen to his face when Thoughtslime said intersections? Like, I feel like that's probably one of those words that triggers Vaush, if I'm being real. Like, he probably hates hearing marginalized, intersections, and intent versus impact, right? There's a lot of there's a lot of phrases that get Vaush's goat, right? And I am the goat when it comes to getting Debate Bros goats, okay? Men have it easier on average doesn't mean capitalism isn't also screwing them over.
Have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting, often to not men. In virtually any circumstance where a man has a shitty time in life, if that man were a woman, they would be having a worse time because they'd have all of their regular problems plus some new woman problems.
This is not necessarily true, because a lot of guys who are having problems have problems in interpersonal situations where men are not necessarily privileged. Men aren't really privileged in their ability to make friends or find relationships.
What is he saying? Can somebody tell me how deep he has gargled the incel mouthwash? Like, right? But what is he saying right there? Like, men are not necessarily privileged when it comes to making relationships. Does he feel like the social, like, you know, however you want to see it, game, market, whatever metaphor you like, choose your poison, right? For the social sphere? Does he feel like it's tilted against men? What does that even mean? Your translator broke? He's just making shit up. Okay, well that makes me feel better. Like, less... White supremacist. After a careful review of the appeal of the academic N-word, plural, wait, I can't fucking see the chat. There we go. We've come to decide that equality is actually good, and we will disintegrate Jim Crow society. Yeah, that's what happens if you're nice enough, right? That's how it always works. If you're really nice to the group with privilege, then they'll come around. That's how all social change works, by people not being too harsh in their criticism of the dominant group, right? That's how it works. That's how it's achieved. That's the magic, okay? Is that you just sit down and you be quiet and you be extremely nice and you just like slow, you know, kid gloves, just absolutely. Mildred was right. One reason capitalism is relatively resilient is that people who have the leverage to change things have more to lose when things don't also stay the same.
If their problem is that they're like super poor, then that can't necessarily be fixed by being a woman. Though.
Okay, so yeah, he is like, you know, talking about intersectionality without apparently being like aware of it. I feel like he's talked about it before. This is what's weird about Vaush, is that it feels like not somebody who doesn't have these concepts, but somebody who has selectively forgotten concepts that are difficult for a mainstream audience to grasp.
Women are more likely to be able to...
And has found it efficacious to just pretend that these things don't really exist.
Not go homeless, because there are more women's shelters and women are...
That's how power works.
Less threatening, so possible acquaintances might be more willing to let them sleep over at a place, but, you know, that's kind of an edge case thing. Obviously, women also have their own specific issues, but, you know, it's complicated, you know? Yeah, it's complicated.
Like, look, I mean, it just sounds like a big pustule of grievance to me, right? That's what this feels like. Like, everybody has to deal with, you know, social situations, and they're not easy to navigate, right? And in a situation where we're under a capitalist hierarchy, literally your means to exist are controlled by your place in that hierarchy, right? and it makes the social, you know, interchange that we experience like all the more transactional, all the more harsh, all the more, you know, important between the in groups and out groups. Yeah, sure, but like stop acting like that's a male problem. That's a problem that everyone's dealing with, and if you really want to help men, help them understand that they are not alone in feeling that way, right? That the social hierarchy is a hierarchy too, and it's like, if that's, you know, if that's what bothers you, you do have something to gain from like I don't know, like that's like the very thing that you seem to be frustrated with is something that's made worse by the systems of hierarchy that we're fighting against. So rather than trying to take the left and make it like less intersectional, make it easier on people's feelings, and sort of deny the existence of privilege, right? It makes people uncomfortable. We're gonna catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. Well, yeah, but like you're gonna catch like, you know, hornets who still have their like stinger intact, and they're gonna hurt people, and that's like what you're introducing. And to the left, right, is like a bunch of fragile people who haven't done the work that they need to do to get past these like petty grievances that are the you know, in like this case, like very much the grievance of the privileged, right? The imagined grievances of the privileged, and to the extent that they're true, I mean, that is like, you know, that's a hierarchy made more powerful by other hierarchies, and the work of intersectionality is unwinding those hierarchies. So, but understand that like you're not like this idea that they're somehow suffering a worse lot in life in some ways because they're men, like that's just a denial, right? And it's also kind of a reduction of your identity, because if you want, what you want is for people to admit that it's not easy for you either, sure, right? I don't look at anyone and make the assumption that they have every single privilege available to them. That's probably the rare person that lives that life, right? Most people do, you know, have struggles. Most people do, you know, have struggles because of hierarchies, right? So no, I'm not fucking denying that to like, oh man, I don't know where you got this, right? Other than the fact that this is not his intellect speaking, but rather his fragility speaking. This is a reflex of, you know, a wounded ego, and that's what you're dealing with, you know. That's what passes for leadership on the left, I guess, is embodying the misapprehension and fragility of an entire group of people. Good job, Vaush. Congratulations. That's really done it. Pandering to the dominant group does not affect change. That's how old boys clubs are created, exactly. Power concedes nothing without a demand, a cliche, for a reason. Yeah, but if you're Chud logic, then you have to put all the cliches aside. Like, right? He's not here for that. He doesn't want to hear your...
In the West today, male-female power dynamics are really messy.
Pointing out that this is unfair is always going to ruffle some feathers. It's going to make some men very mad.
Now, what does he mean by messy? Because messy can be, like, problematic and difficult. Messy can also be, like, unclear. Right? Then it's unclear, you know, who holds the power, because, yeah, that maybe in some way women are privileged. Like socially, what is that? What is that? What gives you that idea that women have a social advantage? Vaush, I gotta know, okay? I'm super curious now, right? Is that what you meant? Do you think that women have like an advantage socially?
Because they like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They don't care.
Okay, so right off the bat,
The women folk are no longer chained to the oven.
this right here is unironic, like anti-progressive propaganda masquerading as
White supremacist capitalist patriarchy obviously once was created to harm rich white men. Exactly. There aren't even more women's shelters. Most homeless shelters only serve men.
as like honest, straightforward political analysis.
Oh, wait.
We're not talking about taking anything from guys. You don't have to take anything from them. They're not going to lose anything. This is like the argument they make. It's like, well, did you know by elevating black people, you're actually hurting white people? Well, no, it's not a zero-sum game. I don't know why they... Why will lefties say, dude, it's not a zero-sum game when they're talking like broadly, but then privately they're like, yeah, it is a zero-sum game. I don't get it. Why? You don't need to say that. Like, all I'm talking about is like appealing to men and like taking their issues seriously and uplifting them on those issues, not in ways that give them more social power over women, but rather on like insecurities and concerns and life advice stuff they have, which usually serves as an entry point to right-wing politics.
They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them because of the stuff. So those guys, they're never going to be.
Also, your average 13-year-old boy is not like, if you ask your average 13-year-old boy, like, hey, how's being a guy going for you? They're not going to respond, well, I love all the...
He's 5 minutes away from explaining Sigma male theory. That's what you are, Vaush. I don't know, what does uplifting them on this issue look like? We don't... Oh, you know what? He's just... I feel like... I don't know. I feel like that's kind of a... It's kind of a weapon he could turn in a lot of different ways. But you know it's going to be used to shut up marginalized people, right? The idea that you're making these men feel uncomfortable and you're getting in the way of me providing an alternate pipeline from the conservative one by saying kind of the same thing that they're saying, right? Kind of the same appeals. You are disadvantaged. You are victimized. Because everybody just has it in for guys. Or even like for white guys, right? That does reach a certain demographic. That does get taken very seriously in a certain demographic, right? That does, like, that is a you know, there is a demographic for that. But yeah, it's like you're going for people who like literally you're fishing for people who haven't unpacked their privilege. And I don't have any faith in your ability or even desire to, you know, assist them in doing that. There's no way. That's not what these people are about. He's just looking to increase his numbers and develop a community that is more amenable to his more toxic, anti-feminist, anti-black, etc. views, right? So he's just building himself a little bit more room to be a little bit more reactionary, because he wasn't reactionary enough already.
additional social power it gives me. That is just not, this is not how, it's like some people seem to think that like the average member of a demographic group has a perspective of that group, which is equal to like a Wikipedia summary of a Sociology 101 course on that group, you know, like, how do you like being black? Well, as a black person, I do not enjoy my lower average income and household wealth. I also do not enjoy the mistreatment by the criminal justice system that I receive. You know, like, it's just, that's not how people, especially young people,
be on our side. We shouldn't want them to be on our side because they're just going to fuck everything up, right? Like,
What? You don't want guys on your side if the guy wants to maintain the privileges they have?
But like you say on your side, Vaush, like I guess on your side, right? If they're in your chat supporting you, then they're on your side. But like what we're saying is that you're trying to bring people over who aren't on our side, right? On our side as you know, not men, and on our side as you know, like as trans people, like, right? That's literally the demographic you're going for there, right? The kind of person that, like, you know, looks around the world, completely misses their privilege, and sees themselves as the victim. That's what you're targeting with this kind of content, right? And I almost don't want to help him, because like just me, you know, like at this point, like him having arguments with people like us is just gonna give him an easier route in convincing these people that he is one of them, right? So he's going this way. I mean, we're not gonna change Vaush's mind on this.
Can't we all have those privileges? Or I guess in that case, it wouldn't be a privilege. It would just be sort of like equal treatment. It's like every lefty, isn't it? Genuinely and fully, it's like every fucking lefty who's like this online.
We don't want to validate the black pillars. 13 boys can do bad stuff to. They learn it at an early age. True.
Not that I'm surprised that they would be like this. You know?
Our side is meant to stop those guys. It's like saying we should be trying to appeal to billionaires to fund the left. That might be convenient, but...
Yes. Oh my God, yes. A single billionaire distributing money through left-wing media channels could single-handedly undo an enormous amount of influence. One of the reasons why there are so many, like, out-of-nowhere right-wing grifters who suddenly become prominent is because there's an enormous amount of what...
Okay, so here's the deal. Like, if there is a billionaire out there that is completely Marx-pilled, and is like, I am a billionaire because my parents left me $1 billion, okay? And as much as I enjoy being a billionaire, having everything I want, I would rather have a just society instead. Let me use my billions for a good project. Let me give to like existing leftist organizations, right? Nobody's saying no to that, Vaush. Now that's not likely to happen for a number of reasons, right? Somebody like, you know, trying to undermine the very system that they are at the top of is gonna be a little bit more of a black swan than you might think, all right? But if the billionaire is out there that wants to like do right by humanity and use their billions to fund leftism, let's go. Let's go. Nobody's saying no to that, okay? But more likely what you're gonna get is somebody that is going to give you funding in a way that exerts a certain amount of control. Like the first and foremost being like, you know, changing your objectives, making sure that some like objectives are off the table when they are inconvenient, right? To the person's like to the continued, you know, higher existence of this hierarchy, right? So in general, like, right, what you're talking about, it feels more like is groveling to the wealthy, compromising our beliefs, and essentially allowing ourselves to be co-opted. That doesn't seem like an effective strategy to me, right? If what you're all about is strategy, winning, you're not doing it there, right? You're giving away the game, my friend. You're giving it absolutely away. Hey, young black economist. No, we can't have all. We can't all have the privileges because the privileges that white men have required the subjugation. Yeah, required the subjugations of other people. That's so funny and unsurprising.
It's like they're allergic to winning, man. Yeah, Engels was fucking wealthy. It's like it may seem useful to be able to win and have power.
Like, I've literally lived this, okay? I've literally been in a situation where, you know, I had a fairly large Twitch audience, and it was all by virtue of the fact that I was in the good graces of the powers that be, right? And I mean, like, it's not exactly the same thing as a leftist movement. You're talking about a leftist streamer that in some ways was enabled by not calling out certain things as harshly as I should have, right? That doesn't work out. The inside game literally does not work, right? I have seen it up close and personal, okay? I'm not on the fence about this. Yeah, it's Vaush, it's gatekeeping now. Get off my lawn.
But actually, that's not progressive enough.
How are you going to build a house of white fragility without Vaush building his house out of white glass?
Yeah, he owned like large mills, like multiple factories. His family was wealthy. They were like textile mills.
To get them on board, we have to fundamentally change our goals. So if we want to achieve...
No, we don't. All you have to, for a billionaire, you could just say, hey, these are our goals. We think this is morally right. We're appealing to your good senses here. Can you please give us money? If the billionaire was then like, well, actually, I'll only give you money if you change your goals to not be as hard on the wealthy, then we say no.
Do you, though? Do you say no? Because there's a lot of things that you have failed to say no to, okay? There's a lot of perverse incentives you have failed to say no to. I have no faith in this guy. Offered such a proposition, offered such a deal with the devil, as it were, to say no. Absolutely, that's not who this is. Everything about him is a compromise with the right. Everything about him is a caving in to right-wing garbage. Vaush is not a leader on the left. Unless you mean the kind of leader like the goat that leads the other goats to to losing the game that we call life, right? That's who this guy is. Like, look, I'm not saying that Vaush here is controlled opposition, right? I don't have anything to suggest that, all right? But I'm saying that if he didn't exist, someone would have to invent him, wouldn't they? This is such a good impediment on the left online to be able to organize in any meaningful way. This is such a good gatekeeper to keep marginalized people out of the movement and keep the main masses of people out of the movements of marginalized people. He functions so well in that capacity. It's almost like if he didn't exist, he would have to be invented.
We're not talking about changing the disposition of the left broadly. Yeah, Dima, I get that. It's just like in the context of the argument provided.
Is he arguing with Demon Mama?
You would want like anything you could get, you know?
Those goals, we have to be okay with alienating certain groups of people. Just pausing here because I don't think I did a great job of clarifying this.
You didn't.
This point, I am not saying that dudes are unreachable. I'm saying that there are a portion of dudes who are unreachable. They're a small minority, but
there are a portion of all groups that are unreachable because that's just how people are. But you can still appeal to guys' interests. Guys
Some
representing,
people,
you know, half the
some people you just can't reach. So you get what we got here today. But I don't like it any more than you. Something like that.
Population of the planet. You can still reach out to them and try to like indicate to them that it's in their interest to move leftward without just doing like preachy gatekeeping bullshit.
If this unicorn exists, give Irene $1 billion. Great idea. You can't destroy the master's house using the master's tools.
My point is that because most dudes are reachable and can be made to understand that actually sexism is bad.
Okay, so let's find ways of convincing them of that point, right? So okay.
How are you doing that again? By telling them that they are very oppressed because they're men? Is that like, do you not see the contradiction?
Right. They can be reached. So how do you reach them? Well, then you have to think of a good way.
How about we try to reach men who get this, right?
Of presenting that information to them, right? Maybe you should take subjects that they have a lot of emotional investment in, something they dedicate a lot of time to, something they think about a lot, something that weighs heavily on their mind, and think, how can I offer them a solution?
Wait,
How can I help them?
are you saying we should sell them dick pills? I mean, there's a lot of things that men think about a lot. There's a lot of things that fit that description,
How can I appeal
including dick pills.
to this interest? Here.
We therefore don't need to mollycoddle those who are too sensitive to hear that. Because chances are, if you don't like hearing that sexism is bad, if hearing that makes
This
you not
actually
want
makes
to
sense.
be cool or chill,
This actually makes
then
sense.
probably you weren't going to be useful as an ally.
Okay, this right here, this right there, that right there is the thing that shoots us in the foot every single time. If you just go
We're unwilling to throw marginalized people under the bus for some perceived expediency. Yeah, that's right, Vaush. That's our big Achilles heel.
up to some
You got it. You got it, Vaush. You figured it out.
kid and you're like, hey, sexism is bad, you should stop being sexist. And like then they're not convinced by your epic
No, that is a hilarious straw man. That's what Thoughtslime is doing. Going up. Let me rewind this just really quickly, okay?
hey, sexism is bad, you should stop being sexist. And like then they're not convinced by your epic argument. And then you're like, oh, I guess he wasn't going to move over anyway. Then
Hey, sexism is bad. Wait, who's doing that? Like, this is what you're putting on Thoughtslime. And I get it that you don't mean it literally, but even figuratively, that's not what I'm getting from Thoughtslime. Like, right? You seem to assume that everybody that already realizes that sexism is bad is already on our side, is already working with us, right? Is already supporting, is already showing solidarity. That's not true. That's not true. They are not, okay? So this would be some very low-hanging fruit. Now you're like, look at that fruit up there. Wouldn't it be cool if we could get these guys over here? Yeah, it would be so cool if someday they would unpack their bullshit, okay? And stop being, tater tots or whatever. But can we get the guys that already get this first? Or do you just like not want them in the movement because they're not going to put up with your BS?
you do actually believe that men can't be reached. Like, sexism is bad isn't an argument obviously, that's like tautological. Sexism is a form of discrimination which is socially like conditioned to be bad. Like, even conservatives rarely
What? What? What did you just say?
argument obviously, that's like tautological. Sexism is a form of discrimination which is socially like conditioned to be bad. Like, even conservatives rarely
It's socially conditioned to be bad? What the fuck?
say openly, I am sexist. They'll say, no, I'm not sexist. I just think men and women have different blah, 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 blah. That's because there's a strong social norm towards sexism being
But nobody's literally, like, this only works if you think that people are literally making the argument sexism bad, right? This only works in that situation where Thoughtslime is going door to door being like, did you know sexism is bad? Well, it is. It's bad. And you shouldn't be sexist. And that's not, oh my god.
being bad. So if your only argument is walking up to them and going,
Walking up to
sexism is
them,
bad.
I
and if
love
they don't
these fucking, like, this idea that they present, the way that they present this, like, that people are just walking around and be like, that sexism is bad, right? That's what we're talking about doing. You got us, Vaush. We're so ineffective because we walk up to people and say, did you know sexism is bad? Oh my God. Oh my
Immediately
God,
prostrate
Vaush.
before you and beg at your feet to let them into the movement, then that means they're unreachable. Then you actually do think they're unreachable. You have to find ways to make that argument for them. How is sexism bad? Okay, well, here's an interesting question. What leads some men to believe sexism is good? Well, that's what we're arguing against, right? I mean, there's only really two roads you can go down on the whether sexism is good or bad thing, right? I mean, it's different flavors of two directions. So what leads many of them to believe that it's actually good, knowingly or unknowingly?
No, again, it's an unnecessary false dichotomy, right?
Well, a lot of them...
And also, like, is good, is bad, like, really... Is Vaush literally mansplaining sexism? Yeah, this is like... I don't even know. Welcome to the stream, Just Eyeballs.
Are led to believe that sexism, or at least sexist attitudes, are good because of their experiences with dating and gender biases.
Okay, so wait, what? Like, keep on having to re-roll
So what leads
this.
many of them to believe that it's actually good, knowingly or unknowingly? Well...
Okay, so it's known as... His argument is this. It's known as a societal bad. Like, right? No, like, it's generally thought of like... nobody's like, yeah, I'm so sexist. That's cool, right? People are like, they either don't perceive something as sexist and thinks it's okay, or they do perceive it as sexist and look at it as bad, right? So, and then what leads some people, after that to kind of say, wait a minute, no, maybe sexism is good.
A lot of them, in my experience, are led to believe that sexism, or at least sexist attitudes, are good because of their experiences with dating and gender biases between the two groups.
Dating and gender biases? Wait a minute, I'm lost. Some of them think sexism is good because of dating and gender biases? What? Oh my God. What is he actually saying here? Yeah, conservatives overturn Roe v. Wade. People think that sexism is good because of their experiences with dating and gender bias. So wait, does he think that men take rejection like harder than women? Like, how much of this is just like, incel baiting?
The idea being that men and women,
I mean, not that kind of baiting, but
in a
like literally
sense,
baiting
if they are
incels
not
into your community.
Equal socially, but rather serve different roles. That's the root of historical sexism, right? The root of historical sexism isn't the idea that women are bad. In fact, the term misogynist was coined to describe...
Wait. The root of... My God. I need to actually cook something at some point, right? But the root of historical sexism is not that women are bad, but it's that the different roles thing, the division of labor thing.
Historical sexism, right? The root of historical sexism isn't the idea that women are bad. In fact, the term misogynist was coined to describe men who were not merely paternalistically sexist, but who actively hated women. Or to put it another way, the kind of person who hates women...
Can somebody check on this, right? So we're talking about like the derivation of words, the way that misogyny is that's Latin, right? That's got to be Latin. No, sorry, why am I saying Latin? I meant Greek. It's Greek.
Was being made fun of by sexists hundreds of years ago, to the point where a term was coined to make fun of them. So hatred of women isn't really the active operative position, right?
Okay, but that's like making an argument that, like, that homophobia, all the people that are homophobic, they're not necessarily afraid of gays. they kind of just hate their guts, right? Like, I mean, yeah, true. So, I mean, like, right, it's the term that, like, do I have to go over a prescriptivism versus descriptivism argument with you, Vaush? Oh my god, what just happened? That is the ringing of the bell, meaning that somebody else has signed up for Babbel. If you don't know what Babbel is, it is a language learning app scientifically shown to help you learn a language, a new language, in just 3 weeks, right? So, you know, you can start by clicking on my affiliate link that you get when you hit !Babbel. And we've got, I think it's like, there's like 14 languages. Should I read the list of languages again? The list of many languages? Oh my god, why does it not make this easy for me? So I want you to know what's available, alright? We have Spanish, French, German, Italian, Brazilian, Portuguese. Oh yeah, 2 forms of Spanish, actually. There's a Latin American Spanish course, and there is a Spanish, Spain Spanish course, right? So Brazilian Portuguese, Polish, Russian, Dutch, Turkish, Danish, Norwegian, Swedish, Indonesian, and English. And yeah, thank you whoever just bought the just tried out Babbel. So for now, for right now, we've got a deal that's 60% off of a language course. You can try it out for 20 days. Please don't try it out though unless you really want to get it, right? It doesn't really help me for people to get it and return it. But just so you know, if it doesn't meet your expectations, you can return it, and you know, that's that is my that is my spiel for Babbel. See, I'm learning.
Usually stems from something else. Well, what leads to
But
people
yeah, thank you.
being sexist or hating women? No matter how you run at it, and this is pretty demonstrable given
Misogyny is done. Checkmate, feminists.
all the young men who flock towards Peterson or Andrew Tate, a lot of it stems from insecurities that guys have. The belief that the way women behave today is off-putting and antisocial and civilizationally destructive, and that the best way to fix it would be to undo feminism and the gains that it's made. Insecurity is the root of this, so we have to find ways to address that insecurity, which you will not do, by the way, by just running up to them and saying, hey, sexism is bad. What is your response? And they're like, you're like, too slow. You fucking run away. Joel was much better at articulating a disagreement. Yeah, that's because Joel is fucking dope.
Also,
I mean, there is like a insecurity that comes with the dissolution of any power structure that somebody's on top of, regardless of how like minor those inroads into that hierarchy might be. Elle, good to see you, meow. Joel is dope. This is true. This is true. We don't need to run up to them in the first place. Well, this is like, sexism was rooted in the belief that women were property. Yeah. That's the thing that's kind of getting missed here, right? And to the extent that there's been inroads made in that, yeah, so what you're going to have, right, is backlash. Vaush, you gotta, having attained your beautiful Bachelor of Science in Sociology, or was it a Bachelor of Arts? Actually, I don't know. You tell me. But whatever kind of bachelor degree it is that you attained, right? Certainly you must have run into the term of backlash, right? So in any dissolution of a hierarchy, even just a partial one, you're going to have backlash. You're going to have the people that benefit from that hierarchy, those that are privileged by it. I know it's a bad word, we're not supposed to say it, but there it is. Even those that are privileged by hierarchy, you know, they're going to react as if something's being taken away from them. Because I mean, like, privilege is the elevated status is being taken away from them. And even if there's like no material consequence of that loss of status, it's gonna feel like there is. And it's gonna feel, to some of them, like their world's falling apart. And they're gonna turn to a counter-revolutionary direction. Now, that is unavoidable. What you seem to think is that, like, this is a result of the left doing something wrong, and what you seem to think that the left is doing wrong is standing up for marginalized people too much. When you stand up for marginalized people, it makes people with privilege feel bad, and if we want those people with privilege to be on our side, we need them not to feel bad. But if we do what you say, and we help people with privilege not feel bad about that, then we're not the left. At that point, you have Captain Genued yourself into being right wing. Congratulations. I'm in my mind, I'm looking at you through my legs, because that's how Captain Genued you just made me.
Probably.
God.
You don't wipe your ass. There's
Buongiorno.
a statistical likelihood
Buongiorno.
that you don't wipe.
No, backlash is when women make men big sad, and we need to baby them, and they will be super big sad, or they will be super big sad.
Your asshole. Reactionaries will always be able to get a foothold in any group
Fuck, they've got me.
of people being made to grapple with the unfair power they benefit from. Telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than, like, saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Wait, again, what is with this zero-sum game shit? What do men have to have less of? Why do we keep... Why do lefties keep... In the case of, like, billionaires, obviously a socialist system would let a billionaire have less stuff than the...
I mean, I can make this, really simple for you, okay? If you and some random female streamer get into like a drama, right? You're gonna win that drama. You're gonna have an advantage in that drama, right? There's gonna be a slant that the game is played on, and it's not gonna be to the woman's advantage. That's what you're giving up, okay? What I'm saying, Vaush, is that your score in this video game is artificially high, okay? You've been getting, like, a buff that other people haven't had. And it's literally that, right? And whether you want to say that we're going to be buffing those who are at a disadvantage, or if we want to say we're debuffing those who are at an advantage, it's still, and even like I said, even if it's not like something that results in any material, like, consequences, it's going to feel like it is. It's going to psychologically seem like it is. And you're going to get that fragile reaction. You're going to get that counter-revolutionary turn by those who feel themselves to be robbed of their righteous privilege by a world that has changed ever so slightly, but is still perceptible. They're, the proverbial princesses in the pea. I think Vaush would deny that. Yeah, he probably would. As I said it, he was like, no, women have such an advantage. It's like if I went up against Pokimane.
They do right now. But, like, what is a man losing? Feminism doesn't harm men. Why do they keep repeating anti-feminist talking points?
It just is. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if you noticed it, but there's a kind of boom-bust cycle in capitalist economies. I think I'm the first person to point that out. But in recent times, they've gotten all the booms to go to a handful of jerks, and the rest of us been doing nothing but busting.
I mean,
Men would lose some aspect of male privilege, right? Okay, but materially, what do you mean when you say that? Like in actuality, what are we talking about? Now at boardroom meetings, rather than men being picked to talk 15% more often, everyone gets picked equal amounts? That privilege? Like, really, what are we talking about here?
it's like Vaush has never used the word privilege. Never heard the word privilege.
No, I mean it. I'm looking at chat right now. I want somebody to tell me. Like, most of the stuff that...
Hey, how about this fucking main character syndrome that a lot of y'all seem to have? How about you give that up? right? It's not a material thing. It shouldn't be a problem. Right? It's literally just you being kind of self-centered. Why don't you give that up? That for a start. How about that? How about that?
Feminism wants to change is preventing men from doing things that is already bad to do anyway. Like feminism in the Me Too movement. Don't rape. Don't sexually harass people. Stop spanking the asses of your secretaries in the workplace. Like that shit. But like that's not men losing something they ought have anyway or want to have ideally. If you were,
what you're really saying is like that men would get away with that less, right? That the power that some men exert in order to do that stuff and get away with it and not have any consequences from it and not have anybody want to speak up for fear that they're going to be shit canned, they're going to be blacklisted in the industry, right? As you know, like this stuff really happens. It has, you know, happened in the recent past, and I'm positive that it still goes on. He's acting like it's not a thing. He's acting like this is Mad Men stuff. This is in the 1950s. No, this is now, Vaush. This is now.
if you were like, if you walked up to a guy and you were like,
Men should shut up and stay in the kitchen. Nice, El.
hey, how would you feel about feminism if the only thing you lost was you couldn't rape your secretary? I feel like most guys, if they could get past the weirdness of the question, would be okay with that, you know?
Wait, okay, so just to be as bad faith as you were to Thoughtslime Vaush, are you really saying that you're going to
Male
walk
privilege
up...
is just a very...
Are you really going to say that you're going to walk up to men and you're going to be like, you know, if you can just get over the raping your secretary thing and the... whatever else he said, then you could have a nice world where things were, you know, there was a little bit of justice. Like, what? They're gonna listen to that? They're gonna listen to that? Like, I don't know, right? You were accused Thoughtslime of walking up to people and saying misogyny is bad or something, right?
nebulous thing, you know? A lot of male privilege is just not being targeted for the bad stuff that non-men get, you know? I agree it's incredibly stupid to grant the narrative conservatives and men are going to lose things generally, but being charitable, I think men will still lose some stuff. If there are men who are convinced they want to live like Andrew Tate, aka a pimp,
I burnt my tortillas, chat.
that type of man would lose things. Yeah, but true, but Andrew Tate's currently in jail, right? Like, that's my point. If your argument is like, okay,
I can't eat this tortilla because I burnt it.
okay, well, with feminism, men will lose the right to rape and traffic women sexually. It's like, okay, all right. But when I think like men, I don't think of that as like a male privilege thing because
should
women
do like
can
a...
also do like it's illegal when women do it too. Like it's like so a woman could also do some big sex trafficking thing or whatever. I mean, it's not as likely to happen for a wide variety of reasons. But
How did
I'm
I
not
not
really
change
thinking
this
of that
yet?
like okay, well, this is something men are losing. I'm
Oh
thinking,
my god,
like,
chat, let me know when I'm
maybe
not
men
keeping
will
up with
lose, like
this is
a
not
little
Chud
bit
Logic,
of
this
the
is Vaush.
assumed competence that they get over women. But even that's changing. Because women are graduating from college way more than men are. So it's possible that demographically that's like not even, I don't know. I think
Yes,
that
and
feminism,
I'm sure that the patriarchy will not find a way. The patriarchy will not find a way to make it so that men still get the, you know, the bigger take-home pay and the better jobs and everything else. No, I'm sure that women having better education will not translate into the system valuing education less.
is a slam fucking dunk for men personally. I really do. I do think that.
Yeah,
I genuinely
male privilege is when men don't get arrested for crime.
believe that. I have been a feminist for a long time
Did
now,
it
at
change
least
back?
like a solid decade.
Weird.
I have never cucked myself out to any of these pansy
my God.
bitches. I have never not insulted a woman who annoyed me. I will never, ever, ever, ever,
So true, bestie. So true.
ever feel like I have to apologize for being a guy. I'm uncucked, but none of that has anything to do with being a feminist. We're talking about like very basic.
No, dude, here's what you're not getting. Like, you're saying you're uncucked with like a Trump hat down your throat, okay? That's how uncucked you are. Right? You very much placate reactionary ideas, okay? There is nothing strong about your weak political stance of caving on the people that need that solidarity the most, yeah? Like, I'm not gonna use a freaking like right-wing like fetish word like that the whole explanation for why the people say cucked and uncucked now, it's pretty fucking yikes. Yeah, like, right, it drives right through some pretty weird racist stuff, right? But just don't get me wrong, like there's nothing strong about this guy, right? Like, all of his positions are a huge compromise with the far right.
Social stuff, you know. I don't think I lose anything. We don't have to apologize or weaken ourselves. It's just, you know, it's a good sell. That's true, DM. It feels like the narrative has moved on now that we're further from Gamergate, but I hold all those positions.
Sorry, I'm just gonna take another take of that. The rest of us other people's shit, because that rules.
Wait, so he just starts scrolling through. Okay, so I guess he's done.
Just to have other people's shit. I would love to take shit from you. Patreon.com/. Part of that understanding is going to be uncomfortable, but prioritizing male comfort over the safety of others isn't going to help. It's just
okay. So this is just going to contain all the same like thoughtless like bumper sticker slogans that we've gone over a million times before, right?
Yes, Chad. Yes.
Like you'll literally say like, "Hey, we should develop rhetoric to address concerns that men have without changing anything about our own movement." And they'll be like, okay, so you want to let rapists in?" It's, yeah, thoughtless slime. Yeah, it's unfortunately, it's like the same all the time.
Then why are we having the conversation if we're not changing anything about the movement? What you're changing is that now we're catering to the feelings of people with privilege, right? That's what you're changing. That's your suggestion for how the left could be stronger, is by being compromised with the right, right? Is to attenuate our movement to the sensibilities of the most sensitive among us, the privileged, the creme de la creme of privilege, as it were, right? That's what you're saying.
It's the same. I mean, this is from 10 days ago, I guess, but it's not like they're any less stupid now. Yeah, okay. We could go over the whole thing, but like, really, what's the point?
What is the point, indeed? Okay, so that was Vaush versus Thoughtslime. Now we've got Keffals and Bad Empanada again. Why? I thought I was done with Keffals. Okay, so I'm gonna try to pare this down. I'm gonna try to completely pare this down. I think this is the fastest way.
You may have remembered.
This is the fastest way that we can get this over with, okay? So Keffals made a video responding to Bad Empanada's refutation of her allegations that Bad Empanada was this huge Stalinite, this huge, just complete Stalin simp. He fucking worships the ground that Stalin walks on, never has any policy with any of Stalin's problems, right? And pointed to a video in which Bad Empanada goes over some of his problems with Stalin, right? So in other words, like, she just made a really ridiculous claim and it was easily debunked, and she decided to watch the debunking for some reason. Now let's remind you, okay, as a streamer, Keffals is bigger than Bad Empanada. Keffals does not have to respond. Keffals would, you know, convince her chat that, you know, she's right just by being in a conflict with Bad Empanada, because they hate Bad Empanada. If you like Vaush, if you like Xanderhall, if you like any of those people, you know, that are kind of like allied with Keffals, then you hate Bad Empanada. So it should be an easy clap for Keffals, but instead, what does she decide to do? We'll watch.
In my incredible dispute with the amazing and very intelligent streamer Keffals, that I said she would need to avoid actually watching my responses and showing them to her viewers because, you know, they're so...
I find Vaush's position interesting when it comes to comparing with class reductionism. Vaush goes one step further and doesn't even consider class.
Rife with evidence that makes her look terrible, that she would have no avenue of response. And she nonetheless went and did exactly that, and it went exactly as I said it would. Literally exactly as I said it would. And she uploaded it to her channel afterwards. Like, the lack of self-awareness that one would need to have for that to be possible is absolutely absurd. You're not going to believe that she uploaded this to her channel. The title is like, Bad Empanada's hilarious meltdown response. Creepy, tanky. Like, it's all completely just non-descriptive and very general, because if she described what happened in the video, well, you'll see. You can form your own descriptions. I can just show you.
Okay, I was taking a while to figure out the thumbnail. The thumbnail says creepy droney, and I couldn't figure out. It's because Keffals' thumbnail says, or Keffals' thumbnail or title says creepy tanky bad empanada, right? So I guess he's calling her a creepy droney, like a drone.
Let me get the bad
instead of a tank. Get it? It's hilarious. Vaush lost that debate with to an inanimate video. Wait. Oh, true. Yeah. I feel Vaush would feel bad about losing his. Oh my god. That privilege, yes. BE can go ahead and love Stalin, but I'll never get over him hating...
Empanada video.
Wait, hating on who?
Up. Okay.
Big mistake. You shouldn't have done that.
Oh, Bad Empanada jump scare. Okay, let's see.
So Keffals just made the very poor choice to invite people onto her stream to refute the claims that she made about the Holodomor being a genocide. And it's once again a great doozy. She pretty much just outs herself again as a massive liar, and I'm going to show you exactly how. Let's get right down to the clip where she was confronted about what she said about me. She claimed that I was a genocidal Stalinist who supports Stalin's genocide and ethnic cleansing. Let me show you the clip of that first. I bring receipts. She never does. She basically relies on her audience being too stupid to actually seek out the facts and just
tanky versus droney, right?
Accepting whatever she says. And yeah, precisely. So why would you upload this, Keffals? I think you might have made a mistake here. I think this was probably not a good idea on your part. It's like the default truth no matter what. Listen.
If you go into Bad Empanada's channel, one of his most popular videos is him defending Stalin's mass murder and ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Okay, let's go to Bad Empanada's channel. Let's sort by popular. Well, this is the 8th most popular video on my channel, but it's also the only one that's actually about Stalin. So this must have been what she's talking about. Let's click it. So this is a video about the Holodomor genocide question. It goes over the scholarship on the question of whether the Holodomor was a target genocide of Ukrainians or not. And I end.
Okay, I don't care. That's okay. That's a problem though. It's like I actually don't care.
That's this is like her response. It's like a fucking 14-year-old who's, you know, gotten into some dumb fucking argument or something, and their response is like, "Oh, I don't care anyway. I don't care." She doesn't care. She just doesn't care. That's amazing. You get proven wrong in the most far away possible, and your only response is, "I don't care." She did seem to care though, because if she didn't care, why was she inviting people onto her stream for like 3 hours straight to debate this? If she didn't care, why did she make this video?
So
I almost forgot. Okay, so Zara, are you here? We do have like a Weasel, palette cleanser to watch, right? It's about weasels. It's a brand new meme for you, okay?
That was 9 minutes long.
You're here. Can we do the Weasel time? Can we do the Weasel time? Because I think the Weasel clip, the actual clip that where I said Weasel, it came from a Bad Empanada and Keffals interaction, right? New meme is about to drop. Yes, just about to drop. Weasel, it's in the Discord DMs. Okay, are you ready? We're about to set it off, okay? I hope you're ready. Are you ready? No, apparently not. Apparently I gotta like roll this back. What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! 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 Oh my god, somebody got the combo! Weasel! What a weasel! What a weasel! 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 What a weasel! Weasel! Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
What a weasel. What a weasel. What a hell of an introduction, yeah, right?
Of her just plain making shit up about me. Like, she wrote a script, she read it
The
off
War of the Weasels.
a teleprompter. She put, like, legitimate effort into this. She was really careful with everything involved with it, you know? And she doesn't care, though. She doesn't care. It's just admitting that you're a fucking grifter. Okay, you don't care. That's your response. She would care if she thought she
Thank you for the follow, by the
had an
way.
avenue of response, but she doesn't. So conveniently, she can just feign indifference.
Like, I don't care. Like,
I don't
regardless
care.
if I
But do you see what I'm saying here? Like, weasel.
was right or wrong, I actually just don't care.
Weasel.
Holy shit. An actual little child.
What a
Even if
weasel.
the famine was not a genocide, it was still a massive failure.
This is what I said. Like, she could not show this on her. Why did she upload this? For one, why did she watch this video? She knew that she was going to be in big trouble already. Why did you watch it? And for two, why did you upload it to your channel? This is inexplicable. This is like inexplicable self-destruction.
Policy, and the government reacted with more concern for its self-image than for the people who were dying en masse. This is not at all something unique to Stalin or the USSR. Governments in general love to cover up and downplay
God.
events that are inconvenient for them. But it
have to
happened
stop
nonetheless,
eating
and it's
bird
impossible for
tortillas.
such a
That's
massive
so
human
gross.
disaster not to be attributable to the authorities who oversaw it,
Oh, why
and
did I eat
especially not
that?
the ultimate authority. In this case, Stalin. The fact of the matter is that Stalin heavily deviated from principles formed by Lenin and earlier Bolsheviks regarding the autonomy of peasants and of nationalities, with disastrous effect demonstrated by this famine along with many other things, such as Lysenkoism, the deportation of the Crimean Tatars, and the reversal of Lenin's cultural and language policy.
And I did tell you, right? All that she does is plays video games and just sits there like waiting for a moment where she can make like some sort of snarky but nonetheless idiotic comment. You know, incredible high-level content here. Just cannot stop playing the video game even for a second.
Which were designed to foster each Soviet republic's unique identity. Compared to other Soviet leaders, Stalin was uniquely brutal in ways which were not just completely unnecessary for the economic and social development of the USSR, but also just actively detrimental to it. So under no circumstances can his crimes be justified as simply being for the greater good.
Okay, so that has to be what she's referring to, because it's
I
the
got an
only
orange.
video I've ever made about
Much
Stalin.
better than
It has to be
number-
what she was addressing. So she just plain lied about that because, you know, it basically pays in the circles that she's now a part of to be like, this person, tanky Stalin, bad, tanky. So she was confronted live about this and asked to justify what she was saying. It wasn't by me, because she would never, ever make... She's like not even trying to respond for most of this. She knows she doesn't actually have anything to say. I think she's realizing how bad this actually makes her look. Like, she's realizing in real time how much she fucked up, but she's already kind of committed to watching it, so she can't back out now. Oof. The mistake of talking to me live about something that actually depends on her showing hard evidence to prove her claims. Do you think someone who just plays video games and says whatever 2-bit dumb shit comes to mind is capable of talking to me about a historical question that I'm intimate? And what is she doing? She's playing video games and saying whatever 2-bit dumb shit comes to mind while watching a video where I said that that's what she does. I fucking love... I love it. Everything about this is perfect. Everything about this
Weasel.
just like this makes me look good. Why would she upload this? Knowledgeable on? Obviously not. Anyway, let's see what she says.
People keep going back to Ukraine. I never mentioned Ukraine. I never mentioned the Holodomor.
You lying fucking weasel. My only video on Stalin is on Ukraine and the Holodomor, so that has to be what you're referring to.
Wait a minute. Wait, oh my god. Did he hear me say Weasel and Weasel just got in his head? Am I the reason that she... Like, or did I hear him say Weasel? Where did the Weasel come from?
You're making shit up. Those are the only two options.
Who said
and both
Weasel
of them involve you
original?
being a lying piece of shit snake. Very simple.
Okay, I don't care. Simple as.
Wow, what a great response. I don't care. She doesn't care she cares so little that not only has she uploaded 4 videos on this, but she specifically wrote a script that she then read off a teleprompter and tried to frame herself as like the victim of some sort of harassment campaign because I dared to respond to her and defend myself. She cares a lot about this. The reason why she's pretending that she suddenly doesn't care is because this makes her look so fucking bad. And the only out that she sees is
Tanky.
Well, I don't care. I don't care.
Not
That's
tanky.
it.
I don't
This
care.
is fucking amazing. Why would you upload this?
I don't care. Like, I don't...
Oh my god, the feigning indifference.
understand. Like, how am I so owned? Like, dude's made like 4 videos about me this week. I was just wrong.
He's made 4 videos about me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. She's made 4 videos about me this week.
Like, I'm a fucking idiot. You're
We
treating
know.
me like I'm this, like...
Oh, by the way, we have new sound alerts if you guys want to try them out. We have some new sound alerts. Let me give you a sample.
He looks vaguely ethnic.
Yeah, that's one. There's also this.
I was just wrong. Like, I'm a fucking idiot.
That's true. So she says she was just wrong. She's a fucking idiot. Okay. The thing is, she wasn't just wrong. She lied. There's a difference between being wrong and lying. Being wrong means that you legitimately believe in something, yet you are wrong about it. Lying means you maliciously make something up or lie about something that you know not to be true. She did the latter. She obviously knew that video was not what she said about it because, she tries to make it out like she watched it. There's 2 possibilities. Either she didn't watch the video, but nonetheless lied about what was in it, or she watched the video and then nonetheless lied about what was in it. Both of those are malicious lying, not just being wrong. And, well, she's going to get to the part soon where, even aside from those 2 options, it becomes very obvious that she was actually specifically maliciously lying and not just wrong. She's like, I admit that I'm wrong, okay? Well, it's not that you were wrong. That's not the problem. The problem is that you lied. There's a difference between being wrong and lying. And you lie a lot. I heard that you have a bit of a cease and desist going, so you stopped mentioning a certain person because you like to lie about.
So that's about Destiny. There is... I think there was like a cease and desist filed against Keffals by Destiny, making the claim, saying that Keffals had made false claims about Destiny, right? And since then, they haven't really talked about each other. Well, no, let's put it this way. Like, Keffals hasn't talked about Destiny, and Destiny hasn't pursued the any like sort of libel case or anything like that, right? Which would be probably a tough case to win, a very like uncertain case. But I mean, I guess he could file one.
About them a lot, so you might want to be a bit careful with the things that you say in the future. You might want to stop lying.
Like master manipulator and not like I'm just like this fucking
No, I don't think you're a master manipulator. I think you try to manipulate, but you're too stupid to really do so. Hence, for example, you thinking that it was a good idea to upload this video to your channel. This video that makes you look terrible.
ADHD rattled autist that can only have conversations if I'm playing Raft.
Bad Empanada's video was about the Ukraine. He has one video about Stalin, honestly, about you. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah,
unless there's a secret Bad Empanada video that we don't know. He's talking about the Ukraine.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've talked to him privately. We've been friends for years.
That's a lie. This way that she keeps... Even if there's some sort of plausible deniability for the first claim, of me being tanky.
I mean, they have known each other for years. They haven't been particularly close, right? So that's the, truth behind that. Definitely Keffals is memeing when she says that they're like besties, or that implies like a relationship and stuff like that. That's her shit posting, as she does.
Stalin, genocide, ethnic cleansing. Then there's this claim. That is her saying that there are private conversations that we have had where I defend Stalin. That one is clearly just a straight up lie. There's no possible excuse for that. Let's see how she defends it. Claiming that people who were never her friend were her
Don't use my mental health issues as a shield. Okay, first of all, having ADHD is not an issue.
She just brings... She does love to use it as a shield, doesn't she? While simultaneously being ableist as much as she possibly can, all the time. Oh, you know that? Let me leak the logs, Keffals. Let me leak every log from the second that we became so-called friends. Let's do that. Okay. Stalin. Oh shit. What's that? So, was she wrong or was she lying? There's no Stalin in the logs. There's nothing to do with any of that in the logs. So, it's not that she was wrong. It's that she was maliciously lying and knowingly doing so. Like, not only
Weasel
did she lie, but she then later made up more malicious lies in order to try and defend the initial lie. That's not being wrong. That's lying. 0 results? Oh shit. Just for good measure, let's scroll through them all. Let's scroll through all of the logs. Anyone see any mention of Stalin? Anyone see any mention of Stalin? And the only times that I've ever spoken to her on voice, they were on... You notice how little she's interjecting? Because she really just doesn't have any means of response. This is exactly how I said this would go. If she actually watched my videos on stream, like, what can she say? On stream or on my stream or both. So it's all public. I've never talked to her over voice in private. Oh shit. Check out all the times that I told her about my secret views on Stalin.
Debate.
In our very long friendship, we've been friends for so long, according to her, aka we exchanged 2 or 3 messages, like once every 2 months. For her, that's a friendship. Where's the Stalin, Keffals? Where's any discussion of Stalin or my secret views on Stalin that you claim there? Oh shit, it's not there? Is she going to respond to this? Wow. Is she going to respond? Snake. She will say anything for clout. Absolutely anything to attack the people who the people that she's trying to suck up to don't like. She will gladly destroy... Like, she's just like, why would she think this was a good idea? She just lets it play, doesn't even try to respond. Like, she's just sitting there trying to listen for something that she can try to form some sort of snarky, idiotic response to, rather than responding to the actual substance of anything. Because that's what these people are. They just make shit up, and when they're called out on it, they just sort of skip over it and hope that no one notices. Why would you upload this? What she calls friendships with other creators, just for the sake of getting more clout with the fans of bigger creators who don't like it.
I hate how somebody who regularly uses the R word tries to use a diagnosis as a shield.
Yeah, that's who she is. If you want to talk about someone liking...
That's true. I will literally say anything for clout and money, which
is
why you
did
should
not
subscribe
address
to my stream.
anything what was said at all, and then she just makes a funny joke to try and deflect. Holy shit! Why would you upload this? It's just you admit to lying. You don't even try to contest anything. You just straight up admit to lying. Do you think this makes you look good? And if you look at the comments, half of them, it's people who just make shit up about...
I mean, it's just a weasel. It's a weasel. It's a weasel. She's doing a weasel.
Me, rather than trying to deal with anything to do with the actual content of this supposed argument. And then it's people being hey, you kind of just admitted to lying. Someone says, kind of admire your confidence, if that's the right word, in uploading this and not giving a shit that this bell end comes out of it looking like the person in the right. Come on, Keffals, this is incredibly stupid and dishonest. You called BE a Stalin apologist. You said his video defended Stalin. You said he had chat logs where he praised Stalin in private. And when he proves you wrong on all points, you hand wave it away, saying you don't care. You were joking or blaming your mental illness. Honestly, why even make this video? Like half the comments.
So I wanted to check on this, right? I wanted to verify this, okay? We're not going to go over there and look at the comments because, again, I don't ever want to prompt anybody to, like, see a username and be like, oh, I know that person on Twitter and go give them a shit or anything like that, right? We don't harass. We don't mess with people. That is not our style, okay? So I'm not going to encourage that by going around looking at comments, like, you know, up close and personal like that, where I'm showing off their names, even if their, you know, names are different on YouTube than other things, right? But I did check on this to see if his assessment, which he said about half of the comments were negative, were saying that this isn't good, that you were unfair, right? And I would actually say that he's underselling it. More than half of the comments, and I'd say the vast majority of the comments that I saw on that video were negative. Now, I don't know what it's like now. Maybe there's, you know, maybe the stands have come to Keffals' rescue, but yeah, it wasn't pretty. It was not a pretty sight to see somebody get destroyed in their own comment section that badly.
He's getting a bit worked up, but if you care about your integrity, you shouldn't really say I don't care, but own up to the mistake. So you agree that you completely mischaracterized Bad Empanada's views on Stalin. Keffals, I don't like this guy either, but come on, you accuse the guy of being a genocide apologist. He shows that he's not down to having similar views on Stalin as you do, and you're just like, I don't care? Keffals, I am new to your content. Is I don't care whether I'm right or wrong some community joke? Am I missing something? It's like, the comments are like, people being like, hey,
And like, I mean, I don't know exactly what, maybe Bad Empanada knows more about Keffals' original political views that I do, but there is a picture of her with a bust of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. This is when she was running as a candidate for the CP, the Canadian, the Communist Party of Canada, right? So, and not that long ago either.
Why would you upload this? You just admitted to lying. Half of them are that, and the other half are people who just like make shit up about me that is completely unrelated to this either way. Is that really it? Like, why would you upload this? I really hate Bad Empanada too, but I'm not sure about the whole, yeah, I'm wrong, and it also doesn't matter if I'm wrong thing. I stand by my comment on your last video on BE. I've seen both sides, and you're so full of shit. While I have my disagreements with Bad Empanada here,
we need to get this video out, right, chat? I've got actually a few videos. Like, I've been following this whole drama, and there are at least 3 videos that I could make from this. 4 if you count this one, right? I don't know. There wasn't a lot to see here. There's not a lot to say, but it's just more of the same. It's more of Keffals being disingenuous. It's more of Bad Empanada just having a big clout burger like land in his lap, and he's like, oh, the clout burger, well, this is delicious. Like, I don't know, like, what's he like, right? It's an unexpected windfall for somebody to start a drama in order to farm somebody like this. And right, they do farm Bad Empanada, right? It's very easy for them to be like bad Empanada, tinky, crazy, whatever they want to say about Bad Empanada, right? There's a lot of debate bros with a really bad opinion of Bad Empanada. So it is easy pickings, but like not so much here, right?
Has done a good job at showing proof to back everything up. Regardless of if I'm right or wrong, I don't care.
It looks like the Weasel got caught in its own trap this time, right?
This was the second videos of yours I saw. I've heard of YouTube bros and drama channels, and now I understand this channel is just being controversial to get views. You should apologize for calling him a supporter.
Oh yeah, no, that person was like unfollowing, I think.
Stalin. I don't care. I don't care if I was right or wrong about it. Shut up. Like, just shut up. You're just embarrassing yourself. And I'm done. I tried to give Keffals the benefit of the doubt, but if she shrugs off lying so easily and
oh my god, thank you, Kex Maroon.
Yeah. I can't trust anything that comes out of her mouth. Why would you upload this? Your own fucking fans are calling you out. Why would you upload this? There's something seriously fucking wrong here. When, like, even your fans, like, you're like an idiotic drama streamer who just plays video games while you watch videos in the corner and say nothing of substance. And even still, your fans who have the like equivalent intelligence of someone who was lobotomized age 2. They fucking nonetheless are still intelligent enough, half of them, to notice that what you're doing here is a fucking joke. Straight up, just don't feel like it's a good look to be, regardless if I was right or wrong, I don't care. I mean, isn't that kind of the whole point here? I'm a Keffals fan, and I just don't see the point in disregarding something you claim that ended up being untrue. Keffals, you are really disingenuous here. I really like your content, but in this case, I think you are in the wrong, which you kind of admit. But then pretend that you being wrong doesn't matter and that you don't care. I feel like you owe an apology in this case. Why would you upload this? Why would you upload this? What's wrong with you? Like,
oh no, the Babbel link doesn't work. Here, let me transplant the Babbel link, okay? I'm gonna transplant this. I'm gonna transplant this into the YouTube chat for those who...
She just makes herself look bad. This is such an
You're
own
dealing
goal.
with
It's
a
unbelievable.
really strange situation
And she pinned
here,
this
right?
comment. Bad Empanada has literally accused other streamers he doesn't like of being pedophiles with no evidence. No, I have accused Vaush of being a PDF file, okay? I have accused only Vaush of being a PDF file, and I have evidence, okay? Pretty classic clip where he straight up admits it.
Okay.
By his own
I
standards.
thought your contention was that he was a Pedialyte. Okay, a PDF file. That's what.
Simulated child porn lolly stuff.
I think it's pretty sussy.
What is that?
There we go.
I think that if you have an interest in that sort of stuff, you should definitely be checking yourselves to
That is the Babbel affiliate link.
why. You know, like
You want to check out 14 languages. Let me read them off again just in case anybody's curious. We've got Spanish, both Spanish and Latin American Spanish. We've got French, we've got German, we've got Italian, we've got Brazilian Portuguese, we've got Polish, we've got Russian, we've got Dutch, we've got Turkish, we've got Danish, we've got Norwegian, we've got Swedish, we've got Indonesian, we've got English. Those are a lot of languages that I don't know in there. And you can learn any of them in as little as 3 weeks. Right now, you've got a 60% off deal through my affiliate link, so it's a pretty good deal for you. Try it out for 20 days. See if you like it. Only get it if you're really serious. That doesn't do me any good to just sign up and cancel if you're not interested. But if you are interested, or if you think you might be interested, then I'd encourage you to give that link a click and start learning the language of your choice today. Anyway, sponsored content.
the thing that really bothers me about this shit, apart from the fact that anytime you want to look at like hentai on a hentai site, you have to like negate the tag lolly, and thus 50% of the sites.
Oh my god, getting my stream demonetized. So this is Vaush showing. Whoa, isn't he talking to like? I mean, I guess this guy doesn't talk back, but is that who I think it is?
Man, that is a really fucking not normal person problem to have. Jesus Christ, man. Anytime you're looking through a hentai site, why are these people just... Jackson Hinkle is more normal than these people. Unreal.
Content. The thing that bothers me is people who pretend there's no relationship whatsoever between like drawn lolly shit and actual attraction to children. Of course there's a relationship between those things. Ridiculous to pretend otherwise. So they need to be aware of that, if anything.
Okay, I'm scared of who that other streamer is. I don't even know. They look kind of like somebody who's banned.
Oh boy. Some of these girls looked pretty young.
I have receipts.
See, did you hear that? Right, okay, so let's... God. I can't tell if that's Mr. Girl or not. It
Point
kind
in
of
our
looks
lives
like him.
been going fucking crazy on some hentai site, and we've been fucking
Communism is
stroking as
based.
hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history tab, and we go like, oh jeez.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Okay, yeah, so, like, yeah, he has said, like, you know, really messed up stuff. That's, I guess what Vaush's people base their weird attacks on Bad Empanada is the assumption that he's lying when he really is talking about stuff that Vaush, like, unambiguously said. And so that, therefore, they get to make up screenshots of Bad Empanada and, like, weird stories about him. Oh, yeah, he was supposedly arrested. Bad Empanada was arrested.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I read it on Vaush V. Our Vaush V.
Some of these girls looked pretty young.
I have receipts. Okay?
I literally defended fucking buying child
Oh my god.
porn.
Thank you for playing that. I was about to play it myself, and yeah, he also admitted that he defended CP. Okay, so I have evidence. Okay, I'm not baselessly calling him a PDF file. I'm basing that assessment of the fact that by his own standard, he is one, and he has admitted to defending CP before. It's that simple.
Okay, so that's what Bad Empanada was doing. The first clip was to establish what he thinks is, classified as this, and the second clip was to establish that he has apparently experience at these hentai sites, ending up looking at stuff that's,
So the entire
where there is like a relationship.
The comment section is half people like calling her out for lying and just being like, oh, I don't care.
I know, right? Ian, I keep on calling you Ian for some reason.
If I lied. And half her fans just making shit up about me because
It actually is. Oh.
they can't actually address the content of the video. And that's really tells you all that you need to know about these people, about the sort of audience.
I have done everything I can to avoid Mr.
that they foster. Like the level of analysis, the level of worth they actually have. It's zero. It's none. They just make shit up and hope their audience is so dumb that they somehow just hear the streamer straight up admit to lying and don't notice it. Like people like unsubscribed, best of luck to you and your channel, blah, blah, blah. This video convinced me I'm wasting my time if I take your opinion seriously. But responding to call-out videos of lies you said with laughing at the person for defending themselves isn't something that I want to be associated with. Why would you upload this? Bad Empanada's hit piece, how is this a hit piece? I proved her wrong and everything. Makes him look more mad than him proving a point about you. Like, is the response really, lol, you're mad? Lol, you mad? Is that it? Like, sure, I'm wrong, I lied, but lol, you mad? Sure, I'm wrong, I lied, but I don't care. I'll lie? Like, okay, say that. It's not going to make you look good to anyone aside from like the niche of like indoctrinated children who you rely on to make a living. Why would you upload this? What is wrong with these people? It's unreal. And I mean, again, it's not a matter of her just being wrong as she tried to frame it. It's a matter of her maliciously lying and doing so intentionally. If it was just her being wrong, then, well, that means that she didn't even watch the video that she was trying to claim involves me doing tanky style and shit or whatever the fuck she claimed.
Oh no, I saw you do it. You were just like, it was the same track that I was doing the Weasel thing to, except you were like tanky, Stalin. Yeah. Tanky, Stalin, tanky. That was you. That was you.
Say that it did include that. She's willing to assume whatever the fuck she wants about something to try and make someone look bad. And that's the best case. Obviously, I'm 100% sure she knew.
Don't you all remember Bad Empanada's Tanky Stalin dance?
That the video wasn't that, but she knew that her viewers are too stupid to check, so she just maliciously lied about it. But the second part, where she just straight up made up chats that never happened, where I supposedly admitted that I love Stalin, that is her maliciously lying when she was caught in a lie by some random guy on Twitter who came on to debate her. And she needed some way to defend it in the moment, so she decided to just make something up. That's a malicious lie. That's not being wrong. That's lying. So yeah, this person is a fucking joke. What more is there to say? She made herself look more than bad enough. Why the hell would you upload that? Amazing stuff. Just completely disconnected.
I would say it's not just a malicious lie, right? It's a lie that's kind of inscrutable. That is to say that I don't know why she would do it. There doesn't seem to be a reason to like lie like that. You could have found so many things to argue with Bad Empanada about.
From reality.
That is strange. That is truly strange. Okay.
Yeah, I'm streaming.
So just to follow up, apparently Bad Empanada really is in jail. I was wrong. Yeah, no, the Vaush subreddit, they locked him up.
From prison right now, as you guys can see, I got arrested. I unfortunately found out that I was arrested by someone linking me a Reddit post on my Discord, but we all find out that we get arrested in weird ways. That's how it is. This amazing post on Vaush subreddit, of course. Bad Empanada arrested in Argentina. Second image for proof, and it's like a random, made up Discord log. You can make these in 2 seconds with Inspect Element. I'll show you how to do this with Twitter, so you guys can make fake tweets. Let me show you how hard this is. Okay. A fake tweet. Done. Now you can screenshot that and post it everywhere. You can also do this with Discord logs, or you can just, use like Photoshop or, whatever program you got, as long as you're smart enough.
I know, right? How dares Keffals lie about her best
To
friend,
align
right?
the text properly. Yeah, it's pretty messed up that
Best
Vaush
friend of
said
all
that his
times.
name is Vaush and he loves little kids. Damn, Vaush, why would you
Ew.
say that again? Vaush, can you please stop? Please stop. Average Vaush post. He just can't stop. Damn it, Vaush. Whoa, Vaush. We already knew that. Calm down, Vaush. But you guys get the fucking point, okay? You can do this in Discord too, because Discord has a web client where you can just do this exact same thing. So someone made like a fake screenshot where Bad Empanada says, there's a warrant out for my arrest for some shit I didn't even do. Damn, they got me there. Gonna be wiping my hard drive in case I still have shit left over from when I was an edgy teen. That's really fucking weird. Like, you can tell the projection here, like, every single viewer of like these streamers, like 2 years ago, they were a teenager and they would just say the N-word nonstop and they try to project that onto other people. Now, I was not an edgy teen, okay? This might kind of shock you, but it's not normal. It's not normal to have been an edgy teen. That's not actually a normal phase that normal people go through. That's a phase that seems normal to you because everyone else in your community comes from like a tiny niche of humanity who are like that just depraved. That's not normal. So you're kind of giving it the projection away there. And that evidence for this was like a photo of like a random, some guy who like killed someone in Spain the other day. It's weird, like, you can tell the racism too, because these people always say that like anyone with like brown to black hair and a beard is me. Like basically anyone who looks like vaguely Arab, they say it's me. So you can just see like the racism. Like these people have the same levels of racism as like a TSA employee racially profiling people for random bomb residue tests. And like the top comment, it's there's a comment below the top comment linking the fact that it was fake, obviously, because the photo is from here. And still, like, all of them fell for it. Like, every single one of them, like, just is so desperate to believe this. It's so fucking funny. And obviously the reason why they do this is because they think like a proportionate...
I never thought of that, okay? When I was getting canceled, right, by Twitch politics, I should have just, like, had somebody upload like a fake picture of me to the Vaush Discord and be like, look, NCC got arrested. Yeah, like she said bad things to Dylan and she got arrested for it. And like she's like, you know what I mean? Make them think that like
response to actual real,
maybe they leave me alone,
hard evidence against Vaush. Things like him defending CP, saying that he has pulled his little ding dong to it, or like him, harassing women serially for months at a time, trying to silence them with his friends.
God.
You provide evidence of that, hard evidence of
foul
that, and that response is to make shit up. And they legitimately think that's like a proportionate response. All of them like believe it as well. Like every single comment here, bar like 2 or 3, is people being like, oh my god, finally, they caught him. It's so true. This one's like, finally, hope the fucker never sees the light of day. Such a plague to humanity. A plague to humanity is someone who like makes fun of my favorite streamer too much. This is how disconnected these people are from reality. I wouldn't even say that Vaush is a plague on humanity because there's no one here important enough. He doesn't do anything. He's just the guy who grifts off these people. And this really just shows you like how incredibly dumb these people are. Like they are legitimately as dumb as the average conservative. Like the average conservative who like believes random made up shit they see on OAN. I'm streaming from jail right now. You might have heard that I'm in jail. Sure, like Vaush might have defended CP like dozens of times. He might have like sexually harassed multiple women like for an agonizingly long duration. But look, at the end of the day, I've made things up about the guy who provided the evidence for that. So it's kind of a wash, isn't it? They're basically the same, right? Like they legitimately have the critical thinking skills of your average like QAnon conservative. Like if they want to believe something, they will believe it. And, that's just because that's the level of critical thinking that the streamers instill in their fans. So what more can you expect? They are as dumb as the average right-wing American conservative. It's that simple. Though, yes, I am currently in prison, so if you guys could donate me lots of money to...
I love how Bad Empanada puts that like on all the streamers. It's like, this is a streamer, this is like...
pay my bail, I would appreciate it. Like, I'm going to show you something right now that I also wanted to cover because it's in Uruguay. No one's going to know about it if I don't do it, which is exactly the same level of brain power that those people have. So in Uruguay, there's this incredibly hilarious senator named Graciela Bianchi. And she is like the absolute fucking champion of believing in like random Facebook memes. By the way, she's third in line to the Uruguayan presidency.
Ableist Empanada.
So that's a thing. Okay. What she said is very grave. And apparently this journalist, Denise Legrand, said Lula should ask for like Chavista troops to come and oppress the Bolsonarists. Brazilian soldiers are useless. And everyone like called her out like, hey, this is so obviously fucking made up. This is so obviously fucking made up. And her response is like, I just retweeted this because I thought that this was a bad thing to say. I never claimed that you had said them. She like refuses to delete it. So now she's going to court for defamation because she refuses to delete her Facebook meme. And in Uruguay, defamation is actually a criminal matter. It's not civil. So that's interesting. But she also has parliamentary immunity. And I mean, she will 100% lose. She's 100% going to lose if it's allowed to get past their parliamentary immunity. But I don't know if it will. And honestly, the judges are all like, you know, right-wing partisans, so it probably won't. Her response was to say, if you want to shut me up, you'll have to kill me. And to like try and frame it as like an attack on free speech that she can't post like, you know, if you don't let me post this on Twitter, it's an attack on my free speech. She said, now it's clear that this is all about them trying to limit freedom of expression of everyone and force self-censorship. Uruguay is a small country, and this is like the level of right-wing politician there. She's not the only one. Like, all of them you could make videos about. They're really fucking funny. Like, if there's like a terrorist attack in Uruguay and like the vice president and the president die, this is the president. This is the president. The first thing that she would do upon taking power is like just be like, I'm the president now. I can post any Facebook meme I want, motherfuckers. I'll pardon myself. But yeah, that's a great example of like the sort of like the Vaush people who we just went over. They are exactly like that. They are exactly like that. They're the same. There's no difference between them. They will believe literally fucking anything as long as it's what they want to believe. They're on the same level of critical analysis as your grandma on Facebook. It's that simple.
Okay, so just to set up this next story, our deepfake debate, this is a situation that came up on Twitch recently where a streamer in switching his screen, he showed some tabs that he had open, right? You could see not just like the, you know, site and the URL and the title and stuff like that, but you could see like the tabs, you know, that like that view where like you see like all the tabs you have open, right? So that appeared on screen, and one of those tabs was a deepfake of I think Pokimane and QT Cinderella, who are people that the streamer knows, who are people that this streamer was supposedly friends with, right? But there it was for the world to see, all right? So I think, are we talking about Atrioc? Am I getting the name right? Atrioc? Is that who we're talking about? And so Atrioc went on stream with his wife to give a tear-filled apology for having, deep fake porn of his friends, right? And, like QT Cinderella's been on stream, talking about this, like, very much like giving people her perspective on what it feels like to have that done to you. So this is a debate about those issues, right? The issues that come up when you're talking about, like, deep faked porn. And, like, the fact that it kind of, like, violates the person's definitely like crosses a line. So some people, have been having like a little trouble, seeing what that line is, like why this is important. Hopefully this debate might help clarify that.
You're on the floor, man. What do you got to say? Okay, right. Anything else?
Test. God damn
We can hear you.
Oh, you can? All right.
Yes, we can.
All right. So where do you want to start?
No, you start.
Okay. I think whatever this guy was doing, it was in his own house. He was doing it like without anybody's knowledge. He wasn't trying to
Yeah, thank you for the link, Natalie.
push out this like information to other people. He wasn't promoting it. If he had asked his wife, and, like,
Well,
hey, like,
actually,
I'm
though,
gonna go-
inadvertently he did promote it. So let's just be clear on that. Now,
Yeah.
everybody... Well, so
now everybody knows.
No, but it's not.
Do you want me to promote your channel?
If he was really doing his due diligence, his stream wouldn't have seen it, and we wouldn't be dealing with this drama news, or I don't even want to call it drama news because it's disgusting. We wouldn't be dealing with this news.
Okay, so let's take a look down here. This is Natalie Marie's YouTube. Hit that subscribe button. Oh my gosh, I'm going to leave a comment as no comment clips. Okay, something like that, right? But yeah, let me,
So inadvertently, he has advertised it. So let's move forward now with the rest of that.
He's an idiot. He's an idiot for that. Yeah, 100%. He just doesn't know how to close his tabs.
I don't even know.
And-
That does not
but,
look like a
okay,
good
let's say
YouTube
this.
link.
Let's say
What
he-
is that?
Didn't
Don't click
advertise
that.
it, and he was still doing it. You're in agreement that like you think it's wrong, right? Like he shouldn't be doing it.
Can't
Period.
delete it.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's say he didn't advertise it, and he's doing it on his own. I think he should have asked his wife because obviously
Tried to
like, they
click
could still
the
consider it a
link,
form of cheating.
copy.
Like he should have been like, "Hey, I'm gonna go fucking spank
Oh,
the
that
hog
was
to
the
this,
image link. That's what it
so-and-so."
was.
And that would have been okay.
But the problem
meant
is
this one.
the biggest
Yes.
problem with all of this is that this is AI
Wow.
generated prawn with non-consenting content creators. And
Okay.
in the chat, you've been arguing the fact that you think it's okay when
Yes.
I believe and many others believe it should be illegal because you are producing adult content with non-consenting female
Yes.
content creators, and you're trying to label it as transformative. Transformative would be you have created a woman and you have created the woman's face. This is not transformative in the way that their face is the sole purpose of viewing, consuming, and purchasing this content.
Then
The
let's take it one step forward.
the sole reason that this content exists.
This is wild that it has to be like a legalistic argument, but do you see what she's saying is that this transformative content argument, which is like that is like the worst use of transformative content, but like it doesn't actually hold any water because you're talking about the value of the material is based on the face affixed to the body. So the important content, if you will, is the content that is being taken from the person whose face it is without their permission, right? It shouldn't really have to you shouldn't need a legalistic argument, right? You shouldn't have a situation where somebody's like, oh no, I gotta hear a legalistic argument on this one. Like I don't want to most people would just be able to be like, yeah, no, that's not right. That crosses a line. It's really easy to see where this crosses a line.
And is being purchased is based off of the fact of the woman's face being
Semantics,
used to produce the content.
Semantics though, because you could just as easily add a little mustache and like a smiley face on the cheek or like filter.
Was that done?
And it would be considered transformative.
Was that done?
More so.
was that
You know,
done?
a lot of work
More
was done
so.
prior.
We put a full new body on them. Yes,
you
of
can't make
course.
that
Oh my
AI
god.
On that's work, isn't it? You can't like make your own website like that, like and say it's easy.
So, but
Like,
so
there's
you're
so
saying
much to it than just.
it doesn't
oh, like,
matter though. You're
let's
basing
slap
the
her face onto
content,
this.
and the content is labeled based off of the original person it was based on, which is a female, non-consenting
It's the same
content
thing with
creator.
like South Park does the same shit. They're like, okay, well, here's this celebrity, but is it really? You know what I mean?
But this
Like,
is
there's
not
enough-
that scenario. It's not.
Wait. So South Park takes like people's photos. Am I right? Is this what it is? Like parts of people's photos and then grafts them into their South Park version of themselves? Is this true? I have not watched South Park in a very long
Because
time.
I know exactly what you're talking about. For example, there's a restaurant chain called Perkins, all right? And on their sign outside when I was a kid, it would have to say,
Imagine saying something's all right because South Park does it,
big
right?
fluffy red monster is going to visit in costume on Saturday. Fucking Elmo, right? It's Elmo, but they can't use Elmo. This content isn't even doing that. They're using their exact face and labeling it as their name with their streams. So how is that's not transformative?
all that information, all that stuff that they're putting up is just out there for the public, anyways. So.
But
know what
that's
I mean?
no,
Just
it's
reusing
not.
it.
Not for that context. It is not. If you want, I mean, honestly, it's disgusting, but people do it. You want to browse her Instagram and jack off to her posting on a fucking brick wall or something, or restaurant? Disgusting, fucking weird, but go ahead. But she did not consent to being
On a brick wall of a restaurant. That's like the weirdest place I can imagine somebody, like, I mean, I guess it happens.
depicted in a
I guess it happens.
She did not give consent for that.
She consented the moment she started uploading. Like anybody, like I post a picture of myself on there, and somebody throws me on top of like.
So once again,
it's
is it okay then? So with that, for example, so it's okay then, like for example, you're out in public in LA and you get your face captured on somebody's stream, and then somebody watching that stream takes that face and puts it on prawn. That's okay?
Wait, hold on. Repeat. You're saying like somebody's out and about, and then they take a picture of you, without your knowing, and then they throw it on some kind of.
No, somebody's streaming. There's somebody's face that gets captured on their stream in public. A viewer takes that face from that stream and makes prawn with it. That's okay?
Like the
That's okay.
AI generated shit. It might be because at the end of the day, it's still.
Is there a functionality in saying prawn that I don't know about? Like, is it like is it like less likely to get you in trouble than like are we like
transformative?
No,
right?
it's not.
Like,
No, it's
well,
not.
Well then, all right, well then your argument falls apart because is it legal?
Maybe
like,
it's for
are these guys getting in
YouTube?
trouble?
Oh,
Yes
I
or no?
actually just read, I don't know if you were listening, I read on how it can be posed as illegal, yeah. There are ways
As
that
soon as-
somebody could get sued for this, yes.
As soon as they start getting in trouble, locked up, blah 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 blah, then your argument stands solid. But like nothing's happening right now. Like all this shit's still going on.
But that doesn't mean it's okay.
It might not be okay,
and,
but
and
it
the
is what it
moral
is.
of all of this, the morality behind any of this is not okay. It's not okay.
It might not be okay, but it's a thing. Like it's there.
It is
gonna
a
be-
thing, and it shouldn't be a thing, and it shouldn't be legal. And you're trying to say that is transformative.
I mean,
You're
it's
trying to
always good if I can avoid saying the spicy thing and like, yeah, please, chat, encourage me to go forward and be more advertiser friendly, to get more advertisers like Babbel, where you can get 60% off of any of 14 languages. Right now, we are talking about Spanish. We're talking about Latin American Spanish. We're talking about French. We're talking about German, Italian, Brazilian, Portuguese, Polish, Russian, Dutch, Turkish, Danish, Norwegian, Swedish, Indonesian, and English. And it's all done through this awesome app called Babbel that walks you through these lessons. We might should we do a lesson later tonight? Are people in the mood for a French lesson for me to show you how this works? You get like lessons where it listens to your voice and corrects you if you're pronouncing the words wrong. It also, quizzes you on spelling, tries to firm up these concepts of you, and it gives you like sort of a a way to do this at any pace. Let's say that you don't have much time. You can only devote like 10 minutes a day to it. I mean, you can move forward like that. You can do one, unit at a time. Or let's say that you really got some time on the weekend and you want to do like 2 hours of it. You're really going to get into it and you're going to make some major progress. You can do this. It goes at your rate. And that's what's so awesome about Babbel.com. So if you want to check out the deal, like I said, 60% off through my affiliate link. It is !Babbel if you want to get that affiliate link and start learning a language today and be, able to use it in 3 weeks, as little as 3 weeks, right?
Classify it as art, but it's not. It's
Ça va?
not, because you are using somebody's direct face. It's art if you create somebody's face and you create an entire scene. But as soon as you take somebody's face and and the whole entire basis is off of who it is and their face being used, that is not transformative. That's not. That's like me taking the exact lyrics from somebody's song. That is me taking their name, and then I add in a new drum bass and say, this is my song. I made this whole thing. It's legal. That's not transformative, because I am using the person's name, I am using their face, and I'm trying to make money off of it.
Wait. It's like if you,
I start selling face being used, that is not transformative. That's not. That's like me taking the exact lyrics from somebody's song. That is me taking their name, and then I add in a new drum bass and say this.
Okay, so you take the exact lyrics and you say it is their song. You say that it's by them.
This is my song. I made this whole thing. It's legal. That's not transformative.
And you add a new drum sound and a new bass sound.
Because I am using the person's name, I am using their face, and I'm trying to make money off.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah, you'd be like, you'd have a problem like trying to pass a song off as somebody else's.
I start selling it.
As they should.
That's not transformative. That is not transformative.
They're doing enough work. They're doing enough work.
No, it's not. It doesn't matter how much work. I could spend 5 years working.
No.
I could spend. Excuse me. I could spend 5 years creating some shitty bass line and use somebody else's lyrics. I could use their picture on my fucking album cover, and then I can go ahead and sell it, and then say, oh. This is transformative, though. I made the bass line. It took me 5 years. It took me a lot of time. This is fine. It's not fine. It's not, because you're using their direct. Oh, bullshit. Okay. So can you get me a website then where I can plug in the work gauge reader to read how much work needs to go in for it to be classified?
Wait, Rock Van Winkle, Vanilla Ice says you're all good.
Transformative. Where can I go ahead and just drag and drop some files and see? Oh, okay, this has been enough work, so it's transformative. Because that's subjective to begin with.
Exactly.
Transformative is when you can no longer relate the original piece to the newly created piece. All right. So if you're dragging and dropping somebody's face, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It has to.
Yes, it is.
Work. Then why do you think these guys are like on YouTube watching reacting? Oh, they're just most of the time they're just sitting down watching it. They don't even pause it sometimes.
It doesn't mean it's okay. It just means
exactly.
And if,
you're agreeing with me. Like,
but I'm saying it doesn't mean that it's okay. It doesn't mean that it's okay, because technically, and we've seen it happen before, where somebody does fire back, they file a copyright infringement, and it does get removed and taken down. Same reason why Hassan or whatever, certain LSF people, they don't want to be featured on LSF. They had to provide documentation, send it to LSF, and they're not allowed to be posted on there anymore. If you get posted on there, you can get your account blocked or banned or whatever from that Reddit. So I'm confused. I mean, I think I'm actually making a very fair point, whether you want to sit there and agree or not. It's not transformative content.
It's transformative.
No, it's not.
So
let me go ahead and make another analogy, right? The same thing again. Right. I take somebody's lyrics, their exact lyrics.
Okay.
Okay? And you know what? I don't even sing it. I keep their vocals, okay? I mute everything else. I keep their vocals. I use their image to create a new art cover, but their face is still on it, okay? And then I spent 4 years to create a new baseline. It took me a very long time. I was tinkering with it every day for an hour a day for 4 years to create a new baseline. I put it together, and now I'm selling it. You think I wouldn't get in a lawsuit for that? You don't think you think that's transformative content?
It's definitely all subjective. Like, yeah, it could be. Like, in
it's
some
all
people's
subjective.
eyes, in
Okay.
some people's
no,
eyes,
no,
they'd
no,
be like,
because
oh,
you
like,
said
yeah,
hold on. Because you just said that this prawn being produced by AI is transformative. But now you're saying, well, it's subjective. So now you're already
I gotta start saying prawn.
backtracing what you were saying.
Prawn.
Subjective.
Like shrimp.
Okay. So now we've changed our stance because you said it
So, I'm
is.
sorry, what happened?
No.
You
My
said
stance is the
it
same.
is.
My stance is the same. I still
No,
think
it's not.
that it is transformative because, like, my
But you just
point
said
is like
it-
they're working so hard on this AI.
I don't care how fucking hard they work. That's subjective.
They're not just slapping off this face and then putting on there like. You know what I mean?
I'm just gonna cut in. How do you think this is transformative? This is literally just putting someone's fucking face without their fucking consent onto a porn model, and then just fucking either doing it free or fucking profiting off of this. They could get a fucking job at McDonald's and do way more better shit than they could fucking do deepfaking other people.
But they don't because they have the skills to make this AI in the first place. Like making that AI isn't easy, is it? Like, you know what I mean? Like that work in and of itself to make that AI.
But if you can't make money at make the AI and make a face, make an AI generate a face. How about that, right? And then do it like if it's such good AI that it's just like, oh, this is the best prawn out there, it's the very best prawn, then it shouldn't need to be like represented as being like, somebody famous in order to get sold, right?
To get to that point where they can do this, like that, yeah. It's
Pokey, I
transformative.
just want to say it's fine if you're continuing to do this because you don't want to be proved wrong. But have you no, really, seriously, you really don't see what's wrong with what you're saying? You really don't. Like, I want you to be honest.
I don't think it's hurting these women. Like,
you don't. Are you serious? Are
I'm
you
serious.
serious?
Yeah,
You don't
so.
think it's hurting these
Did
women?
you not see the clip with Cutie Cinderella crying?
Yeah, that was silly. I
That
can't
was
relate
silly.
to it at all. Like,
That's not for you
I
to
almost
relate
forgot.
to because you're not a woman and you're not.
I almost forgot. Okay, so yeah, there's a really bad clip of Ethan from H3H3 going around, right? Where Ethan starts laughing while watching, I think, Cutie Cinderella talk about this, right? And look, I mean, people have inappropriate responses. That's like a really bad one to have on stream, but whatever. Like the problem is that the somehow the producer follows his cue in laughing and starts playing goofy music. Yeah, exactly. Starts playing Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, and Ethan just loses it, and everybody loses it. Everybody. Well, okay, there's one person in the studio who was just stone faced, this isn't funny, right? But everybody else just loses it, and Ethan's mad at the producer at this point because it's not a funny situation, and but it's kind of hard for Ethan to defend, right? Because he started cracking up before the music started playing, right? So it looks bad.
Not in this situation, so I don't understand.
But
how
I
you
also
can...
have common sense. Like, that doesn't make sense for her to be crying over something that had nothing to do with her in the first place.
What do you mean it has nothing to do with her? It's her face. What are you talking
that
about?
clip of that guy had nothing to do with her.
Yes, it does.
It was Pokey and Maya.
She
It wasn't
made their
her.
fucking wedding cake. What are you talking about?
What? But did he get caught jerking it to her, or did he get caught
Yes!
jerking it to Pokey and Maya?
Yes!
No, he didn't.
There was an open browse.
And even if he was,
on his streaming fucking computer, and
even if he was,
there's no way. Are you being real? Are you seriously? Are you being real?
Even if he was spanking the monkey to her,
God,
I don't think it really matters because he wasn't trying to tell her about it. It was in his own privacy. Like, he was doing it on his own. He was
but hold on, no. I want to do.
There's a difference between imagining somebody, and creating prawn of them.
I do want to wind this back because you said you don't see how this affects them. You said you don't see how this affects them. You don't see how this hurts them. You really don't.
You don't see it?
I don't. If you can prove to me that, like,
You
okay,
don't
she's
think
like
that-
in bed, she can't get out, like she can't eat, and it's like.
Oh, so she needs to be
detrimental her health.
debilitated for this to be, causing
then,
mental
yeah,
anguish.
'cause
it needs to
it's
be
just like, oh,
debilitating.
I feel
she
bad
needs
about it.
she
And then
she
there's a
needs
difference
to like
between,
live in
I
her
feel bad
bed
about
and
it.
not move for it to be
Well, then,
serious.
yeah, because then it would be serious. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Is that it's not serious. That's my whole point. Is like she's able to get out of bed. She's able to work. She was able to start that stream. Am I not wrong about this? Like that's silly to think that. Like,
No, you are wrong about this because
it's
we've
so
seen
bad.
we've seen content creators who suffer with depression and they stream every day and they have fans and they have a loving audience and they go ahead and kill themselves at the end of the day. So that does not speak volumes if somebody's able to turn on their stream and talk about something that they're suffering with. I don't understand how you're not like this is nuts. Like I don't like what the fuck is seriously.
I'm not her psychiatrist. I don't know what's going on.
No, you're not. You're
So,
not.
like,
but you're speaking.
you're
for
assuming
these
the same
women
way I'm
saying
assuming.
that you don't understand how they're upset or how this affects them in a negative way. I don't understand how you don't see
Because
that.
it's not. It's like if I go and I get hurt somehow at work, and then I go to the hospital, they tell me I'm fine. Like, I don't show up to work the next day. It doesn't matter that that I'm not hurt, right? Like, I should have gone to work anyways. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not hurt. Like, she's not hurt. Like,
but how are you saying that she's not hurt? I don't understand how you're saying that.
because it's not affecting her. Like, she's
How
not,
is it?
she
How
can
does
still
that not
work.
affect her? How is that not affecting her? She's literally crying on stream. She's had to discuss it. She has her
she'll get
name on
over
this
it.
website that is associated
Yes,
with
I'm
AI
sorry.
prawn of herself.
Yes,
How is that not
over it?
affecting her?
Yes.
Somebody's profiting off of the imagery of her being naked. How is that not affecting her?
But that's not her. It's a fake image. F-A-K-E.
What the fuck are you
It's
talking
fake.
about?
If you
Oh, and
spell
here's a
it, if you
chatter
spell it,
thing.
that's like what.
And here's a
yeah.
chatter who referenced what QT Cinderella said. The amount of body dysmorphia I've experienced since seeing those photos has ruined me. It's not as simple as just being violated. It's so much more than that. Yeah, that is a true statement too. Body dysmorphia.
The video
You know
game
what is
pros.
another
Oh,
true
okay, here, like
statement is that she comes from where she can.
I was actually trying to open up a video game. That's probably what made it. What made it slow.
Very talented.
What
She's
are
very
you
talented.
talking
And, like,
about?
you know what I mean? So like
We could
all-
sit
yes,
there
all
and
these-
have said
all
the
these-
same thing about Wreckful, and he still went and killed himself, right? I don't understand how the fuck you're using any of this for rationale.
But okay, do you think
People
she's
can
gonna
be
go out
fine on
tomorrow
the
and she's
surface.
gonna-
They can put on a brave face and smile and have everything they ever want. Doesn't mean that they're okay or they're happy. Doesn't mean that things that people are posting about them online doesn't affect them in a negative and mental anguish
Then why is
way.
she going on? Then why is she going on stream and talking about? Go to your psychiatrist, not
She
us.
wanted to address it.
Are you
What-
being
how
serious
else
right
can-
now? Are you really being serious? I can't.
But
Are
it
you
has-
trolling? Are you
Oh my
It's not
god,
even that
why
big
is
of a
this
deal.
like?
It's like it says it in the thing. It's
But
fake.
but that's not for you
fake.
to
It's
say.
not her.
That's
It's
not
not
that's
her.
not
It's
your
fake.
position to say. That's
And if
not.
she has such a big problem about it, go to the therapist. Like, go to your therapist. But she
There's
obviously
no
does.
way you're being serious. There's no way. There's no way. Are you
So
laughing right now? I'm hoping.
that is like them saying that if you got a problem with somebody doing this to you, then you should just like you need to adapt to the fact that people are gonna turn you into prawn.
Like, there's no way. I don't understand. Like, do you understand? Like, I'm not, and I don't want to make you feel bad, to be honest, because at the end of the day, I don't want
Wait, versus Wreckful, the streamer?
to make even people like you feel bad. But like, do you see how terrible this sounds? Like I hope you can listen to what I'm saying and maybe think upon
You're
it.
saying that you're saying
Nice.
that okay, well, this is such a bad detrimental thing to her health, her mental health, that like I think she's gonna go out and she's gonna off herself tomorrow.
I didn't say
the
that.
Same way that
I did
Wreckful
not say that. I compared to
correlate.
I compared to scenarios that you were saying about her to be fine into scenarios that also fit that situation. Like,
Wait, cards. Wait, are you talking about like poker or? She's being so nice to not want to make this. Yeah, to make what this POS. POS not feel bad. Or having AI content made, it's scary. Top 8 in a MTG Pro Tour. Wait, Magic the Gathering, yes. For a second, I'm just like, golf? MT? Because he's somehow Pro Tour sounds like golf to me. But yeah, Magic the Gathering, Magic the Gathering. Okay, sorry. Is that what Recful was mainly doing on
From what we saw,
successful,
she seemed
had
fine,
a
right?
great viewer base,
No, I'm
had the money.
I'm so embarrassed that it took me a second to remember what MTG is.
Here. What she's saying, okay, is that even if you're fucking popular, even if you
I did
have
not
fucking
imply
money,
it.
even if you
Oh,
have wealth,
oh, Hearthstone, yeah.
fine ass husband, that does not mean you're not human. That does not mean you can't have fucking emotions. There's clearly, if you do not accept that,
Let's say
then you
somebody
have something wrong
somebody
with you.
uploads if somebody uploads an image of me with like a vagina and like big old titties, I'm not gonna get as upset as she. So
Then
I
that's
can't
you.
relate.
that's
Yeah,
you.
but that's my point. Is that like she shouldn't be getting this worked up over it because it's obviously not a big deal.
But you're no.
I don't think. I mean, honestly,
thought-
at this point, I
The
don't
actual
even know if I
thought.
want to continue this conversation.
Yeah, I
because
don't blame
was
you.
hopeful that maybe you were listening to me throughout this stream and listening and understanding, but it seems like you're not. So I don't want to keep investing my time into something that's not, unfortunately, going anywhere, to be honest with you. And I also, like I said, I don't want to make you feel bad. You're entitled to your opinion. That's what's great about America. You can have your opinion, and that's fine. I don't agree with it. I think it's fucked up. I think a lot of what you're saying is really fucked up, not just on this level.
No, like, I mean, yeah, whoever said that she's being incredibly nice to this person, she's being incredibly, like, gentle with this person, you're correct, because, like, she has every right to go off. She has every right to go off, but, like, yeah, as a woman in streaming, you learn not to go off, because you learn that even going off when it's justified, it's gonna, you know, have people treating you like garbage.
But on other levels as well, as saying basically, as long as you have money, a husband or a boyfriend or whatever, you can't
No,
be
those
depressed.
are good. Those are good things to stand on.
Hold on,
that
I'm
will
still
help
still
push you into a
speaking though.
positive
I'm
light.
still
Yeah, go ahead.
speaking because you were trying to make analogies on why she shouldn't be upset because of all these things that she has, and we have seen time after time again where other people have the same things that you're depicting, and they have
I can't believe this.
struggle with mental disorders. They still struggle, and some
Like-
of these people do actually commit suicide.
The fact that she has to, like, explain this.
For example, another content creator which has been open.
He's a 6-month sub. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just went back into chat like it was nothing.
About their bipolar and their mental struggles is Justaminx, and hold on, and she was listed on that website. So hold on a moment.
I'm just like, wow. She's gone for a few. Oh, I should fast forward. Okay. This is what it feels like to chat when I get up. Yeah? This is what it feels like to be chat. Now I know. That's what it feels like, yeah.
It would be nice to like have some kind of legislation against it. It would be nice, but it's just not there.
So I think the overall, like, how about this? Let's just list the facts then, okay? So for example, it's still debatable if it's illegal or not. I don't think it's openly.
I would hope so.
I don't think it's openly illegal. However, I think if a lawsuit was pressed hard enough with the right person and the right funding, something actually could be done to somebody who's producing this type of content. As we did read that there are possibilities with copyright infringement, defamation, pain and suffering. Those are all applicable
Possibilities.
things that can get applied to a lawsuit if somebody were to press charges on somebody producing this content. I don't believe it's transformative. As much as you want to say it's transformative, it's not, because if you took the same thing when it comes to music production or actual, like if you took a Disney thing and you tried to say, oh, this is transformative, it's not. It's not. And it could easily be, that would not hold up in court as far as I'm concerned. So.
Oh my God, Disney would eat you for breakfast. 100%.
Sorry, I just want to say something real quick. Someone said, Alicia, if you put your face on the internet, then it's open season. Take responsibility for your own actions and stop blaming everyone
We've
else.
already discussed that point. That's not the same thing.
We've already discussed this. That's duck season, not rabbit season.
It's
Okay.
yes and no on that. It's like
duck season.
Like you have to subject yourself to some kind of what's it called, self-responsibility. Like once on the internet, always on the internet. You know that rule.
That's
on
not
top of, like, you already know somebody's gonna meme. There's a possibility you could get memed, you could get edited and sexualized, you could get so on and so forth. The list goes on.
Nobody's trying to take their image back from the internet. They're just trying to like draw the line at like a really invasive use of it, right? Oh no.
But once again, when it comes to the creation of AI prawn with content creators' faces, I don't believe that's transformative enough. And I think if a content creator wanted to, I don't know, pursue a lawsuit with a creator of said content, I don't think that the person would stand in court. So there's that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They didn't put out porn
Disagree
content.
on that. And it's like it's not a big deal that we disagree on that, because like I think there's enough work that has been
Well,
done.
I mean, I think the number one thing that I really disagree with you on, that kind of speaks in character volumes, is that you don't believe that this is harming women, the women that are being affected by this. Because I was going to use, before I had to run out real quick, for example, you have somebody like Justa Minx who was listed in that AI shit. And she is, and I can say it because she's been open about it with her, I believe, bipolar. She's been institutionalized for her mental health. So if you truly believe that something like this cannot play a factor in her mental stability, I think you are completely blind to mental health in general and how this can be really, really harming people. And you know what? I don't want to just use Justa Minx as a person in this scenario, because you also have QT Cinderella, for example, and you tried to say that because her life is so great, what kind of harm is it doing her? Well,
she has a lot of social pillars that can help her through this.
Oh my God,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's still causing mental anguish. It's still causing pain.
I can't spell.
She's being depicted in a way that she did not consent
enough,
to.
Not enough that it makes it like lawsuit viable. Like,
I know. I disagree.
Well, then if she's like unable to
and
get
then
out of bed,
QT, and then somebody said QT is legit
argument.
open about her issues with body image, so body dysmorphia. This can really trigger somebody and set them back in regards to health and their well-being. So the fact that you said to me that you don't see how this harms the women being affected, or how it's even possible, I mean, I would hope that you're listening to what I'm saying and maybe just take a step back from what you've been trying to push onto us and say to us, and maybe absorb what I am saying and how it is affecting them and can mentally affect them. Doesn't matter.
It can affect them to the point where it's going to push them over the, like Justa Minx, like
but
you mentioned.
That's your opinion, though.
She should have like somebody looking out for her at this point. Like, she's too far gone. Like, yeah, that's.
I think that's where we're gonna cap it off here. So, all right, I need to take a break. Because
oh my God. Oh my God.
I need a break.
Alright, so like I said, copy link. Everybody, this is Natalie Marie's channel, where you can find this and other uploads. And I already subscribed. So, let me log into Babelfish here. I keep on calling it Babelfish. It's Babbel. not Babel. It's Babbel. I think. I don't actually know how it's pronounced, but it looks like it would be Babbel. Because there's 2 B's. Okay, let us endeavor to learn French. Here we go. Would realistic drawn images fall into the same issue? You know, it's just like a... I mean, as far as like putting it out there on the internet and making money off of it, like, you know, the person who put up those pictures of QT Cinderella and Pokimane, you know, yeah, like, I don't know, it becomes more of a gray area when you're talking about like just like something that somebody like drew, you know, for themselves, or I don't know. It's I mean, there's definitely a big difference between somebody like literally making like prawn of you versus like somebody drawing a character inspired by obviously there's a creepy way that somebody could go about that too. Okay, so we're gonna do it with speech just to show you.
Mon appart est vieux.
Mon appart est vieux. Okay, so let's Mon appart est vieux. So can anybody guess what view means? What is the word that's being used to describe this apartment? Mon appart est vieux. Oh my gosh. Oh, allow, sorry. Mon appart est vieux.
Mon appart est vieux.
Mon appart est vieux. My apartment is old.
Ah bon, c'est nouveau.
Ah bon, c'est nouveau. Ah bon. Ah bon, c'est nouveau. Ah bon, c'est nouveau.
Ah bon,
oh,
c'est
that's
nouveau.
new. Oh, that's new.
Je cherche un beau studio.
Je cherche un beau studio. Je cherche un beau studio. Je cherche un bon studio. Okay, so
Je cherche un beau studio.
This is an interesting verb, cherche. So in English, we always say search for, right? We always say we use a prepositional. We use a preposition with the word search. I search for something, right? In French, we just say je cherche. I'm searching a new apartment, meaning I'm searching for a new apartment. That's just how it's said. So a beau studio, a beautiful studio, a handsome studio. As it were, un studio, we see that this word is masculine, and we will tuck that away in the memory banks for the next time that it comes up.
Ah bon, c'est nouveau.
Ah bon, c'est nouveau. Oh, that's new.
Je cherche un beau studio.
Je cherche un beau studio. I'm looking for a beautiful studio. Mon appart est vieux. My apartment is old. Continue. Mon appart est, remember how to spell this? Vieux. Vieux. Mon appart est vieux.
Mon appart est vieux.
Mon appart est vieux. Ah bon, c'est nous. Oh. No. See. Wait, that's not it. Oh my gosh, now I remember. Okay. Nouveau. That's how I spell it. That's how I make the O sound. Just like bow, we get nouveau. That's how amazingly vowels work in French, right?
Ah bon, c'est nouveau.
Nouveau. Nouveau. Je cherche un beau studio.
Je cherche un beau studio.
Je cherche un beau studio.
Je dois trouver un nouvel appart. Je veux déménager le plus vite possible.
Je dois trouver un nouvel appart. Je veux déménager le plus vite possible. I have to find a new apartment. I want to move out as fast as possible. Déménager.
Je dois trouver un nouvel appart. Je veux déménager le plus vite possible.
Déménager. Je veux déménager. Je veux déménager le plus vite possible. I want to move out with the fastest speed possible. Ah bon, c'est... Oops. C'est nouveau. Oh. Ah bon, c'est nouveau, ça. Oh, that's new.
Ah bon, c'est nouveau ça.
So it's like, ah, good. It's new, that. Like, you're kind of, like, that, you know, that they're, like, right, it's you use saw a lot. You'll get used to it, right? It's almost a feel thing where you use saw. Mon appart est vieux. Let's spell how view it really is. View. Mon appart est vieux et vétuste. Et puis, je ne m'étonne plus de tout avec ma colocataire. My apartment is old and run down. And also, I don't get along with my roommate anymore.
Mon appart est vieux et vétuste. Et puis, je ne m'entends plus du tout avec ma colocataire.
Colocataire, yeah. There's also another word, camarade de chambre, right? That's a different way to say roommate, right? It's my comrade of the room, right? It's a different way, but colocataire, yeah, my the person I co-live with, right? Ma colocataire. Mon appart est vieux et vétuste, run down, vétuste. Et puis, je ne m'attends plus de. I don't get along. I don't wait more. This is a idiomatic phrase. Je ne m'attends plus du tout. Je ne m'attends plus du tout. I don't get along with. I don't wait more. Yeah, I guess I don't. It's like almost like it gives me the sense of like I don't put up with. I don't put up with my roommate anymore. I don't get along.
Non.
Non. Si je cherche un beau studio dans le 20e.
Si, je cherche un beau studio dans le 20e.
Dans le 20e.
Si, je cherche un beau studio dans le 20e.
Oh, okay. I think that 20e, we're talking about the 20th, like, I feel like these are like quartier, like sections of the city. In France, I think that the city's like cut into sections, and they're giving numbers like the first, the second, like etc. So yeah, there's a lot of them. Maybe there's 20. I don't really remember. I think that's what they're talking about, right? You could also be talking about like the 20th floor of building. Ah, sympa. J'adore ces quartiers. Ces quartiers. We're talking about a quartier. I was correct. Yeah, it's a section of town, right? It's a neighborhood. Yeah, there we go. That's a better word for it. I love this neighborhood. Wait, are we even... Can you even see all of this? Oh my god. Let's see more. Let's see more of this. Okay, there we go. And then a little bit more down here. Yeah, there's the whole screen. Sorry about that. There we go. That's easier to see, I hope. Okay, so, nice. I love this neighborhood. It's beautiful around the Butte Chaumont. C'est très beautiful, beau.
Ah, sympa. J'adore ce quartier.
Ah,
C'est
sympa.
très beau vers les buts de Chaumont. Et quel est ton budget pour le loyer?
500 €, charges comprises.
C'est tout? Tu rêves. On est à Paris, mon vieux.
Okay. Paris has 20 arrondissements. Et quel est ton budget pour le loyer? Rent. Loyer, rent.
500 €, charges comprises.
500, 500 euros.
500 €, charges comprises.
Charges compris. So, charges compris, utilities are thrown in. Wait a minute. That's like per month? Oh my god. That seems like a pretty good rent right there. That's like a really cheap rent. C'est tout tu rêves. On est Paris, mon vieux. Oh, my old mon vieux. So wait, yeah, you can say stuff like this, or you can use this adjective as a noun, right? Which kind of, I guess, equates to dude, like my dude, yeah, kind of like my dude. C'est tout. That's all. Tu rêves. You are dreaming. Tu rêves, right? You are dreaming. On est à Paris, mon vieux. We're in Paris. Yeah, so there's that on. Again, one is in Paris, or we are in Paris is really what is meant by that, right? We're in Paris, my dude. We're in Paris. You think you're gonna... Yeah, that's a way cheap rent. Like, when I saw that, I'm like, yo, that's just like... That's not gonna happen. That's gonna be like, your rent in Arkansas, not your rent in Paris. Okay. The feminine singular form of the adjectives beau, vieux, and nouveau are un beau salon, une belle chambre, right? So we got a masculine, we got a féminine. The masculine form of this word is beau or belle, beau or belle, right? Depending on féminine or masculine. Un vieux salon, okay, again, masculine, un vieux, une vieille chambre, une vieille chambre. Un nouveau salon, un nouveau salon, une nouvelle chambre, une nouvelle chambre. So, is this regular or irregular? I would say irregular. And I was
Un beau
correct.
salon, une belle
It's
chambre.
irregular. the way
Un
that they
vieux salon,
change
une
don't
vieille chambre.
follow a
Un
pattern,
nouveau salon,
making
une
them
nouvelle chambre.
irregular, right? Makes it harder to learn. But, you know, still, those are the words. That's how they work. English is famous for having some major confusing, irregular type words. To make pronunciation, to make pronunciation easier, these three adjectives have taken on special form where they precede blank nouns in the singular that begins with a silent H or vowel. So these are masculine, right? Un bel homme, une vieille amie, un vieil ami, une nouvelle ordinateur. Un nouvel ordinateur. So wait, masculine. Correct.
Un bel homme, un vieil ami, un nouvel ordinateur.
Un nouvel ordinateur. Special form when they precede masculine nouns in the singular that begin with an H or an A vowel. Wait, ordinateur, though, that's, it looks like it's any vowel, maybe, right? And understand that an H is kind of a vowel, right? It's silent, right? Un homme. If I was going to say a handsome man, I would say un homme, right? Because this is This is not hom, even though it might remind you of hominid or something like that, right? It's un bel homme, right? We like go right forward into the like un vieil ami, un nouvel ordinateur, un nouvel ordinateur. Yeah, there we go.
Tu as une belle voiture, dis donc.
Tu as une belle voiture. La voiture. Belle. Say, you have a nice car.
J'habite dans un nouvel immeuble.
J'habite dans un nouvel immeuble. Nouvel l'immeuble. Un novel. Oh, it's novel. Like that, right? So in masculine, it's normally nouveau. But because we've got this rule that we just learned, where if we follow it up with a vowel, then we change it to novel. We're going to change it to novel. Make sense?
Mon vieux frigo est cassé.
Mon vieux frigo est cassé. Vieux. Mon vieux frigo. So, mon, that indicates masculine, I believe. Wait, is that right? No, wait. Frigo est cassé. I think it's, yeah, I think this is right. Wrong. Small typo? No problem. What was the typo? Oh, I needed a U. I needed a U. Yeah, there was a U in there. Just forgot.
Jean a une vieille maison avec un beau jardin.
Jean a une vieille maison. Vieux maison. Une. Oh, I missed it. Try again. Okay. So, une. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember the one. Vieille maison. Small typo. What did I get wrong? Vieille. Yes, vieille. Little extra I in there, right? Vieille maison avec un.
Jean a une vieille maison avec un beau jardin. Jean a une vieille maison avec un beau jardin.
Un beau jardin. Un jardin masculine. Un beau jardin, not une belle jardin, right? There we go.
Tu veux une nouvelle table pour ton nouveau studio?
Tu veux une nouvelle table? Table? Une table féminine. Nouvelle féminine. Bon. Pour ton
Tu veux une nouvelle table pour ton nouveau studio?
nouveau. So, le studio. Nouveau studio. French comment check. Yes. Oh, typo. What did I get wrong? Nouveau. Oh, nouveau like that. Nouveau like that. Yes, that kind of nouveau.
Mon vieil oncle est un bel homme.
Mon vieil. Remember? We're going to change it because it's masculine with a vowel after it. Oh, vieil. Vieil. It's not just vieil. It's vieil. Right? That extra E in there. Est un bon homme? Un bon.
Mon vieil oncle est un bel homme.
Un bel homme. Same kind of thing. Count that H as a vowel. Pretend it's a vowel. Because for all practical purposes, it is. It's actually pronounced ash, right? French. The letter H. Ash. Masculine plural forms end in. Is it X? Yes, it is.
Vieux, beau, nouveau.
Vieux, beau, nouveau. Feminine plural forms are made by adding S to the feminine singular form.
Vieille, belle, nouvelle.
Vieille, belle, nouvelle. Yeah, and that's how I try to remember that. Like, I always forget this, right? But it's not just vieille, it's vieille, right? That, just think of that extra syllable in there to remind you there's another I, right? This is weird for English speakers. E-I. That's super weird, but that's how they do it in French. Okay. Le vieux appartement.
Les vieux appartements ont beaucoup de charme.
Les vieux appartements ont beaucoup de charme. So, like this word, it's the same word as it's avoir, right? To have, right? So, those different forms of have, like j'ai, a for the, I form. Anyway, en is, basically for second person plural. Or sorry, that's third person plural, they. These old apartments, they, so ont, beaucoup de charme. Yeah, charme, right? Charme. Regarde comme c'est. So it's la maison. Vieille, I think. Small typo. Oh, two L's instead of one. Look at that. Boom. Regardez comme ces vieilles maisons sont. Look at how the old house is, or old houses are beautiful. So la maison sont, or sorry, les maisons sont belles. Think. I was right.
Regarde comme ces vieilles maisons sont belles.
Regarde comme ces vieilles maisons sont belles. J'ai besoin de Nouveau rideau. Oh, I misspelled something?
J'ai besoin de nouveaux rideaux.
Nouveau rideau. Okay. Ces immeubles modernes ne sont pas. They aren't beautiful. Un immobile. So these are masculine. I think it's that. These modern buildings, ces mobiles modernes, ne sont pas vieilles. Un immobile. It could not be that you, like, do it like this, is it? Oh my god, why am I trying to say old when I should have been trying to say oh my god? Son beau. Okay, so yeah, unmobile, that's masculine, and there's no, there's no vowel directly after. So we're gonna say beau.
Ces immeubles modernes ne sont pas beaux.
Ces immeubles modernes ne sont pas beaux. On achète des. So these are féminine, une chaise, les chaises, des chaises. Are we buying new chairs? Nouvelle chaise.
On achète de nouvelles chaises, chérie?
On achète des nouvelles chaises, chérie? Mon studio est appartement. Vieux.
Mon studio est vieux.
C'est masculine. Ta lampe est. So la lampe. Ta lampe est nouvelle.
Ta lampe est nouvelle?
Your lamp is new. Quel bel appartement.
Quel bel appartement.
J'aime tes vieux mobiles.
J'aime tes vieux meubles.
Oh my god, 30 out of 32. Pretty good. Pretty decent. Mistakes were made, though. Mistakes were definitely made. But yeah, that is... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, disaster sneeze. Disaster sneeze. What a ridiculous sneeze. I mean, I guess it was just about right. So this is Babbel, this is my dashboard. Got the option to review or go forward with my lessons. I've got the options to browse any number of classes on the next episode of Cute Little Sneezes during French lessons, right? Shop at the market or supermarket. Talk about nature or geography. Postuler un employé. Oh, learn about it's like work. It's a job. Parler de la littérature. See, you've got very I think these A1 classes are like really low, they're really simple introductory levels. And then as you get to B classes, you start to see everything in French, right? And the C classes are like talk about literature. That's pretty sophisticated, but once you get to that point when you can do that, you can do that. I'm gonna try these one of these days, right? I'll do one of these instead of the normal lesson, and we'll see what it's like, because I'm really curious. Oh no, what kind of sus stuff is my clip channel? Like, I hardly ever watch anything on my clip channel. So it's like 90% of it's gonna be no comment check. Oh my god. So wait, this is really what Turon is. Italian nut and yogurt confection. There's spinach. Okay, this is probably more what we're talking about here. I gotta know about Turon, okay? We're turning off the music. Come on, Turon. What is Turon? We're talking about a 5-century-old delicacy that has been the mainstream of wait. Yeah, where does Turon come from? Here we go, Turon. There's regulation. They're regulated. These nutty yogurts are regulated. They're given a final seal. This is Supreme Turon. I feel like I've had these. 60% almonds. Oh my god, that looks so good. The Turon is slightly lower qualities. Almonds made by fine quality Turon. Popular Turon. An ordinary Turon with as low quality and quantity almonds. Does not have the seal from the regulated body. Types of Spanish Turon. Mixture of high quality natural ingredient, almond, sugar, honey. So that's why it's so hard. Turon can be classified based on the most popular types. Alicante Turon. Toasting the almonds. Mix the honey and sugar. Add the egg white. Add almonds to toast. No, almond toast. Toasted almonds. You've got to grind the almond nuts in this one. Eat the honey and add the sugar. Mix egg white, cinnamon, and lemon. Mix with almonds. Wait, that almost sounds like marzipan. This is what Turon is all about. Who knew? Who knew?
Turon! 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 Turon!
Turon. Anyway, speaking of Ron, chat, I've got to Ron myself. I've got a lot to do. I will see you all tomorrow. I'll try to be streaming earlier. I'll try to get to bed at a decent amount of time, unless anybody knows a small streamer that would like to get hit with a raid real quick. We gotta make it quick. Turon. Turon, Turon.
Turon! 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 Turon!
Is Princess of Darkness streaming?
Turon! 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 Turon!
Alright, rating in.
Turon! Turon! Turon!
Get in there.
Turon! Turon!
Get in that raid, and we're gonna show some love to Princess of Darkness tonight. Also, Cryptid Mage. We need to hit Cryptid Mage. Next time we'll try to hit Cryptid Mage if they're. I think they might stream earlier than me though. I don't know. We do need to hit Cryptid Mage back with a raid. Anyway, much love. Turon! 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 Turon!
Turon! Turon! Turon! Turon! to run, to run, to run, to run, to run, to run, run, to 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 run, run, to 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 run, run, to 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 run, run, to 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 run, run, to 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 run, run, to 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 run, run, to 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 run, run, to 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 run, run, to 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 run, run, to 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 run.
Yeah, I know, but I just told the whole secret of clan ops and everything. I just let the whole thing go.
To run,
or did I just say that
to
something in my head?
run, to run.
I think I just said that on something. Just explain the mystery of clan ops. Currently live on YouTube and live on Twitch talking about clan ops. That's right. Everything. The real clan ops were the friends that we met along the way. Okay, that's the truth about clan ops.
To run, to run.
I just let everybody
to
know.
run, to run, to run, to run,
That's the secret of clan ops.
to run,